There seem to be technical issues on Chloride's end. We will see. Maybe he can still make it over the next couple minutes. We're gonna start into the series, and I'm gonna start a bit talking about what we will have going on in front of us here. As we will have Bendover versus Wlastar in the first quarterfinals. And then we're also gonna cover the second quarterfinals, which are the third basically that we see, because we already had one yesterday with Static and Bubblegun, aka Scoof, with Static coming out really tightly in the final game on an amazing airport match. And today we're gonna have Wlastar versus Bendover and Fortitude fans versus Griffon 65. And all four of these players are looking really hot. So the hottest one out of them all might be Wlastar. Wlastar coming in to the league as a newbie for the league season. Not a newbie at all when it comes to playing WARNO though. Rank 1 currently, I believe. Was rank 1 for sure for quite a while. And kind of dominated Group B here. Even beating Griffon 65, who was looking really strong last season, who is currently looking pretty strong as well, winning a good couple other games as well, but not winning anything against Wlastar here. So Wlastar really, really hot in this series. And on the other side, 14 fans and Midover here, playing a real strong Group C here, both with the same amount of points. So with one more win under Fortitude Fans' name, Fortitude Fans gets rank 1. So that's both of them on a pretty similar level. Fortitude Fans facing Griffon, Bendover facing Wlastar. And this is played on the newest patch, which, for Bendover's side of things, is a big boost, as we will see here now. Because, as per usual, Bendover only plays American divisions. And as per usual, the opponent knows that and bans 3 American divisions. But there's a new American division. So Bendover's roster has been increased by a significant percentage, and Bendover is immediately using that to lock in 1st US Cavalry. 6 US Infantry next to that, and then if we go to game 3, we're gonna see 3rd US on Thaler. That's a bit of a weird one. Like, yeah, okay. Thaler, 3rd US. If we get there, guys, this is exciting. Eiche is going to be map number 2 with 1st Cavalry. Stoneware, 6 US versus 56. Wlastar can play all of the good divisions and is picking 3 that are looking particularly good here. As we have 56 BDV, we have 2nd Guards Moto, and we have Brunette. And it seems like Chloride's keyboard just doesn't want to work today, which is highly unfortunate. Really look forward to cast these with him, but as he has to go to work later as well, we can't really postpone today either to see if he can get it fixed over time. So, yeah, you likely will have to live with me as your solo caster for today again. As there just doesn't his keyboard on the PC just seemingly doesn't want to work. Really, really unfortunate, but yeah, we will jump into the Wlastar versus Bondover game here in a second. So yeah, 3rd US is pretty ballsy. These are really, really sexy divisions here. And we will jump in here in a split second. Just have to unpause the game again. Reveal the timestamps. So there we go, guys. Let's jump in. Let's wish best of luck to both of these players and to the Chloride's keyboard, as we're going in with Bendover versus Wlastar. As we have 56 here on the side of Wlastar on the right side. Division that, yeah, doesn't have the best AA. Only has short range AA. No radar AA at all. It has okay, but not great fighters. The MiG-23s they get are decently modernized, so they have decent qualities, but they are not the best fighters out there by any means. On the other side, 6 US has great air. 6 US also has good quick infantry. And we have US Marine Corps here coming around airborne TOW 2s moving forward here immediately as well, trying to get into good spaces. Though obviously the forward deployment here on the side of Wlastar, nothing to sneeze at as well, and maybe the best air defense that the deck gets with the Stingers, with Special Forces veterancy coming around here. 3 of them immediately going out. Likely gonna see the 4th one here as well. Oh no, they come at veterancy. Okay, interesting. And then we have the Moderate Red guy here coming up behind it with the classic BMP2. Me 8 PPA here with the Jammer trade coming in early as well, trying to figure out the enemy opener so that the infantry knows where to go. It's a pretty interesting infantry opener here as well, as it's a lot of BTR 70Ds. Like, we often see this division being played really, really heavy on the BMP2 side of things. Or with the Okrana, we don't see as many normal BTR 70s and BTR 70 AGSs. The AGS also obviously got nerfed a bit lately, so even more interesting to see that this thing is still the weapon of choice here. 40 points obviously gets you to the front line quite quickly. And Dejon Samperi inside here, only a 5-man squad, so really cheap, gets you 60 points, gets you an APC with 2 frontal armor and 2 MGs. And here the Dejoniki Medi is obviously quite helpful against light vehicles as well. Against a division that does not have the most AT and doesn't have any IV itself especially, that can work out against the COCVs with the the AGLs on it. It can work out easily. Those BTR 70s will win that 1v1s. The Dragon 300 here of the US Marine Security Forces doesn't stand a chance either because it only has a small MG on top of it and only has 1 frontal armor. So instead of going mass BMP2s, this can make a lot of sense. Interested to see how this works out. Wlastar, as I said, not a player I'm super familiar yet with. I just have watched how Wlastar ran through the group stage, but those were the most games I have seen of them in WARNO. Have seen them a bit in Steel Division and so on in the past. They are not new to the scene at all, but they are new to WARNO League, and it's interesting to see how they will play here against Bendover, who we have seen on 6US a lot of times, and arguably the best 6US player in my book, even above Fortitude fans when it comes to 6US. Both of them are fantastic on it. And yeah, let's see how this goes. Pathfinders going to the front line. We have airborne TOWs coming around. We have dragons moving around as well. Yeah, the win rate of Wlastar is on par with some of the best ranked players of all time, like the Mixed 90s run or GIFX run. Wlastar is in absolute tip-top shape and is also capable of playing a lot of divisions, so this should be a fun one. Airborne Dragons here, moving to the front line. Coming around to get into the buildings over here. And we have Airborne Stingers behind that. Or Airborne Dragons for the north with some Navy SEALs. Spetsnaz GIUs might not want to fight this here. Like, they should just try to secure spots. They should not try to actively fight the enemy. Airborne Stinger here getting its first shot out, but the Mi-8 PPA is able to disengage. AGS launchers engaging. If that can fire onto the Navy SEALs, that obviously would be prime territory. Killing the Navy SEALs with stuff that and fighting them with stuff that is not infantry is the dream scenario. And now all the reinforcements here arrive. The T-62, MD-1, and MD are around as well. Nowadays, the MD-1 is decently cost efficient. It's still not the best tank. The low rate of fire, like super low rate of fire of the T-62s holds them down quite significantly. And the MD is still fantastic thanks to its great ATGM. Like, it's basically a expensive but heavily armored IFV is how you mainly want to use it. BTR 70Ds here moving around. We have the ACAV, which is the National Guard one that only SMGs, no recoilless rifle on this one. Going around, BTR 70s coming around as well, but a lot of them already going down. Some of the Spetsnaz GIU Stingers going down as well, and as I said, those are your best AA units. Like, those are your best man pads that you get, so kind of want to keep them alive for when the 8-hands start flying. They're easily your best defense against enemy uh, slow flying planes. So the 8-hands will eventually come. So keeping the GLU Stingers alive here, just like when you play second UK with the SAS, has significant impact on how your mid game will progress against the division focused on airplay. Well, Spendover gets the +2 here now. No CV yet for Wlastar in either of the center zones, and the 40mm grenade launchers, yes, they got nerfed, but they are still pretty strong. Second 30mm grenade launcher here moving around, so the amount of play that the grenade launchers see on top level play still, after the patch, kinda indicates that the nerfs were going in the right direction, because they don't seem to have overdone it, whilst for sure significantly impacting the performance of these units that before were seen as overpowered. And yeah, the 40mm grenade launcher here, finishing off the 30mm grenade launcher, whilst the T-62s moving forward. But both units here really low, so you have to be a bit careful. CV or Wlastar coming around as well, whilst in the north we have the US Air Force Security Forces and the Airborne Dragons trying to push forward as well, trying to get the whole zone cleared out. The Spetsnaz GRU Stinger here, at least we're able to disengage. The other one up north as well. We have more Strellas coming in too. And now the BMP2 sprinter starts sprinting. We have them at 2-star retency. That means that the autocannon on them is pretty strong. Accuracy is great. And the infantry inside also can keep up decently, especially with the SVD here on the Dejaniki against the infantry on the other side. The American infantry on the other side is the better infantry on baseline. Like, you get obviously the Navy SEALs, which just shred everything in infantry fights, but also the normal stuff like the Alaskan Cav Scouts, like the US Marine Securities, and so on. Like, the infantry that you get in 6US is pretty strong. It's not the best infantry division out there, but it's on the strong side for sure. Whilst 40mm grenade launchers here come around in numbers still as well. Dejaniki Medis getting a shot out, getting a good hit against one of the M48 ACAVs, the only tank in the division. So those recon tanks that don't have smoke, have reservist trait, but have decent penetration, so they can deal with T-62s on the medium range with good rate of fire there as well. You want to keep them alive, because once they fall, then you lose a significant amount of staying power against stuff like the T-62s and the BMP-2s. So keeping those guys alive here pretty significant for Bendover. Whilst Bendover also is trying to figure out what is going on in the north. The Jeep with a 50 cal here on the mission behind enemy lines. AGS, Fort Luatz here coming around. Grenade launcher getting to fire against the Alaskan Cav Scouts. Dealing some damage there. What's another AGS? Moves around here as well. Petretka moving forward. Couple of BMP-2Ds. Moving into the center here as well, as the T-62 MD is pushing forward. RPG-7, Dejaniki RPG-7, all falling back. BMP-2D rotating south will try to hold the line there. That's a Dejan Petretka holding line of sight here from the north to see what is going on here to try to make the T-62 work here. And the T-62 really are a good unit in the current environment. There are no TOW-2s, and against the ITOW, it can take a couple shots. So that in front of your BMP-2s enables them to shoot their ATGMs and their autocannons from behind, whilst 62 can tank relatively cost efficiently as well. So good push here by Wlastar. The point lead currently insignificant for Bendover. Question is, when will we start to see the pivot into the air, and how will Wlastar be able to cope with that? And the question also is, how can Bendover stop the BMP2 printer on the other side? because eventually that likely will just overrun him here in the southern part of the map, and could also potentially strike in this area of the map to contest the north. So, good kill here on the Saperi Comrade. 155mm starting to tick again. Any tick here on this map is pretty significant. It's not the slowest map that we got. We have two pointers that are relatively deep but not untouchable. But for the most part of the game, it's gonna be a +1 or +2. So keeping the +1 on, good thing here for sure for Bendover. The CV should be easily replaceable by Wlastar, but the points are nice to get anyways. The 155mm now going for BMP2, being relatively far forward, but still in a decently safe spot. iHawk here now being brought up as well, so the air is starting to get set up with the F-15, with the Stingers in decent positions here as well, so that any MiG-23 that tries to go into the center of the map maybe tries to shoot down an A-10 will likely just get eliminated. So Wlastar has to be careful, likely just use the long-range missiles and be okay with any outcome of that. BP2 in the south here, trying to find a way around, trying to force ATGMs all around the map, but there is a Humvee here already. So too pretty powerful, and the center push here not really working out, and we have a Corsair with clusters. Wlastar trying to split. Strela not able to find the hit. Stinger did so. That's good indication here why those Stingers are so important. And double kill here on BMP2s. Good damage on some T-62s as well. One of them might get got here by this ATGM. No, it loses traction just before things go around. But the M48 comes around, gets the kill. Might get another shot out. Has 2-star veterancy. Does not get the hit on the second shot, but the T-62 is too slow on the reload and gets forced back. And now we have an Ito in here. The T-62 should disengage. Oh, gets routed. Might get hit another time here. It's moving really slowly. It's a pretty slow tank as well. So the ATGM coming around again. Oh, Corsair cluster coming to finish it off. And will hit the Strela here as well. Can the Strela at least retaliate? Yes, it can this time around. So in the end, this bombing run, not the greatest outcome for Bendover, but big reinforcements here needed for Wlastar in the south. T-62s and so on already coming in. You need a new Strela 10 here as well, though. Stinger needs rearmament as well. Already 2 shots, 2 hits. Really showing you why this unit has to stay alive in the early stages of this matchup if you want to have a chance of punishing the US Air Force for striking against you. Nikki RPG-22s here now. Big 14-man squad, but it is heavily outnumbered here. T-62 having to disengage as well. BMP2s coming around. The M48 micro here on Bendover's side. Fantastic. As another Strela 10M does go down in the north, so the air defenses here getting whittled down as well. MP2 in the south here hasn't achieved much. MP2 has to be careful. No artillery play here yet. Okay, Wlastar now brings the cluster, HE cluster mortar on these town maps that can be pretty strong. MP2 in the north gets the National Guard Ito, but one of its brethren has fallen to it. Could push forward together with the Degenerate Redka here, but is falling back instead. Cobra holding the line, and the +1 keeps going up here. 155mm artillery going after the Redka. Fails to get the hit just yet. Whilst we get the HE cluster moving to the front line. Replacement Strela 10M moving in for the south. But we have the first OA-10A coming out to try to just wreck the front line here. OA-10 will try to get the better out of the BTR-70D, out of the Rezvedka. And there is no AA in range. Deal with this. New Strela 10Ms on the way. But yeah, Stinger gets shut down this time. The other one is a bit further back, so the A-10 gets around, is nearly shooting down the last one here as well. Gets hit by it, is forced to fall back. But the Pathfinders here actually might finish the job. No, they're not shooting. 0810 though with a good run here. Reducing the air defenses at the same time as just removing enemy recon units. And the Wlastar maybe having one or two Strala 10Ms too little on the front line at the beginning of these engagements. HE cluster mortar now coming in, dealing significant damage in this area. Taking out the Alaskan Cav Scouts, repositioning now, BMP-2D getting around here. Infantry on the side of Vandover, stressed out. P-62 trying to engage here now, as the supply has run out for Vandover's forces down here. As Vandover though is going around to play around the north, and now the 0810s might just start hunting down the enemy air defenses. MiG-23 MLD is trying to punish it for going a bit too deep. This 0810 might be a bit too deep. Yeah, it gets shut down, but we have an Eagle coming in on the other side, so the MiG-23 here in trouble as well. Ihawk gets to fire. Eagle gets hit, so is forced back. So the MiG-23 will survive. Navy SEAL goes down as well. This is an important kill. The Recon 0810 is what enables the other strike aircraft to just completely go ham as well. But at the same time, Vandover here now coming in for the rear push. VADS, some Navy SEALs, and a light rifle leader pushing in here. We have some supporting units here for Vandover. For Wlastar, BMP-2 can just unload up here. Strela needs to disengage. Ooh, Navy SEALs not in AT range, so the Desert Motorshka will be able to unload. BTR 70D getting to engage here as well. We'll figure out that the Navy SEALs are there. The BMP-2 needs to be careful. Oh, is an AT range. Goes down. Bomber could come around now. VADS is down. VADS in the center, or in the south, actually going down as well, as Wlastar now has used the HE cluster mortars successes to push forward. Cluster mortar now starting to besiege this part of the map as well. Dealing damage there. And yeah, dealing good damage there against all these units. It's a pretty expensive unit, 230 points, but in a map like this, where two towns are the major area to fight over, it is quite strong. Have more units here trying to hunt down the Navy SEALs. Light rifle leader have an AT weapon, so they can get into the engagement here. Navy SEALs now outranged. Mi-8 trying to move forward, but getting spotted immediately by the 50 cal and immediately getting attacked by the by the Eagle here. Navy SEALs will be cleared out. MiG-23 trying to get onto the F-15 from the rear, not able to get any hits. You usually want to have 2 or 3 of them coming around. They have good missiles. The R-24MR is a decent missile. The R-73 is a great infrared missile. So they are the best MiG-23s in the game, but they're still MiG-23s. Not a great platform, ECM, and just flight performance wise in general. And with the missiles, they are also for sure not on par with the F-15 that has 40% ECM, is fast, and has a good couple more missiles. A similar power level as well. Ooh, Corsair cluster coming around again. Stingers get a hit again. But the other Stinger is not firing. It's on a move command. And the C-62 leader goes down. Oh, mistake by Wlastar. That could have been another cluster bomber killed. That would have been significant, as those cluster bombers have been the most successful aircraft so far. We have a +3 coming around. HE cluster mortar can come for this. The CV needed for the north. Chaika on the way. Stopping the tick there. Would actually swing the tick around to Wlastar. We have another 0810 moving in. But we have Stinger guys around. This one is out of ammo. We have a couple of Strelas as well. Number of Strelas relatively small, but at least a couple of the important planes of the knife have been killed. Ooh, good hits here. Can the Stinger or the Strela find the kill? Yes, they can. Oh, F15 here. Not in the great spot either. MiG-23 actually gets eye-hawked, but killing off the second OA-10 is really significant. The Spetsnaz Stingers pushed a bit too far forward, as they were needed as recon there as well. So the Cobras now coming around are pretty dangerous. Strela is moving into position to try to salvage the situation here. First shot is a miss. Still has good amount of ammunition here though. So Cobras have to respect that. But the infantry here gets pushed back. Navy SEALs and LRS will be able to get back in. E62. Oh, getting shot up by ATGM. Smoke comes out just in time. As we have the HE cluster mortar trying to do stuff again here. More Navy SEALs moving in. The Strela finds a hit against both Cobras, but Micro here is good on the other side. Oh, Strela using its move accuracy, which is decent. 55% to try to get the hit, but fails. Oh, unfortunate for Wlastar there. 2 shots with 55% accuracy, both missing. Obviously, that's quite unlucky, but Aito here getting into the engagement. MP2s is stranded with engine destroyed. No supply around, so won't be able to disengage. The Mi-8 is a great choice here. A new AA needed here though, and oh, the MiG-23 shouldn't be around without supplied AA below it. You can't afford to lose them here. F-15 going around. On the other hand, you can't afford to lose the Mi-8 either, but you're likely going to lose it anyway now, as the F-15 can just come around. No Strelas here in the south, currently rearmed. And the question is, how many Strelas and Eaglas are there even still in the deck? HE cluster aiming again. 2 Strelas in the north. One of them gets the tick, the other one does miss. This is the AA situation here for Wlastar. Not looking great. Is on a +1 right now. That would be enough with 20 minutes still to go. A lot of time, but obviously there's a lot that is going to happen here still in those 20 minutes. HE cluster going after the Aito. The northern units got resupplied here. Session Saperi, T62s all moving around. +1 going for Wlastar, but Vendover here really playing a strong game with the smoke down here, getting the Navy SEALs back in. The rear action got a lot of points as well. Instead of a +1 for Wlastar, it was a pretty significant +3 or +4 for quite a while here for Vendover, getting him a lot of points on this map. But the Strela now being targeted. Oh, if that goes down, that would be massive, and it gets routed. So the last shot might hit it as well. And it goes down! Another important AA unit here being sniped by Vendover. Cobra moving forward, and now without any AA down here in the south, not a single AA unit anywhere to be seen, even as reinforcements. This is looking pretty bad. 50 cal here, even finding some successes in the rear. Oh, is Wlastar falling apart? Igla teams coming in, but the front line is just getting pushed by the helicopters. The helicopters also will figure out for the aircraft that there is basically nothing here. T-62 does go down as the Cobras keep on pushing. Tow Cobra and 2 normal ones with the grenade launcher and the miniguns here, just making mincemeat out of the infantry units in front of them. We have PMUs with AGSs arriving on the front line, trying desperately to hold the line here. Enemy tanks once more push back, but without the T-62 you don't have the staying power here as Wlastar either. And the Iglas are still a good bit out, and it's only 2 of them against the 3 Cobras. Cobras still can micro decently well against us as well. BMP-2 and the GTMUs here just getting bullied by the grenade launchers now on these Cobras. It's not as good as the 20mm autocannon, and it obviously got nerfed with the latest nerfs as well, but it is still dealing pretty significant damage against all of these units. BMP-2 goes down as the M48s come around again. MiG-23 now necessary to try to deal with this, but it's not the best anti-helicopter plane. It's also the weaker MiG-23 here with the R60Ms, which don't quite have the damage, and the A-10 actually does deal with it here with its good AM7Ms and the main gun that obviously you don't want to go in head in first. And now It's going after the T-62s. The Eagles here having way too many targets to shoot at once. Can't fire quickly to get another shot out here against the A-10. So the A-10 might most likely is going to make it out. Yes, and the Cobras now have time to disengage as well. So an absolute disaster of an engagement here for Wlastar in the south. Really just a couple too few picket line air units. Like these Eagles, they are not that expensive. They for sure could have been mixed in a bit earlier and then be in some of these buildings here or so. Like one or two more to just randomly shoot at the enemy in a matchup like this where you know the enemy's way to victory goes through the air. It's a bit of a surprise that these one or two Strellas was what everything was always anchored around, and then yeah, once those went down, situation here deteriorated really quickly. Now we have a +1 for the blue side, and I just don't quite see how Wlastar is supposed to turn this around significantly enough here to get the 600, 700 points that he most likely will have to get back into the game. He doesn't have any mechanized force currently as supporting these infantry pushes. He still has the issue of dealing with the air. He only has Eaglas to do it now, it seems like, as all the Strellas likely went down. His Stinger forces in the front line have been attritioned away as well. The HE cluster is trying its best, but it only can do so much. AGS here going down as well. Well, it's the F-15 trying to get back to the base. A-7D Corsair cluster might come around again here in a second. As the RPG-16 gets a shot out against the AGL. Extra range on the RPG-16. Pretty helpful. Gets the job done, but there comes the cluster bomber. Just going after all the Eaglas and the T-62s, and it doesn't deal amazing damage against infantry, but it does enough. Cluster bomber does survive once more here. If the Stinger earlier might have gotten a shot out, then this might have looked different now, but yeah, now there's just way too much air, and there's no staying power here for Wlastar whatsoever. Doesn't have any AA left, and there we go. GG is called, and Bendover wins the first one. 6 US versus 56, and really abusing the weakness of long-range AA there perfectly, and getting the W here. So 1-0 in this best of 3, and we saw 6 US being the first pick, by the way. So it was a counter pick with 56. Wlastar here losing with the counter pick. Now, game number 2. First pick was second guard. Still a strong division. Got nerfed a bit. Some of the Galizzi, the grenade launchers, some of its tanks, the T-72 tanks in it, getting more expensive. And on the other side, we have a division that couldn't get nerfed or buffed yet because it's just fresh new to the table. First Cavalry Division. The M1 MODs, really scary. Doesn't have a lot of infantry. On Eiche, you don't need that much infantry, but you still need a significant amount. Has fantastic MP2s. Has an interesting air tap with a currently bugged F-16 LGB. So all of that will be pretty interesting here on map number 2, Eiche. And then if we go to Thaler, I'm still really interested to see how Bendover will tackle Thaler with 3rd US Armored. Like, that's just such a weird Bendover pick. But I'm looking forward to it. So, Eiche next. First Cavalry versus Second Guards. Quick break, guys, and then we're gonna be back with game number 2. So here we go. Bendover up 1-0 on the match point, and now bringing it around the newest guard against the still new but not quite the most updated guard anymore. As Nemesis 5, after only 1.5 months out, got replaced by Nemesis 6 as the new boys around the block, and let's see how strong those are. There are a lot of speculations about First Cavalry. Some say it has too little infantry, some say it's completely busted because the MOD is so busted. We'll see what's true. We'll see how Bendover can play around with it. Maybe this is a new masked band division. We will figure things out. As on the other side, there's a division that has seen a heck of a lot of play and a heck of a lot of banning. so far this season, but as I said, it got nerfed in the patch. These guys here, for example, got slightly more expensive, and one of its, the Garditzi SVD, got more expensive as well. The grenade launcher that we saw nerfed across the board hit this division as well because you want to use the AGS 30 in it too. So, or the Plymia rather. Yeah, the AGS 17. Plymia teams here, 30mm. Those guys got slightly reduced in their damage output, so those things are important. It still has other tanks that it can use. These tanks are still in a decent spot. It has OSAS, it has a quite nice air tap with a good cluster bomber. 30mm grenade launcher teams are still decent, and it gets infantry in BMP2s and the BTR-80 as well. So this division is far from bad. It's just got reduced slightly in its strength. And on the other side, we see the first line here of the Bradley division. It's still only second to 24th in numbers of Bradleys. It's not really a Bradley Pros division in numbers, but in quality, as you even get them here as the BSV for your Stinger teams. 50 points, Itos on your Stingers. Warrior CV here coming around, and Recon Bradley here. Normal Recon Bradley, which is an interesting one. We don't. I expected to see the ones with special optics, exceptional optics, but fewer Ito ammo. But we see the 12th ammo one here from Bendover. Price is the same. Another one of them coming in here for the north. Just trying to go really deep. Trying to call the enemy on not fighting for Anna. And hey, Valos, thanks for the Twitch Prime. Much appreciated. But we have AGL here coming around into the center. Bradley will move around here as well. Just trying to get into the position here. And yeah, Modrachetka, Mi-24s, BTR-80s, BMP-1s, all going around the block here to a relatively wide front, but not currently incorporating the north. So that is an interesting part. Like, Wlastar going for the classic Dimitri push here. Whilst Bendover is sending significant amount of forces there as well, including one of the M1 MODs with the 21 penetration, 17 frontal armor, fast tank, 460 points. We have behind that the CAF troopers in the M2A2 Brad, 100 point IFV, has the fantastic TO2A, has 6 frontal armor with an extra hit point, meaning that it can survive a Conqueror's hit, which is really significant in a matchup like this, where BMP2s on the other side exist and normal Conqueror's teams. Whilst SU-15 here coming in as a fighter and just trying to kill off Kaiovas. It doesn't have a gun, so it can't do it reliably. It has to hope that its R60M does do the job. 55% accuracy, so there's a decent chance for sure that it does, but didn't work out this time around. Mi-24K here going around trying to bully people away as well, but we have an Avenger hot on its heel. As the SU-15 now stays back as an air fighter, just making sure that the Phantom kills something when it comes around, but the Phantom still gets onto the Mi-24 before the SU-15 can rotate around to it. SU-15 gets the R60M, but no other hits here. The OSA can do one more though. Yeah, Phantom goes down. And yeah, Bradley here getting away with this. This is really powerful for Bendover in the north. This might play a significant role throughout the game here. Spetra now in a bit of a bad spot. Need to disengage behind the building here. Did that a bit too late. Now completely stressed out as the T-62s here now arrive. Get a good hit against the Brad. Get a kill against the Brad with infantry still inside. Ooh, good hit there. MOD comes around, immediately gets stressed out as well, and now the T-72s obviously smell blood. They tried to go after the enemy here. MOD still around. Kaiova getting some hits up north. BTR-80 going down in the south, but the TO2A here has to be really careful. Lamia nearly got on top of it there. The Superior RPO, maybe want to check a bit more here. The T-72 is not going in for the fight. which is an interesting choice. Kyover getting shut down by the Osa. I expected them to go through with this, with the BTR-80 maybe in front of them, like baiting a shot out of the M1, and then going for the kill. Not going for the kill here. In my eyes, a mistake by Wlastar. 2 of his T-72s should be able to deal with a single M1 OD. Like, the difference in penetration and frontal armor is not that significant. So
No GG? No GG? Fuck you, no GG! What the fuck, this guy? Okay, time to subscribe. No GG? No GG? Fuck you, no GG! What the fuck, this guy?
People pound.
Okay, time to subscribe.
Time to subscribe now at the end and warning acid. You press the button. Where's the Twitch Prime? T72 moving around. Go to A, getting the shot back. And yeah, MOD here now in a good situation. That's the Flamia moving forward. I reduced the volume a bit for the next one. We didn't have that one used in a while. As I just got around to fix the sound alerts. This sound alert should be a bit lower next time. But the MOD here is pushing forward, pulling the Saperi RPO, and we have 2 now around. And like that's what you kind of try to want to avoid when you bring this T72 opener, that the enemy starts to outnumber you or is equal in numbers with their heavy tanks. But now we have 2 MODs versus 3 T72s, one of them being damaged though. And we have a good bit more infantry here on the side of Bendover. AGL gets got, but the vision here currently not great for Wlastar. Has the Guardetzi now spotting the M1 MOD. It had to smoke off. Oh, showing side armor here. Getting side shotted by the mod. What the hell was that move? Wlastar, what did you try to achieve there? You had to know that something was looking down the road. Oh my. Okay, this MOD now shooting its shot first, getting hit again here, but should have the next shot, and that will kill the T-72 as well. Oh my! Blunders by Wlastar. What is going on here? This is not the usual level of micro from our player in red. Completely fumbling. Now the T-72 here gets hit by 2 flaws in the side as well. Going really low too. 1 hit point, and there's no AT here. There's no AT. The MODs can just move through. F-16 cluster coming around as well. Okay, this game might just end quite quickly in a disaster for Wlastar. Is trying to send in now new reinforcement. Has a Conquerors at least here in the middle, but it doesn't really see much of the important fights. Whilst the Warrior here is trying to go deep, there is a decent BMP-2 set up here in the north. Guardetzi can just check the entrance here as well. This T-72 has to survive. That goes down, then the numbers here are completely screwed against him. But even without that, Wlastar is in a world of pain now. Let's have M1D coming forward. The second guards was the first pick. The first cavalry was the counter pick here. So the T-72s and so on had to do it with the first pick. The counter pick last time was the weird one. 56 versus 6 US. But yeah, this pick here makes sense. Second guards is a good first pick. It's a really good all-rounder, and I mean, if the 2 T-72s would have pushed the M1 earlier, I believe that should have worked out as well. But Wlastar not doing that, and now 2 massive blunders. Both of these engagements were not necessary. Like, he could have taken the shot against the M1 MOD and then retreated. He could have just not gone over the road here. Instead, he did both of these moves, costing him 2 of his important tanks, and with that, the whole it's super important position here in the center. He still has the heaviest tank in the game here in his deck, and he still obviously has a good couple of other toys, good infantry with BTRs, outnumbering the enemy infantry by a good bit, but F-16 cluster here is coming around for some more murder. Getting a good hit against Mi-24. Avenger here maybe could finish it. There is no OSA around anymore here. Oh, there is no Osa. SU-15 trying to come in to help with this. Enemy plane already falling back. Avenger here. The SU-15 has to be careful around that. Does get hit. Is forced back. Won't fly over another Avenger, but will fly over a Stinger. Oh, no. Oh, no. It only has 10% ECM. You usually don't want to fly over enemy air territory with the SU-15. You usually want to use their long-range missiles to get shots out, and then if the enemy dives on you, use the R-60Ms on the defensive situation. But yeah, that's why, like, perfect example of why you don't fly deep with them. Their 10% ECM just don't protect you well against fire like this. BTR-80s here trying their best, but M1s are around. Now assisting against the south here as well. Hold goes down. T-72 trying to push up, but they are not well microed here again. One of them is just way slower than the other because it's somehow not moving the fast move, as the other one was. Gets an Avenger, but this one needs to smoke off and get the hell out of there. Can take 2 shots at least on this range, so that was taken care of, but the M1OD still does survive. The Avenger kill here, likely not the most impactful thing. SU does get into another fight, but 2 tractor appears behind here. None of them getting a hit. F-16 cluster at least gets pushed out nicely. Neither T-72 here trying to get around the flank. Mi-24 needs to be repaired. T-72 over here needs to be repaired. Cavalry scouts with their Dragon 2 will likely go down here, but the MOD is already moving up to deal with the now heavily stressed out T-72 as an M1 Abrams CP assisting the whole move, and that means that this T-72 here is in the world of trouble. Does not even take out the enemy here. Mi-24 coming around with an ATGM. Kill is achieved here. And we have a MiG-21 cluster on a double! Oh! Not killing the M1 CP here. Oh, unfortunate there. Yeah, that was the right call. Really good decision making there by Wlastar, and doesn't quite get rewarded with a double kill, but still dealing a decisive blow there. Issue is that all the other units here in front of this zone have gone down. Is starting to get control back over the north, but has no control over the south as well, so needs the center zone. You can't give up the center zone and either of the flank zones. Like, either you have to control both of the flanks, or you have to at least contest the middle. And otherwise, the tick is just too much. So, situation here currently still pretty critical for Wlastar. Has a weird Godetzi here just chilling in the rear. That unit obviously would be fantastic on the front line right now. Well, you have Spetravedka and Belozhors moving up. Well, it's BTR-80 moving around. BMP tries to deal with the Warrior ICV. But let's see, moving forward. It's still a good first pick, a Spicy Rap. Like, one of the reasons why it has a lower win rate is because it gets a lot first picked. But divisions that get first picked a lot often have lower win rate in League, because obviously they can get counter picked. But that's like, the counter pick obviously wins more often than the first pick. And other divisions, if they would be first pick, likely would have a lower win rate than second guards, because it is still a really good all-rounder combined arms. But yeah, it makes sense as a first pick division. Like, there are not that many divisions that are better than it on that, if at all. So I don't think it's easily countered though. Like, these gameplay actions here, for example, were all down to micro. Like, there was not the counter from Bendover. This was just bad micro from Wlastar and good micro from Bendover so far. And like, that's what we have seen in some of the other games as well. I don't believe that this division is bad at doing what it does. BTR-80 and Goditzi here pushed back. Belozhor. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, yeah, realizing that there is something there. Mi-24 immediately getting sent after it. The Mas here might want to disengage as well. As the Mi-24 now figures out that this is actually a warrior, so don't want to get too close with the Mi-24 there either, but maybe you can stun it down. The rockets don't fire. Okay, does get the kill at least. Not great, but at least killing off the CV in the rear. Can now move the Bellator up north to stop that pick. But +5 here still for bend over. The two T-72 is really not being decisive enough early. That was the mistake. Got the bread, got some stress on the enemy M1OD. That's the moment where your two T-72s that you put out there have to try doing things. Like, if you don't spread out, if you already put your eggs in that basket, you at least have to try to make it work. And then, yeah, the micro afterwards. Big failure here by Wlastars as well, leaving him in a relatively tough position. So, T-72 trying to push up. M48, M72, TV here getting hit, but yeah, the infantry here, the Goretzi, just not quite getting into the engagements they want to be. Aero scouts getting killed. And infantry fights are one of the parts where you are supposed to be leading here as Wlastars division. Like, you are supposed to rule these forests, having the better infantry by a good margin. The one card of Engineer M67 on the other side, that obviously is great, but that's only one card. You have way more infantry than the enemy. And your Guardetzi, the normal one, bring a great RPG 7VL, so vehicles should not be allowed to push into you. But the infantry fights here went completely terrible as well. Partially because the vehicle combat went so badly as well, but partially also because they were a bit misplaced. Like, the enemy infantry had way better times shooting at the vehicles of Wlastar than the units of Wlastar had shooting at the enemy vehicles. And then infantry on infantry engagements went pretty one-sided so far as well, so situation here not great. There have been a couple of good moves. The move to the north here now, reducing it at least to a +2, is important. There were still some good kills in the early game and so on as well, so this is not over yet for Wlastar, but it is a pretty tough spot nonetheless. M109 with guided ammunition coming around. We have another Phantom, two Phantoms here actually, going around in the rear. But let's see, SVD and Chaika moving forward. T-72B1 moving up through the front line as well. Plus we have an Igla team coming up. Aero Scouts under attack by the BTR-80. But we have T-72 to B1 getting under fire. B1 needs to smoke off here. Okay, tries to disengage, but goes down still. And would be getting the kill there. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't smoke off earlier. Another T-72 here that was badly microed. Another one here now in a bad spot, trying to break it with line of sight. Will achieve that, but now there's just way too much firepower here. No artillery on the side of Wlastar assisting this whole shebang. And he's still trying to bash his head into this fight, but he hasn't taken out an enemy tank in a fair fight. Like, the cluster bomber was the only one that achieved anything so far. And yeah, stops the tick now, but the situation here is still critical, and the infantry advantage, it finally starts to play out a bit here in the south now. It just didn't play out before at all. Like, 30-minute grenade launcher, the Goretzi with the Resolute, and good APCs behind it. The BTR-80s have achieved really little here so far as well. We see Goretzi in the north, BMP-2 in the north. Whilst we have T-72B1 under fire, getting around. Wlastar F-16 coming in here again, going after the T-72. Does fail to do the hit. Osa finally around again. But once more, only red units dying, and oh, a lot of ATGMs flying. No recon here anymore. The Spatchard Red Guy went down. So the T-72 here is completely blind. Bellajor will be hit here as well. Have Trooper Dragons doing their job. The bread is a problem, and we have a GG. As Wlastar just kinda fumbling this game number 2. Like, those early engagements just went too badly, and first cav, you can beat it in the early game. You can beat it in the long game. It is a really, really strong mid game to live. Like, in the early game you can beat it because it's Not the most cost-efficient opener. It doesn't have fort deployment. So if you get into good positions, you can beat it there. You can beat it in the long game because it can just run out of infantry and then you can abuse that. In the mid game, it has cost-efficient IVs, it has cost-efficient tanks, it has decent support from air and AA, and good artillery as well. So you don't beat it in the mid game. And yeah, if you let the early game run away like this on you, then it is a really powerful deck. And there were just a couple too many miss micros there on the T72, but Bendover was pinpoint accurate with the M1OD MOD micro, and then those beats just get you through. The M1 MODs here just getting really good kill feeds and just staying alive non-stop, but also the infantry combat, air combat also being fumbled, like the SU-15s overstepping their welcome a couple of times, like just not what we were used to from Wlastar, and that costs him the series here, and with that, the run in Division 1 this season. So, GGVP here, and I had him in as my favorite here, but Bendover making nullifying that, getting 2 victories here, moving into the into the semifinals, and making that a bit more interesting. Bendover looking strong. Question is, does he have enough American divisions for a best of 5? We'll figure it out in the semifinals, as he will play the winner of Bloody Knight versus Procomi. But we are going to move on now to Fortitude fans versus Griffon. So Griffon 65 versus Fortitude fans coming up next. I need a quick break, guys, and then we're gonna be back with the next one. So here we go again. Another quarterfinal ahead of us, and another time that we see the first US cavalry around. Going up here even in match number 1 in the game between Griffon and Fortitude fans. Picks and bans here. Pretty interesting as well. As we have Griffon banning Classic 2nd, Classic 11th, especially against fans. You don't want to get him on the 11th Armored Cavalry. He now has 1st Cavalry. Let's see if that works similarly. 4th Matcherino getting a lot of bans lately again. It is pretty powerful, but still interesting to see how much it gets. A good division for fans as well, though. Whilst on fans on the other side, banning the 79th, still a strong deck. 79th and 2nd should most likely still always be banned. 5th mob, still getting the hate. And then 2nd US infantry, which I believe is an anti-Griffon ban here. That division is solid, but I don't think it's that strong anymore. Like, against Procomi, you still want to ban it. Against Griffon, you might still want to ban it as well. And then, yeah, we have a KDA here against 5th Blindé. And then game number 2, 6 Leger versus 8. So I kind of hope we will see the KDA. We'll see how that goes. But maybe Fortitude can do it here again with 1st Cavalry, or maybe Griffon can show us how to finally counter that division. After we just saw a game where that just completely failed miserably. So this time around, once more, 1st Cavalry being the counter pick. So 9th US here coming, 9th US Panzer coming around. 9th GDR Panzer. Ist die Ostdeutsche 9. Panzerdivision coming around here with the T-72 MEVs moving to the front line with 60 frontal armor, 19 penetration, pretty decent T-72s. On the other side, we have a MOD from the get-go that is usually what we're gonna have to expect out of the division. You want to play around with these guys as much as possible, so makes sense to bring some in the opener. Normal M1 CP here coming around as well. All of these guys going to the north. And before we jump in here, quick shout out, guys, to the Matcherino, where you can assist crowdfunding this whole shebang. And you can do so via the link in the chat. Or you cannot, because that didn't work out yet. Can do so in a second though. And all you have to do is click the claim code button. I see a lot of you have done so in the last couple of days again. Thanks for that. And just add free money to the prize pool. By just clicking the link, you add 25 cents to the prize pool completely for free. Link is in the chats. And you can also obviously contribute directly. Big thanks to Mathieu and Cam Warrior here being the latest ones. In general, we already got a couple nice people here, like Praying Wolf, 24th, US, 36, Tali, and so on, getting us to 383. Closing in on the next stretch goal here of $400. And let's see if we can get there, guys. Much appreciating all the support. And if you want to support the channel, leave a like down below. And if you have a Twitch Prime laying around, or you want to support me directly so that I can afford doing this more next to my main job, leaving down a subscription on Twitch or becoming a channel member on YouTube helps out with that as well. Obviously, it gives you some nice emotes on both platforms too. So, much appreciated there. Plus, you get some shoutouts on some of the longer YouTube videos when you become a YouTube channel member and so on. So, yeah, a couple of nice perks there. And we have Bradley's moving up here from the rear now. We will see the focus on the north here. Well, it's on the other side. Griffon is actually sending the T-72s into the center, which is interesting because I would argue that these tanks here are better in the center, and that first Cav should go into the center usually when it comes to where can these units work the best, because you have long-range great ATGMs with the Bradleys, and you have fast long-range tanks with the M1s. Whilst the T-72s should use this usually somewhat lower ranges here between these forests in the north, where they can break line of sight quickly and use their high penetration and high frontal armor for their cost up there. But both go a bit against the grain here, and with that will kind of run past each other in suboptimal positions for their vehicles. But it's going to be interesting to see if either side can stop the other one. We have mod aufklärers in trucks, not in BMP1s. You can't get them in BMP2s with the East Germans. This is the only division that gets any BMP2s anyways, but you only get them for some of your mod schützen. We see the Fagot M BMP1s here. You could get the BMP1s with the Conquerors as well in this division. Okay, we see one card of mod aufklärer without. We see a second mod aufklärer with BMP1s. That one here going to the south. Whilst in the south for Fortitude fans, we only have a cavalry scout. No push here from either side down here, which could be an option as well. Trying to quickly go for the enemy one-pointer and making it weird that way, and then pushing into the center from the south. That's an approach that you can take as well. But Coop and Strela 10Ms here moving forward. And we have the Brett moving around. We have the Kev coming around. There's not that many. Usually only will see one card of Prats. And even if it's two cards of Prats, you won't see that many Prats. Like the average Bradley on the other side still can get one shot by the Conquerors. And the Conquerors does good damage against the M1s as well. So it's still worthwhile getting Conquerors in this. Like, with only 5 infantry slots and a lot of other decent infantry around, and the Brad being so expensive, you might not want to take two cards of it. We'll see what we will see here from Fortitude fans. Fortitude fans doing Fortitude fans things, bringing out 2 Phantoms early on, solidifying the air, and Griffon here getting into it. The SU-22 there was a weird investment, not gonna lie. Like, the Coop and the Strela here failing to do anything, that's obviously unfortunate a bit, but still, SU-22 here, we always see whoever invests more into air usually lose on this map. With Fortitude defense on the other side, we might see a lot of air investment still from him, and he somehow still usually can make it work, but whoever invests heavily into strike aircraft usually gets got on this map. So hopefully Griffon doesn't do that. It's somehow still showing up in Division 1 all the time that people try to air spam on this map, which is super narrow, meaning that you can set up an air defense network quite quickly, plus the air spawns are pretty close to the front line so that you can send up fighter aircraft quite quickly as well. Whilst artillery is super efficient on the map, so people who use M110s on this map usually get rewarded quite bigly, whilst people who try to use stuff like the SU-22 too much usually get caught. Losing one here obviously is not the end of the world, but still leaves you a bit behind here as Griffon. So Griffon should be fine with getting the center for free and then play heavily defense now against what will come here from Fortitude fans. Aero Scouts moving forward. M1, MOD moving around. Next T-72 MVP. Like that. We have a Storm S here in the middle as well. BMP1 trying to get a shot down this road to this under lockdown. Keep an option open for getting into this forest here as the red player later on. MEV here starting the infantry engagements. Ooh, M1K here getting involved. Doesn't quite find the shot against the Pred. Cav smoking off. Aero Scouts with laws are close, so the T-72 might want to disengage there a bit. ATGM failing to hit the 50 cal Jeep here. Aero Scouts now getting around. T-72 pushed back as the MOD is pushing forward. BMP-1 moving around. More Mordschützen engaging. The Recon's Humvee here doing a good job. It only has good optics, but still helps out spotting something like that Recon BMP-1 there. MEVs existing here around the block. Avenger not being spotted by the T-72 here. Cavalry Scouts have a Dragon 2, which is even against T-72s decent. Oh, Tractor up here gets got here as the reinforcement. AA going down a bit. But Griffon still doesn't want to use a cluster bomber here with the 2 Phantoms on the other side. You still should try to clear this out with your ground units. As GM's firing around the block. Tank here in the north gets hit long range by the M1. Pulp Breach leaving some extra damage. MOD and T-72 both getting damaged quite heavily here. Storm moving around. Good movement here. Like that a lot. To get into a position where it can assist up north and also lock down this part of the map a bit further. Good hit here by the T-72 against the Cav. MEV trying to get the finishing blow here. Trying to deal with the Bradley in the north as well. BMP-1's assisting. Both sides here preserving the key units quite well. MEV in the north. I believe it already smoked. Fails to hit twice here. And the M1 Abrams now coming in for the kill and will finish it. Unfortunate that it missed twice against the Bradley there on relatively short range. Cav Trooper 84 does go down. And the M1 here does get missed again. 2 veterancy MEVs here missing that many shots. That's not common. Finally the Bradley goes down. Recon Bradley getting eliminated. Oh, CV helicopter here from fans. Interesting. As engineers under fire as well. Cav goes down. So Griffon striking back a bit. Needs some supply units here. Has a URL here on this point. This is good. MOD on the other side needs supply as well. So Fortitude fans can't push easily in as well. And we have a +2 here still for Griffon. F-16 cluster coming around. Just Coop. Coop is here. Coop does get a hit. Umbrella does fail. Can the Coop finish it? No, it cannot. But this will at least be out for a while. T-72 M1K here. Forced to fall back now. Recon infantry mostly down. This here is a really important one. A couple of reinforcement recon units here. BRM1 and Mod Aufklärer already on the way. Griffon realizing that as well. T-72S. This has the severe missile. Can be quite nice in this matchup. Severe, I believe, will be good enough. Yeah, should be good enough to one-shot the Brad. So that is also interesting there. With 15 penetration difference, it will deal exactly 11 damage. So that's a nice little coincidence there. And the tank in general, pretty good one. Especially when you use it from here. It can be nice from the top of the map as well. You only get 1 card. With 2 red here coming in again. So availability is pretty low. Bradley here gets pushed by the Storm. As the Warriors coming in here. Warriors make a lot of sense. They are pretty cheap. So next to the Brad, which are your expensive TVs, those are the cheaper ones. Plus, they go really fast. They are the fastest IV in the game. And they are the same speed as your M1s, so they can keep up with the M1s quite nicely. BMP1 here going down. M1 helping out against the Mod Clearer, but at the same time MEV helping out against the Aero Scouts. So both sides here taking some pot shots. Storm trying to get into a better spot where it is outside of the enemy autocannon range. Not finding a hit here. Mod Clearer getting pushed back as well, so Griffon maybe has to reinforce the center here, but currently giving ground in the north, which is the correct choice. Brad not going down there. T-72S firing on the move, which leaves its accuracy somewhat to be desired, but now gets the kill. Bradley does kill the Storm, but Storm also kills the Bradley here, so decent trade there for Griffon, killing off a good recon Bradley. It's the T-72S now is using its severe missile like you want to do it. Getting a hit against the MOD, immediately putting the cohesion on normal, reducing its accuracy and its rate of fire a good bit. But Apache! Oh, great flank here. Smoke is just in time here by Griffon. Good reaction there. That flank coming a bit out of nowhere here from Fortitude fans. Great usage of the river there. Iglas will try to get the shots on. Oh, they get the kill! Apache immediately down. The Iglas were in the perfect spot there. Griffon moving them forward. Great micro there from Griffon. And Northern situation here currently not looking as threatening right now for the player in red anymore. Has to be careful here to not get overrun in the center now though. As pushing back into the north, not gonna be easy either, but some important wins here lately for Griffon. 7.6mm MG, engaging the cavalry scouts. And yeah, the Iglas here. 0 vet Iglas actually, so quite fortunate that they get the double hit there against the 20 ECM. Whilst the Mod Schützen and the 7.6mm MG here holding the line on the defense. Whilst we have the Phantom in the sky, MiG-23 ML up here as well. MUVs, M2s moving around. MUV moving now into the center. This is key. The TOW2As here are pretty scary. Artillery should be coming up in the near future to deal with these kind of positions. You only get one card of 2 TOW2s, so these TOW2s are really limited in number. MUV here gets hit hard by one of them on the long range. Oh, Griffon actually trying to push in the north. Not finding these armored rifles beforehand though, and gets side-shotted there. The MEV needs to get the hell out. The T-72S here using its long-range severe missiles quite nicely. As the armored rifles now get finished off. MOD pushing forward. T-72S now only having its gun. Getting a turret stuck crit, but should disengage there out of this position now. Doesn't have a smoke anymore. Smoke coming down from the mortars though, but this T-72 should not be sacrificed like this. It keeps on going. The MEVs here intercepting as well, but good smoke there, and the T-72S goes down. Another Apache bites the dust in the middle. Phantom gets shut down, flying over all the enemy air defenses here as well. Ooh. Phantom gets hit another time, will be out for a while, so rates here still pretty okay for Griffon. In my eyes, overextended slightly there in that northern engagement, but did get good damage on the enemy as well. The MOD nearly going down, that would have been a good kill. You don't get endless numbers of these either, as only 2 on 1 vet, so that's what they come at, so you only get 4 if you take both cards like that. And now we have a Napalm Drud coming around here, sending a lot of flames onto all of these infantry units here. Burning down the Avenger and the supply truck. Burning down these Cav troopers as well here in a second. Already aiming for the forest in the north. MiG-23s here coming around to push back the Phantom. Phantom goes down. A-10 coming in. A-10 does get one hit, but will go down as well. Griffon with some big W's here. Has to get his tanks out of there now. Tanks are getting hunted from the other side. Both of them pretty low. Both of them without smoke. One of them goes down, so that at least repays the situation here a bit for our player in blue. As the Napalm comes down, though, does nail the M1 CP. M1 CP does go down in the forest. The Napalm Grud does do it. And we have a GG called. And with that, we have Griffon winning game number 1, showing you how to dismantle the first Cav. Really, really strong knife panzer play here out of Griffon. Some fortunate shots there, obviously, as well, but that's has to go both way. Over time, RNG still balances out, and really good micro here. And the Napalm, yeah, that's Ninth Panzer's secret weapon for situations like this. Just completely setting a flame. And I'm pretty sure Fortitude fans didn't say he loves the smell of napalm in the afternoon there at that point. First Cavalry eating a bit of their own medicine there. Really, really great game here from Griffon, and yeah, good opener there. But a weird, as I said, it was a bit weird to choose this north for the engagements here from Fortitude fans. Tried to get there with the bit, trying to catch the enemy off guard, but Griffon reacted really, really well. The T-72 micro across the board was pretty good. Fortitude fans, Armored micro was pretty strong as well. Like, Fortitude fans, Tanks micro has become one of the best in the game by now as well. He's not only the aircraft guy, but the aircraft actually left him down here. The Apaches, the A-10s, didn't work out this time around, and that's what is the kill difference here, and that's kind of what ruined his front line position there, because once you take that many losses as first, you are a pretty expensive division. Replacing them is not easy. So Griffon up 1-0 here. Fortitude fans now on the line, as we will go towards match number 2. Well, not really on this map, though. The SC-22s didn't... Like, the SC-22 that tried to come around in the earlier game just completely failed. And on this map, whoever air spams usually loses. But, yeah. Nope. But to unpause. But yeah, Fortitude fans versus Griffon, game number 2. And Griffon coming around in blue on the right side here with the 6 Leger Clean Day. But Fortitude fans bringing around one of the OG divisions, 8 Fierce Infantry, and a division that he has shown good results in the past as well. But 6 on this map has to play relatively explosive. They have to get good spots for their AMXs, and then try to get their relatively strong but somewhat limited in number and cost infantry into those spots to hold them. And on the other side, the HVS usually can play the long game a good bit better. It has more 10 fantastic artillery. It has really relatively strong variation of solid infantry, including some Ranger Special Forces. So the other side has the Crab, so Special Forces infantry on both sides. And you have a great mix of tanks. You have the M60A3, which nowadays is a really solid medium tank. The penetration is still lackluster. In this matchup, he's for sure still gonna do great damage against the AMX-10s on the other side. You don't one-shot them, which is still an issue, but with 12 frontal armor, they don't one-shot you either, and you at least can fire on them back on max range, which is pretty important, with good accuracy, so chances are you will get some hits, and with 2 or 3 M60s at once, you're for sure always gonna get an AMX-10 killed on the other side, with 1 salvo of fire. 50 cal here, pretty important as well as fire support for the infantry. You get a solid air tap on both sides. I like the one of the 6 Leger a bit more. They have good Jaguar bombers, and the Mirage 2000s are decent fighters. The F-16 on the other side, not bad either, though. And you have some decent strike aircraft here on the blue on the HQS side as well. Helicopters, you get some light classic Gazelles here, including the Gazelle AA Celtics here. And yeah, the Gazelle Cannon, which can clean up enemy infantry quite nicely. Both sides not having any IFVs. You have some VAB APCs here on the right side. You can come around with armored 13s, but outside of that, not that many armored transports around on the HVS side of things. So that's a bit of a weakness of both divisions, the lack of autocannons. But going to be interesting to see how that M60 opener here will do. 5 M60s, including 1 leader. So Fortitude fans is just saying, I will find enough of your MX10s and just shoot them down on range. Like, this is basically the game plan here, I believe. Like, having a nucleus of M60s and saying, you can touch this. Your MX10s can't grind away against this. Because I will always shoot back when you shoot at me, because the recon numbers here will be high enough of cheap scouts and the M2 HPs coming around with the M60s to then allow shooting back, and the really light French wheeled tank destroyers / recon cars here, basically. Like, good gun, terrible frontal armor. So you will take a lot of shots back here. And with the 17 pen, as I said, the M60A3 can take some hits. Better than, for example, a Leo 1 or an MX30 could. So you can, with smoke micro, usually survive against the MX10s here quite nicely, but they can't do anything against your plop. The question is just, what do you do when the enemy then starts flanking around you? And how much space on the map does Fortitude fans have to sacrifice for this really focused push here towards Bravo? Like, can he still hold on somewhat to Foxtrot? Charlie obviously seems to be given up from the get-go, but MX10s here on the other side try to go pretty deep as well. We only have some Fireteam 84s here in the north playing defense. Usually not the most card efficient unit in this deck, because the issue is usually Fireteam 84s in other divisions you get with Bradleys. You don't get them with Bradleys here. You can only bring them in the Humvee. So it's a 6-man infantry squad that takes the whole infantry card away from you. But it is pretty cost efficient on the defense like this. 84 good launcher, and it can hold enemy infantry when it is in a defense position quite well as well for 35 points. So yeah, gonna be interesting here. iHawk coming in with this, so this is important, Stinger and iHawk, to stop Jaguar Cluster from ruining this M60 blob strategy. And yeah, we have a lot of M60s lobbing in here. MX10 RC will move through the north. The VAB Legion, the MX10 RC Legion moving here through the south as well. The Recon Legionnaire ones, they only get the Resolute trait. They don't get the extra penetration on armor. The ones in the tank tab, they get 19 pen and 4 frontal armor, which in a matchup against the M60 would be quite significant. Yeah, Gazelle's cannons here moving around. Oh, actually just trying to hunt down the fire team here after the Orchidee. Recon helicopter found them. Dust got slightly buffed lately, 5 points cheaper now. Obviously not a massive change, but nice little recon helicopter. Looking fantastic as well. And yeah, finds the enemy here. Will disengage. Cannon actually not going after it, and the Stinger likely will find this little helicopter here in a second. Here comes the shot. And the Cannon does survive it, but likely will get a second and maybe even a third shot against it as well. Trying to get away here. And one of them likely will kill it. There we go. MX10s though in position. Orchidee scouting that there's no infantry with AT in front of them. So really good usage of this recon helicopter. We have an MX10 Legion in decent spot here in Foxtrot as well. But the M60s actually decided to go to that point instead. Whilst Griffon is just using the speed here of the French light division to rampage into alpha. We have a good couple of M113s with dragons coming around. They will win the fights against the VABs. That's why you use them with the dragon. That's a decent choice here. Coming in with only fireteam loss, that's also pretty cost efficient, but hard efficiency wise, only okay. So interesting choice there. But yeah, dealing with the VABs here can be nice. In a weird setting, they also could maybe get some hits against AMX-10 RCs, though the short-range dragon should usually not be able to get a hit off there. And in a 1v1 situation, the AMX-10 will still fire first and likely kill you on those ranges, but the M60 ball is getting bigger. 2 more M60s coming up. I like the idea behind this. I just wonder how much time and how many points that will cost Fortitude fans here, and if he actually can come back from the point deficit that is already starting to build up here. Index 10 RC Legion getting hit, has to fall back. Got slowed down a bit there. Is not the fastest off-road. Only going 65 off-road, so the M60s actually move faster. One of them gets hit. The MX-10 actually hitting on the move there, I believe. Maybe he just stopped at last second, realizing that he's going to get shot anyway. But yeah, M68 A3CV being the one hit. That's an important hit there. The M60 now is just trying to get the point here, stopping the +3. Well, yeah, Griffon is now realizing exactly what's going on. He is answering this with as many Apilas launchers in his rear zone. You don't want to lose the +2 zone and center, plus a couple of 80 gems as possible, which makes perfect sense. Milan 2 doesn't have the most amazing range, only outranges the M60 by 175 meters, so that's a bit of an issue. You would love to have some toes in this matchup. M60s are not the fastest tanks, so if you can outrange them with 80 gems, you can force them back. So obviously with this many M60s, you also can just chain smoke. M35 here should move up to repair this M60, but yeah, here the side push goes. Mortar coming around with the smoke. The Apilas Legionnaires should likely now realize this and just both unload here, but they're trying to push an Apilas infantry division just head on with this much smoke. I'm interested to see how this works out. This could get a disaster for the defense. Running into too many of these launchers and you're just gonna get absolutely melted. But going to be interesting to see what happens. LR8C here likely gonna have to take the first side shot that it can. Trying to at least gain some value here. Doesn't get a side shot. Only gets a frontal hit there. Another launcher shot. Trying to micro here. But yeah, still just knows that it's dead. So it's just now trying to use its LRAC shots as efficiently as possible. Leaving the building while it's reloading the LRC. Then jumping back in to get the shot out. Gets another hit here. Maximizing the damage and also the time that it costs the enemy here to do all this. It's the M113 Dragons here now, moving around. Helicopters getting into defensive positions. P4s trying to get around the flank. There's the +3 or +2 now. Must take on. So that's the great news here for Griffon right now. That he's currently getting a relatively free +2. Realizing that was key here. That he moved in so quickly to Alpha, locking down Alpha. Now has to use his AMXs for trying to gain some value here. But the first one here immediately has to smoke off. Disengaging. Obviously, every interception that you can get here would be great. Chaparral doesn't get hit. Apilas Legionnaires in a good spot. M110 here might be big now. That we see a lot of reinforcing infantry now. The other side, some AMXs moving in as well. Okay, more AMXs. Okay, interesting. As the infantry numbers here for Griffon are decent in this. Legion, the Milan 2 here gets a shot out. Oh, M60 with side shot. Does not get hit there. The Legion Milan leaving Griffon down. Now the smoke will try to get on top of this. Oh. Likely won't track here. Yeah. Will lose track. M60 breaks line of sight. ABs. They have to be careful here. The dragons are exactly here for this scenario. Smoke is dissipating. Smoke now falling in the center of the zone. 500-point lead. That's something that you take in the first 10 minutes of this map. But you obviously have to also keep it. So yeah, having a couple of tank guns here, coming around, dealing with the pushing infantry, killing off a fireteam law here. That's nice. Fireteam law, obviously, point-wise, absolutely replaceable. Only 30-point unit, but still don't want to get it going to any good spots. 1 or 2 ATGMs on the side of Fortitude fans here. Could be nice now too. Stinger team gets got. As the Legion MX-10s now falling back. Those are the strong ones with the 19 penetration, 4 frontal armor. They are a good bit scarier for the M60s on the other side. And dealing extra damage per hit and also being able to survive their shots a bit better. So yeah, +2 here going on. Fortitude fans with the tournament game on the line, going for a really crazy strategy. And so far, he gets checked by Griffon here. Griffon really using the intel power that 6 Leger can get from its good recon helicopter, from numerous amounts of strong combat recon units like the Spahays, like the AMX RC Legion, seeing what's going on and so far checking it. But now Fortitude fans keeps off the smoking on the flank and is going for Bravo. That would stop the tick at least. That would be a start here. Cav shooting at the spies, getting a good hit. The Legions MX-10s here trying their best, getting around the battlefield. Yeah, scouts getting hit. But the smoke now breaks the line of sight here completely. Apila's infantry obviously pretty important. Killing off the enemy scout infantry would be big. Ooh, MX-10 Legion gets double tapped by the M60s. 60s keep on pushing forward. 20 voltage Apilas trying to get into a defensive position. 700 points lead. Even if this zone is captured, it would only stop the tick, not turn around the tide. This here in the rear is the +2 pointer. That's why Fortitude fans tried to go for it. This would have given him the +2. Now he's just going for stopping the tick and also getting obviously a strong position on the map and trying to reduce the flank on his side. But M60 goes down. He gets an AMX-10 on the other side as well though. Point-wise, that's a pretty good trade, decent trade. Like 1 for 1 is okay there for Fortitude fans. But he's here now going down. He needs to keep the M60 fire line shooting as the 20 voltage Apilas trying to rotate into better positions to try to get some shots on these M728 Cavs. Getting some good hits here would be big. Gazelle Cannon here trying to figure out the front line. Obviously, if you realize the enemy has too little AA, might be able to strike it, but there is a Chaparral there, 2 Eyehawks, so the Jaguars should not come around here right now. Legion AMX-10 now getting into the engagement, but they are not in a good spot here right now. Get 1 M60s, but they should take that and leave. One of them going down to the toe too. And yeah, the other ones now taking their leave, getting the hell out of there. F stunning down the Legion unit. Hot Zeldo gets a good hit. Apilas infantry will get another shot out here, will get another hit. Gazelle Hot not getting another one here. Yeah, the Apilas finishes the job, getting the first of the CEVs. Those are really nice units for pushing against infantry as well, so starting to kill some of them off, pretty important here as well. Griffon trying to take some ground here, trying to get this forest back under control, but his unit there may be overextending a bit. Obviously the smoke currently being controlled by Fortitude fans, so Fortitude fans knows where the smoke comes up next. Griffon doesn't know that. That's a powerful little thing as play around as well, and it doesn't really make much sense for Griffon to counter smoke and try to break it up himself right now. He doesn't really have the units to exploit it. Fortitude fans army does that better right now. The M60 being checked here before it can get into the zone, that's nice for Griffon. Keeping up the tick a bit longer, is now nearly at 1000 points, and Griffon now going in with a bit of a gamble here, pushing up the MXs forward on the flank, saying that you will likely have your reinforcements here maybe a bit overextending. Also can check the Rangers with that potentially. And push back this infantry push here. Bradley from the rear trying to help out. So far, I would say kills and deaths on both sides relatively equal. Maybe slightly in favor of the Fortitude fence, but obviously the position situation here is still good for Griffon, and if Fortitude fence wants to take it, he likely will have to sacrifice a couple more units. Griffon has to be careful here. Oh, no, Bradley stopped shooting at the AMX-10, but AMX-10 here, I don't think it wants to do this. Two M60s here pushing forward. Yeah, realizing now that this is not the engagement you're looking for. Two Hawks and a Tow Cobra coming around, but there is a TRM, Tharusk, there's a Crotel. Crotel gets the kill against the Hog. Tharusk coming around as well. VAB here trying to save the MX-10. This will likely go down. Oh no! VAB Legion with good hits. Okay, both sides go down. But yeah, killing off some helicopters here. Taking away Cobras that are really scary for your AMX-10s. Still nice for Griffon. Trading one AMX-10 for it. That's okay. Rotel here in a decent spot. Smoke coming around everywhere. The siege of Fortitude fence is now really close, but he is behind over 1,000 points on Black Forest now. Hawks push it back. MX-10 Legion. This open field is not something that Griffon has control over anymore. This push here is an interesting one. The game is starting to get weird here. Celtic, all missing so far. But the F-16 cluster also didn't drop its bombs. Can the Crotel finish it off? It can't! F-16 lucky there that it survives. But on the other hand, also the MX lucky that bombs didn't drop. So, in the end, neither side loses a unit there. But now AMX is here, pushing a bit too deep. And yeah, they can't take these fights against the M60 blobs. This is what this whole strategy was built around, and so far, Fortitude fence is finally making some headway. Will stop the tick now. 1,100 points. He has to figure out how to get it. He still has 24 minutes for it, so more than half of the game to get to half of the hit points. But that won't be easy. The rears here seems to be rather secure. The Apilas units still will check any overextension. And he already sacrificed a good couple of infantry units for the pushes, and his infantry is just the weaker one now because he uses so many fire teams. So his infantry tab is not as many mech rifles as it could be, which means that in general your infantry numbers might be not as high as we are used to from other HUS games. We have a good couple of Rangers here coming around. Rangers and Ranger Dragons give you a decent amount of Special Forces infantry, so that makes perfect sense. Oh, one of them, actually, okay, weird position. Not quite sure what that Ranger thought. I thought it would go deep, but it only has the law, so being an ambush unit not make perfect sense either. +1 here now achieved. What I would like to see out of Griffon is the good rapid-firing artillery piece now. To check something like this, to get some kills there. We saw that working out quite well yesterday for Stardeck. And yeah, MX 10RC now being killed off by the Tow Cobra. And they get found out too far forward. Tow Cobras really checked them nicely. Scouts going down here. Aircraft troopers likely going to go down here as well in a second. As the next scout unit here being checked. Losing individual scouts, not that big of a problem. Question is just how many of them does Fortitude fans have? Because once you start losing your recon units in too high of a number and you run out of recon units, then finding the MX-10s in tree lines is going to be a pain. And Griffon here now using his own smoke play with good infantry movement to get a CV back in here to check the tick. 22 minutes on the clock. As we have smoke mortars dropping around on both sides rigorously. Really, really good play with great moves from both sides. This is what high level WARNO is supposed to look like. And Milan 2 here now getting involved. Gets the M60A3 hit. down to 2 hit points. Grenadier Voltage Apilas moving forward. MX-10s trying to get the shots they can take. But having to be always careful that not a couple of M60s come around. Ooh, big reinforcement wave here, using the speed of the Black Hawks. But oh! Disaster! Crotel gets 2 of them at once. The last one is routed. Crotel can't get another shot out, but the Mistral can. Oh, aircraft troopers, 3 of them going down with the Black Hawks. That's both pricey in unit costs, but also especially pricey because that's your 10 hit point unit that is supposed to be able to duel with the enemy 10 hit point infantry. So losing them, now being reduced to more fire teams and a couple of rangers that you got. The rangers here really important. Couple of fire teams here already getting melted. Like, that shows you how much of an advantage the French have, especially once they are on the defense. French, just like West German infantry, terrible on the offense, but really solid on the defense. All their weapons are terrible in motion accuracy or can't even fire on the motion. But once they are in a position, French infantry is hard to push out because they have good hit points and decent fire output on the defense with their battle rifles. Like, that's why the French always want to push with their vehicles and then hold the ground with their infantry, because next to the good firepower, they also have good AT launchers, so vehicles can't push into them easily either. And that's why having Alpha here, or having infantry in Alpha, is so big for Griffon. The move with the infantry in here now, quite nice as well. And yeah, the loss of 3 aircraft troopers here, this might be devastating for Fortitude's fans attack here. M60s holding the side here. Bahi's under fire. Legion Milan 2 trying its best to assist once more. We'll see if that can succeed. Gets a decent hit. More artillery coming in. We have a TOW 2 dying, as the artillery finally has arrived as well. The TRF 455mm is in a bit of a scary position here, feeling itself and getting closer. Oh no, I don't think that's the move. Doesn't have direct fire roll. The Milan 2 is forced to disengage as well. This should move back here or something. Like, this is not a unit you want to have nearly in gun range here. Like, it's 100 meters away from gun range now. Griffon, this is not the play. That gets killed by an M60. That would be really unfortunate, as Fortitude fans once more rotating around to the south. Is now down 1,100 points again. Yeah, 105mm now realizing that. A burst being pushed here in the rear. The Rangers did their job. New Legionnaires coming in to help out, replacing the lost units, but they killed the CV. Crotel likely gets the scout. Yes, gets the scout. New Sappers and Apilas infantry here could still come in, but now Ranger of Dragons coming in as well, as we have a lot of VABs here trying to assist with some smoke. Grenadier Voltigier, Apilas moving around. The Rangers here coming in from the rear. The Apilas Legionnaires not catching them beforehand. That's quite a nice catch. Oh, Humvees just being found and being sold now. So giving the enemy some 60 points, or 120 point swing in this case, because that's 60 points that you don't sell, that the enemy will sell. So a nice little victory there for Griffon. Basically getting gifted another AMX. iHawk and F-16 going down, as the Grenadier Voltige Apilas, they're getting forward, and the iHawks really playing aggressive gameplay here, because they don't want to have any of the enemy Jaguars ruin these M60 blobs. So this big win here for Fortitude fans, but his push against the rear here still being somewhat stuck, and the fight in the middle here, Griffon lately with the better kills there. The M60 numbers is still pretty high, but one overextends here, gets got, is trying to fight back, will get the MX-10. The Milan 2 gets to fire, but doesn't get the hit, as the M60 leader pushed back here. LRS pushing forward without the MX-10. There's little to check it right now. More of them coming around here. P4 Milan has another good line of sight, gets a hit, but not a kill, as the F-16 comes around. The Crotel in the north out of ammo, but there is still a Mistral here. Can the Mistral find the kill? It cannot. Another good kill there. Seed plane does go down on the north here. Yes, we have another scout helicopter trying to come around. We have a lot of French infantry here in the zone fighting against the Rangers. Legionnaire Sappers using their satchel charges efficiently here to assist with these fights. Flamethrower unit coming out as well as the Legionnaires holding the front line here now. And now the Flamethrower infantry coming in, yeah, pushing this all back. Getting the finish on the Rangers would be good. One finished off, the other one though does escape. Every Ranger that you finish can't be repaired, so those would be pretty important. Recon unit goes down. AMX Spies tries to push around the flank here. This Spies is going a bit too far, but the LRS at least goes down. That's an important Recon unit going down, but the Spies going down for it. Whilst the Rangers close in on the CV here in the north. The CV might want to smoke off and just disengage. Oh yeah, has way too much fire. It has a smoke round. There's a sword grenade. It should use it. It's not using it. Griffon... Yeah, okay, smoke here in behind. Wait. Oh, it used it here. Okay, I just missed where it used it. Okay, good usage there for that. Well, it's the fire support from the north tries to get around, but the Ranger Dragons here doing a good job as well. Milan 2, obviously, you want to have that fire, but on the other side, you also want to keep your leader alive, as we have more AMX-10s coming around. 155mm had to disengage a bit, is aiming now for the enemy CV here. In the middle, the CV of Griffon does go down. Is Milan doing its best to try to get some kills here. Dragon engaging the Milan 2, but will die against the 7.6mm MG here if it doesn't disengage here in a second. We have, meanwhile, another cluster bomber run, not hitting the RMX-10 in the zone. The Mud CV goes down before it can finish the capture, so the take has been stopped again. 15 minutes to go. M60 is here going down as well. The Ranger Dragon goes down to the 7.6mm MG, so both sides once more taking losses, and the difference in points only has been closed by a couple dozen points here by Fortitude fans, whilst the time has gotten taken down here by his opponent. Griffon only needs to hold the enemy on a +1 tick or lower now. +1 tick would not get his opponent there. Even a +2 tick will start to be close. So what we need to see here from Fortitude fans is basically a +3 or more. With Alpha and Bravo both captured in the hands of the red team, that would be a +3. That would be good enough. Obviously, there's always the chance of getting a +2 or more out of Delta. +4 if you capture it completely. But that also wouldn't be easy. UH helicopter here just trying to face check what is there. That's 45 points sacrificed for it, but gives you the intelligence, especially also where the enemy CV is, and that's exactly the target, but Griffon exactly smelling out what is going on, is disengaging with the MX-10. Great movement there by Griffon. We have another A-10 here around, plus the bomber being pushed back. But yeah, fantastic read there by Griffon, exactly knowing what his opponent was doing there. Good idea from 40 defense, but good micro there on the side of our player in blue as well. Ranger Dragon here now being the target of the 155mm guns, doing their job now. But we need to see some more reinforcements here flowing in for the Norfolk Griffon, because this Ranger plop, 2 Rangers and a couple of fire teams, military police with M67. The military police trait also reducing the stress that gets received from something like the flamethrower, which is pretty big because flamethrowers deal good stress damage. So reducing that a bit with the military police around, that's quite key here. The units of Griffon disengaging a bit further. MX-10 might have to be careful here as the Legionnaires get into a defense position here now. Stress from the satchel charge routing one of the Rangers. Legionnaires and Sappers here trying to hold. The TRM-2000 coming a bit too late. And the AMX-10 trying to use its gun run now. Mistral and Croatel are reloaded. Mistral gets a hit. Croatels fail to do so just yet. Get a hit now as well. Might get another shot off here. Not quite. So the A-10 will survive. And its gun run did decide to firefight in favor of Fortitude defense. So Griffon should get the MX-10 RC out there. Will give the enemy the +2 here. At the current stage, that would be really close in points. with a 80 points per minute tick. And we see Fortitude fans also now trying to go for the kill here now. Artillery did kill the Ranger Dragon here. See Hot 2 still around. We still see AMX 10s around. It seems like Fortitude fans is starting to get some value. This AMX 10 will go down here through the AT launchers, just a couple too many around. Killing off the Rangers here would still be nice. A lot of them are pretty low, but MR10's not firing, the 155mm is not firing in that direction right now. Fortitude fans moving his Eyehawks nicely, and now has a big tank plop and a good amount of infantry here pushing forward. Blackhawks just trying to check the enemy AA so that the A10 maybe can use the lack of ammunition on the other side afterwards. PRMs, Mistrals all opening up fire against the Blackhawk. But they also kind of work as scout here, as we have a Mirage coming around, F-16 on the other side, coming in after the Mirage. Eyehawks all getting the kill there as well, and the cluster coming in for the mortars. Okay, will get one of the mortars, might die for it. Rotel still has one shot. Okay, Mistral has a shot. Okay, that does it. This time around it doesn't escape. But we see the CV moving in here. That is the +4 that Fortitude fans wants. Still a lot of infantry in the zone, so by no means does he have this zone securely, especially not with the 155mm artillery now firing on short range directly on both of the spots where his units are at. So this is likely going to get pushed out, but it gives him some valuable tech here. Even the couple of seconds on the +4 here currently change the equation. The +2 afterwards likely would be enough for him to make the difference. M60 gets overrun by MX-10s. F-16 running into the north, just trying to strafe down stuff. There is AA up there, so the F-16 is likely going to get pushed in a second. New CV coming up north. Mistrals, Mirages moving around as well. The M60 here still staying alive. M60 number, though, has been whittled down quite significantly, so the AMXs here now might have the upper hand. I don't believe that's quite the case yet, though, as there are still a couple more here. AMXs getting the engagement. E4 Milan assisting further. As the next M60 comes around, the AMXs get reduced in number. M60s go down in numbers as well, though. Both sides here taking a significant amount of losses. So in the end, a pretty equal trade. E4 Milan might help out the Spahis here to finish the job. It misses here. M60 moving back. Legionnaires trying to find the leader. Don't find it. With the LRAC, they would be likely able to finish it off. MX-10 here has to be careful of the TOW 2. And yeah, goes down to it. The TOW 2 position here is strong. Whilst the Legionnaires should move into this smoke. They can find it in there and fire the AT launcher. Yeah, they find it now. Get the kill now. But the +4 has been enough that the Griffon now needs to at least reduce the enemy to a +1. +2 would be enough now for our player in red to get the W. So this was a pretty sacrificial move, and it did cost our player in red here, did cost Fortitude fans a lot of units. His push potential here now is in shambles, but it might just get enough points to do so. To get away with a W here in the end. Really clutch game. AMX-10 taking the long road instead of going directly in here. Taking even the way through the water, slowing it down further. Interesting. Every second here right now counts. Every second that this is a +2 instead of a +1 is significant in favor of Fortitude fans. Whilst he has attritioned away his own air force, he has attritioned away his tank force. But he also has whittled away the AMX-10 numbers significantly here as well. Issue for him is just that the enemy infantry is still relatively solid. The Legionnaire here might want to move in here now as well. Oh, that's just a Humvee. MX-10 gets spooked by it though. Moves even further to try to get around. 155mm howitzers still on the hunt for the enemy Chaparrals and Eyehawks, but this micro keeps on being great by Fortitude fans. Whilst we see 7.6mm MGs moving in here. Legionnaires trying to move in there as well. The TOW2. Oh! Gets the kill on the CV. There's another CV here around, but this TOW2 position, absolutely devastating. Artillery here firing onto the ranger position. This is good as well, but this TOW2 being able to get away on this spot for so long is really, really bad for Griffon. The 155mm is now aiming. Should afterwards maybe go either for this or for the TOW2. Okay, smoke is coming down on it instead. The Grenadier Voltigier and Sappers holding the line here. The CP Mud is still around. P4 could actually try to take this position now. But the flank, you also obviously don't want to give that up too easily here. Military police patrol and the Rangers go down. The Legionnaires getting friendly fired. That could be significant. As on full health, they would have a good shot winning against the aircraft troopers on 0 vet here. Oh, and the AMX-10 RC gets found. Needs to pop smoke. Not popping smoke. Not popping smoke. Goes down. This not smoking off right now. Massive mistake by our player in blue. Needed to keep that CV alive. Now, we only have one CV on the battlefield here. On the blue side of things. And we have the +2 going up in a second here again. For Fortitude fans. Griffon. Oh no, there is another P4 here. Oh, A10. F16. Failing to get the hit there. Line of sight was broken last second. Mistral's here. Getting on top of it. And the second F16 here trying to come around. Likely not gonna have a great time either. The F16's just doing their best here to do something, but all three got pushed out, meaning that with the repair time and only 4 minutes remaining, they won't be able to get it. +2 down to 0. No tick right now. Fortitude fans gets the +1 back. That's 40 points per minute. That is not going to be enough. He still needs 300 points. 5 minutes remaining, or 4.5 minutes remaining. He needs the +2. He needs the +2. He is going after the P4. The P4 is being protected though. But currently, if the smoke clears out here, the P4 might be found out. The Sapper Flam here doing a good job killing the aircraft troopers. 7.6mm MG moving forward as well. P4 wants to move a bit there. MR10 is aiming close to it, but not directly on top of it. Rask and co. Trying to go after the UH. P4 likely gonna get shot here in a second. The mud. Oh, what is the mud doing? Okay. Mud just with the zone movement, I guess, trying to figure out where the enemy CV is at. The AMX-10 here is now moving into a position where it can potentially either move up north. Oh! Oh! CV in the north. What a play. That's going to get the +3 here. That is going to be enough. The cluster trying to come around, but gets shut down as well. The AMX-10 has to move up there. New CV is on the map, but that's going to be too late. Oh, it got past just barely. It will get killed off here by the 7.6mm, but yeah, the lack of an AT here, the Apilas unit not being on the north, not being on the south here, there's a bit of a misposition there by Griffon not repositioning that, and that gives the CV the zone here to Fortitude fans. And the P4 in the middle gets pushed out by the Cavs as well. So this even likely is going to get a +4 here in a second. 3 minutes still remaining. That would be 160 points per minute. That's more than enough here now. Only 140 points difference now between the two players. The Milan still doing the job. TV still could move around. The P4 is already good enough here. The AMX-10 should move in here. Movement mistake by Griffon. Shouldn't send both up there. He still needs to get the P4 in here. This P4 in here, this MX in here, and this P4 can go up there. But this MX-10 going where it's going right now, this is a mistake. This is a big mistake. And yeah, the P4 in the middle here now, that tries to go in there. If he gets both zones flipped, he only will stop the tick though, and likely the point lead will be with Fortitude fans until he gets anywhere. Not likely, it will be in the hands of Fortitude fans. Only 40 points different now. That's only 15 seconds at this point. So, yeah, the move of the CV in the north, making this a game for Fortitude defense most likely. Even without it, there's a good chance with the current state of things, like even with just clearing out these two zones, that a +2 would have been enough, but it would have been quite close. And this way around, there is just no real room here. This P4 needed to get back in here, needed to get the pick back online. He needed to get a +2 of his own now for the last couple of seconds. And instead, will be Fortitude fans' game here. So we will have a game 3 for the series. For the series, the P4 PC goes down, AMX 10 RC trying to move in the north, but it fails to do so. And yeah, Fortitude fans is going to get game number 2. Only 1 minute remaining. CP even goes down here. No way to get a take here. No way to get these points back. With nearly 100 points separation by now. The move of the random CV into the north. Really clutch. As I said, in the end here, even the 2 zones in the middle might have been enough. But this way, he made it sure that it worked out. Point lead in the end. Only slightly more than 100 points here. And that for sure would have been a lot closer without that move. So yeah, fantastic move there by Fortitude fans. The whole game trying to get into Delta, got in there for a couple of seconds. Good moves here by Griffon as well. He's now getting the CV back in there. That will end the take, but it won't change the result. Fortitude fans saving his tournament life here and getting us all into game number 3 with some clutch last minute moves. KD here super close as well, as these guys went pound for pound, really never stopping. Fantastic series from both players, non-stop, and in the end, a deserved victory there by Fortitude fans for just making this work and finding the right units. The moment when the 3 aircraft troopers got shut down by the AA, I had the feeling it was over, but he kept being in there and found just the right moves to get this go. So yeah, GGVP and Fortitude fans equalizing the score, meaning that we're gonna get a game number 3, which will be ADA Bezirk Erfurt versus 5th Division Blinde, another French armored division. Let's see if it can take revenge for its fallen brethren of the 6, or if die Kampfgruppen der Arbeiterklasse can do it here for fans. Just switching wildly in the playstyles here, showing how much of an all-rounder he has become. Like this game around, his airplay was not really important. His M60 movement and decision making was what got him there. Fans really has become one of the top WARNO players in all regards, and Griffon now has to step it up. He has shown last season that he is a really strong player. He has shown it in game number 1, the 9th Panzer game. Looked fantastic. He was really close here as well. Reading the enemy's moves really well, but just couldn't quite punish them. Let's see if he can do it on Stoneware here with 5th Blinde. Quick break, guys, and then we're gonna be back with game number 3. And here we go. Game number 3. After 2 epic games already. Obviously, that attritions away your stamina as a player as well. We have seen in the past people starting to choke in game number 3. Let's see if this is going to happen here, or if these 2 guys can give us another amazing game like the last one here once more. We have on the left side Fortitude fans once more, this time around bringing the Kampfgruppen der Arbeiterklasse Bezirk Erfurt versus the Black Horses of the French here, bringing around slightly heavier, though still relatively fast and light armored power here with the 5th Blinde on Stoneware. We have seen a couple of great games here already on this map. Just earlier, the game between Wlastar and Vandover, for example, was pretty strong as well. So this time around, I don't believe it's going to end in an air spam. 88 has a good air force. The French have decent air defenses with roll-on 3s and okay fighters as well, though, and they have decent air power of their own to throw at the enemy. T-62s, a lovely little tank. We have seen Fortitude fans. This was one of his first fortes out of air spam in tournament play into mass T-62 waves with these ATGMs, and they are still pretty powerful. The ATGM will do significant damage against an AMX-30, for example, will one-shot the AMX-10s. So this is going to be interesting. But before we get completely into it, one more quick shout out, guys. If you want to assist these guys in doing what they do, and if you want to maybe get them a bit more incentive for playing these amazing games for our amusement, consider helping out on the Matcherino page. All you have to do is click the claim code button to add 25 cents to the prize pool for free. This way you immediately add money to it, and that will be paid out to some of these players in the end. And you also obviously can contribute directly. Also, obviously, a like on the YouTube video especially, and any follow on Twitch and YouTube is much appreciated as well to increase the range on the visibility of these streams and of the league in general, so that more people get drawn into this Cold War game and into its competitive scene as well. Alouette here on the right side, gonna get us out, and oh boy, last game around we saw a 5-tank plop from this player here. This time around, it's just going to be Griffon that gives us a 5-tank plop. As we see, it's even... Okay, it's 4 normal tanks, and then it's the EBGs now. And yeah, we will see more of these guys around, because they just got significantly buffed. As they now cost 5 points less, that's a decent start. And they also got 4 more base availability. They went from 6 base availability up to 10 base availability. They are a pretty peculiar unit. We have a couple of vehicles similar to it, but they all have more range. Like we saw the M728s of the Americans last game, using their longer range HE rounds to deal with the enemy infantry. These guys here have to get close. They have to get into 850 meter range, which range they are nearly in infantry AT range. They are in range of any short range ATGMs as well. So, or recoilless rifles or so, for example. But when they are there, they deal significant damage per shot. What you can see here, Griffon doing, and that would make sense for you to maybe adopt as well, is he turned off the medium machine gun immediately, because the medium machine gun actually has more range than the gun, and the tank with an attack order will stop as soon as it can fire. So if you just A-click it against infantry, it will stop at 1,200 meter range and just fire at them with the AAN F1 and not use its gun. Obviously, you use it for the gun, so turning off the AAN F1, which doesn't deal the most significant amount of damage, makes sense here. And yeah, smoke on it gives it some nice utility in that regard as well, just being an extra smoke that you can draw against in tank fights. But on the other side here, you see a good couple of T-62s. You see some solid air defenses. Some ZUs, a Book from the get-go. Best long-range missile system in the game. Great range, good accuracy, high damage. And an OSA in front of it as well. And it seems like this is all a bit low in numbers. With 2 Me-2 helicopters and the good air defenses, I would expect a couple of strike aircraft here coming out relatively early. This is not 1,500 points. So strike aircraft are pretty likely. Only 1 CV here on Fortitude fans side. 2 CVs here on Griffon's side. A Krupa Anti-Char though. And an MX-13 DCA. Griffon giving up Charlie here completely. The Krupa Anti-Char just here to protect the 2-pointer at Delta. Declares here to figure out if anything moves through the center. And the push is coming north, aiming for the enemy 2-pointer in the rear. So really aggressive opener here on the ground on the side of Griffon. Whilst we're going to have to see what Fortitude fans' plan here are. So far, not really revealing a follow-up. The tanks obviously decent on the defense, the T-62s. Once they get into a gun range fight, they have the decent frontal armor and their gun has a decent penetration, but the low rate of fire will leave them at a significant disadvantage against the AMX-30s. Smoke here just in time by Griffon. T-62s with their first ATGM not finding a hit there. But the MX-10 wants to get out of range here now. We have a Mirage 2000 coming around. This is a 10 hit point plane, but Book immediately firing upon it, so wants to be careful there. Me Too helicopter did land, but gets got by the MX-10 RC because of that. Eclairs going really deep here, securing the northern town for Griffon, so that no flanking ATGMs can be set up here, and also leaving up a path to ambushing the enemy, potentially with some movement later on. Commandos and the EBGs get deep into the zone. The big tank push is coming. T-62 a lot slower than the AMX is on the other side. 50 kmh versus 70 kmh on the other side, so you have to be careful here. E2 smoking off, still eats one of the missiles, but now they are in gun range, so now the T-62s have to be careful. EBG helps out, killing off the recon unit. T-62 is still on the way out. This zone currently not being captured as Griffon immediately goes for the rear zone. Fortitude fans starting to realize that the south here might be relatively empty with the amount of units here up north. He is also rotating it around his other two T-62s. You want to have them in two different positions so that they can use the long-range missiles, and EBG here, nearly the first victim, gets into the forest to break line of sight just in time. Mi-24P here, good helicopter, has 8 strong Cocon missiles that can deal pretty well with the MX-30s. 20 penetration, fast flying, long range. The Roland 2 can deal with it. Has decent anti-helicopter range, but needs to get closer for that. BG here being the one shot at now and being killed off. That's an absolutely okay loss here. We have an SU-22 cluster setting up. Mirage diving deep to try to deal with it, but Ursa and Coop finishing it off. Maybe even just a bait here by Fortitude fans, trying to get exactly that reaction. As we have the Roland now getting closer here. MX-13 DCA is around as well. So the Mi-24 is in trouble. Gets got. We saw one MX-30 go down here. Two T-62s coming around the flank. Before Milan moving around. As the two B2s left here are in a bit of trouble. Vilcanon gets Osad. And we have an SU-24 seat coming around here now. The DCA is radar, so that's dangerous. There was an issue before with seat not working against it. I believe that is fixed. We will see. Against Roland 3s, the seat for sure will work. Against the DCA, there was a time when it somehow wasn't targetable by seat, even though it has radar. But yeah, I'm not quite sure. I believe that got fixed. We'll see. Maybe once the seaplane comes around again. MX-30's holding the line now. +4 for Griffon. Once more getting a good point lead here. Just like at the beginning of the last game. But his position here is not fully stable. The amount of tanks here that 48 Defense already has brought around. The support units like the Conquerors. Plus just being closer with the reinforcements. And now 2 SU-22 clusters and the seat. This is looking relatively scary for the pretty concentrated armored units here on Griffon's side. MX-30s disengaging. The Roland 2 and the MX-13 together likely not enough to kill any of the planes. SU-24 now coming in. Yeah, can't fire again now against the MX-13. Does find a kill there. Roland will reveal itself now as well. And that's now 440 defense, exactly what he wanted to see. Going after the Roland. Cluster bombers coming in. And not dropping the bombs. One of them getting hit. Oh no. Oh no. Not sure what happened there. Ground targeting somehow not working. Or he decided to switch onto a different target. Roland got one pushed back. They move away now. And the cluster bomber gets the CV. EBG goes down as well. And instead it's MiG-21 HEs now trying to find the Roland. Roland has the weapons turned off to not be spotted. T-62 getting pretty close here. MX-10 wants to get the shot now in return. Milan 2 doesn't have the greatest line of sight. Bit of a miss micro here, needs to get a bit further forward. And now it fires on the move. Griffon there, miss microing that engagement. as the seed plane comes around gunning. Bit more AA needed. 2 more roll on 2s coming up now. Oh, AMX 30 does really fumble that engagement. Doesn't get a shot onto either T62 here. Now is pretty low, so that the HE bombers come around to try to kill it. They fail to do so, but T62, okay, fails to do so as well. Both HE bombers out of ammo. Good movement there against the bomber, at least from Griffon. Keeping the unit alive, but trying to use the stressed out unit to deal with the enemy here. ATGM's not able to engage against the T62s. AB Milan. Okay, AMX10 actually finishes off one of them. So this engagement in the end still coming out kinda okay. +4 by now, up to 800 points. As I said in the earlier series, this map usually up to a +1 or +2 with the Charlie and Bravo points. So having a +4 for this significant amount of time here, now going on for 5-6 minutes already, that's usually pretty uncommon for this map and gives you a nice little advantage. Because if it then later gets to the +1 or +2, then the enemy needs double or quadruple the time on that pick to get back the points that you got earlier here. MX30B2 does go down here though. T62s do a pretty decent job. Griffon has to be careful to stay cost efficient in the trades. MX30 pushing forward. T62s getting the kill again here. Double tap with the missiles. Fortitude fans pushing up, getting closer. Milan 2 here on the defense, and this might be yet another series where Fortitude fans will have to chase the point lead, but might be able to get that. Somewhat similar point lead now, or like in the last game, and it likely is going to end soon. No CV around here right now for Griffon, and the Reservist Führer likely should be able to get into this corner if need be with some smoke mortars, but should be able to get in there soon. Every single second ticking by here right now still is great for Griffon, but he is most likely not going to get to the 2000 points here with this +4. 5 minutes away from that, and I don't think his position here is tenable for that long. E4 gets shut down. Sublime gets a good hit against the MV, but won't be able to finish it off. MV having extra hit points, but lower frontal armor. Trading the up armored package here that the T62M has on the front for the extra era put into the same places. Whilst we have Big 21, HE, and SU22 M4 cluster flying around in the rear. Roll on 2. Engaging against the Me Too. Not able to find a hit. Forced to fall back again. Next roll on 2 here. Getting in. But Griffon now should take the point lead of 1,300 points and now start playing the trade and the slowdown game. KDA, not the best division on the push. Usually KDA wants to play from a similar front line or even a slight tick in the early game, because T62s, as we saw, they are great on the defense with the ATGMs, but as you can see here, they're not that great when they have to push into something. They're relatively slow, and they aren't the best on the gun range part of things. Getting a Roland here with one of the ATGMs is still pretty nice. Good amount of ATGMs around. And cluster bombers, now that the Rolands are down, coming around, getting some hits. More Roland 2s are behind all of this. And they might get another hit here. Yes, they get both. Okay, both SU-22 clusters. That's a really important victory here against the enemy air forces. The investment into AA around pretty good. Unlike Wlastar in the earlier series, we see Griffon doing his diligence here with the numbers of Roland 2s, knowing that the enemy has good seed planes, also going for the Roland 2s instead of the Roland 3s, which makes sense as well. The Me Too here will go down as well. The Disciplined in trouble. Needs a crit here, doesn't find the crit, so will go down in return. The MV doesn't want to move on here, but next MiG-21 here, that will just likely go down as well now. Yeah. Important hit there against the Milan 2 position, but obviously not a cost-efficient trade, so needs to be a bit of a timing push. Griffon actually keeping on the +2. Okay, Griffon's POV might be that he actually might be able to get to the 2,000 points here. Let's see if that is realistic. Now, 1,400 point lead. As for sure a significant one. One that the enemy, even with a +1, couldn't get back on him now. So, Fortitude fans needs more than a +1 eventually in this game if he wants to turn it around. But 2 AMX-30s lost like that because they tried to hold the open ground is a significant price to pay for this current +2 here right now for Griffon. They should have been here back in the tree line most likely, but he is fighting to keep this +2 alive. And his defensive line behind that currently not looking that amazing anymore. He has new MX-30s coming up, but he has none on the front line right now, whilst we still have a significant amount of T-62s on the other side. We have 6 on the front line, 2 more coming in, so 8 T-62s here versus a 0 number of enemy tanks on the front line right now. The smoke mortar doing their job, but there could be a Malka. Okay, we have 2 D20s instead, coming around instead. Okay, currently going for the smoke mortars here, but those are BAB ones, so they should be able to disengage if the enemy artillery is spotted early enough. Hold fire currently. Maybe wants to overwhelm the enemy with actions elsewhere before doing it. Oh, SU-24 is immediately being called back. And the MiG-21. Okay, artillery now firing. VABs should move immediately here. Griffon not moving. Gets stressed out. Holds on to the +2. Got another 100 something points out of it here since we last checked. 80 points per minute here for sure. Pretty helpful. Has his own AMX of 1 now. Going after the Conquerors. Will find the Conquerors. But still has to find a way of checking the big T-62 plop long term. Of 1 VLRAs here, all holding the line. The Sapper now trying to get out behind the smoke cover. The VABs did survive. Yes, the infantry push here now. Too much. Gazelle hot in a good spot. You have good defensive units here. You, as 5th man day, you have some great ATGM vehicles as well. So against the ATGM T-62s in the direct fight, obviously only so helpful. The enemy can't see you, but out of cover, you might be able to use them as well. AMX-30s usually should be the better unit here for these engagements. Ooh, smoke a bit too late. Roland's this position here. At least the AA should move back. Yep, AA now starting to move back. You killed most of the enemy, or at least the most 2 significant, and 1 MiG-21 bomber here on the other side already, so your Rolands don't have to be as close to the front line anymore. Getting retaliation kills should be now good enough. You don't need to kill them on the way in. And PLRAs and commandos here now trying to set up a good defensive line. ZU-23s are able to unload, losing their UVAT transports, but that is absolutely fine. They'll hot here, likely forced to fall back here in a second. As commandos here will fall back here in a split second too. And Griffon will have to give up this part of the map here for sure. Has to find a way to maybe hold out in the zone. Don't want to give the enemy a +2 too quickly now. So as I said, like if, yeah, +1 wouldn't be good enough. +2 for sure would still be good enough. That's 80 points per minute with 23 times 23. That's more than enough to get up to 1,500. So yeah, you at least want to hold this on a +0 or a +1 for Fortitude fans for the next 6-7 minutes here at least. Then you the +2 would maybe even not be enough anymore. But for now, Griffon still needs to fight for this zone and has to find a way of doing that with the massive D62 wave coming up. The D20s here now being pretty scary as well. Good micro here with the Milan 2. Not being directly in the building that is under fire. Oh, now moving. Okay, but smoke comes up anyway. Blocking line of sight there. Commandos here doing their job. The smart Schützen BTR unit will go down. D20's likely gonna find a shot on it soon. Likely we'll have to switch building here in a second. As Antichar is moving already. VAB Milan goes down. Artillery now counterfiring against the enemy mortars here as we see a couple of AMX-30s amassing again. Before Milan's just being some units to check the whole situation here. Oh, they're not in the building. They're not behind the building either. AMX-10s and VAB Milan's here trying to move around. Commando find a LRAC hit, but will have to disengage here. Yeah, good damage against the Matcherino as well. Likely gonna go down here in the near future, but for now, still doing a decent job. +1 here now coming up for Fortitude fans, with the Krupa Antichar being able to just jump into this building and shoot at them, as they have the range to do so. This is risky business. Sapers here, getting quite dangerously close as well, but yeah, Krupa Antichar now moving in. AMX is now moving into a fire support position as well. And D62 just gets gunned down like this. First CV here, all Fortitude fans getting checked. Good move there by Griffon. Important move. The Pioneer Flam will deal with the Sapper here finally, but that has done its job as well. Whilst Fortitude fans with a good move here. Getting this tree line here, checking this whole reinforcement path from this angle into the town, forcing the enemy to go through the north. This is pretty big. The Fagot launchers here everywhere. This is quite big as well. Losses here on the side of Griffon currently still higher than the losses on Fortitude's fans side. The T62 was a nice one, but he's still struggling to keep cost efficiency up against the KDA here right now. E4 gets the hit, but doesn't get a kill here. And the T62's about to retaliate. E4 Milan over here in trouble as well, as the units still try to get to use this road. Infantry has to unload. Gazelle moving up, but there is an OSA here. So the Gazelle can be checked potentially by Fortitude fans quite easily as well. One T62 goes down. Another one here maybe overstepping it a bit. The AMXs could punish it. Yeah, are moving now into a position to do so. Get a good hit. AMX-10 doesn't get hit here in return. Roland 2 got up here. Yeah, I don't know what it tried to do there. Griffon still believing he has more agency in the game than he actually does right now. He needs to go for pure trading mode right now. It still is trying to check 4 points right now. And there is no real way for him to do that. So, yeah, Gazelle hot, shooting its missiles, getting a kill here. AMX-10 moving forward. TV likely going to come around soon. +2 now, starting to get close with its mission though. AMX out of 1. Getting good hits here, stunning down the MTLB. Can it finish the job? Yes, it can. One enemy artillery piece down. Okay, the CV makes it in time now though. And that's still good enough. +2 at the 19-minute mark should still be just good enough for Fortitude fans to get ahead here. And for now, he still has the momentum. Krupa Antichar goes down. BAB's moving around. Okay. Killing a Urali is nice because a lot of the infantry here is relatively low. Commander is in trouble. I like the Rapira here. That's a good unit. Book can deal with the helicopter once the smoke dissipates. Currently it's the T62 though under fire. Oh no, it's the MTLB under fire. Okay, that's not a significant loss. Book will have one more shot here. We see the Sapper going down. We see the MX-10 going down. Infantry here being really low in number right now. Hot 2 finds a hit against the MV. Doesn't find a kill. Osa now on the way to get the kill against it. Whilst we have more bombers and a MiG-27 AT coming around. And all the roll on 2s here, outside of one going down in the north. MiG-21 at least gets shut down by that one. But all but one going down. Really big mistake by Griffon. This roll on 2 over here dying instead of retreating further back. Really one of the biggest mistakes he did in this game. Enabling the air to come back. Gets the seedplane now at least as well. Allows him maybe now to get into roll on 3s. But still having to reinvest into your AA network after you already built up a great one earlier. Still pretty expensive. Yeah, it brings a second roll on 2 around now. This one here should move a bit back as well. The tank fights here being without any real victor. But for now, Fortitude fans solidifying the spot is good for him. The southern zone is something that maybe Griffon could pivot in. Obviously, still has to hold the front line in the center, but he by now has enough to hold out the north. This is not going to be an easy push for Fortitude fans, so maybe swinging south, going for the +2 zone, which with all the investments in the north, you know there should not be that much. Maybe you might be able to get away with that, and just swinging around a +2 tick here for 3-4 minutes, or a +4 tick even, like that could just outright win you the game, potentially, but just also throw away the chances of Fortitude fans doing enough with just a +2, forcing his hand as well. So yeah, so currently reinforcements all going north. Griffon maybe should look for the wider part of the map. Obviously, both are somewhat tunnel visioned now into the north. That's where the whole engagement has been so far, and it's always a bit tough to get you out of this tunnel vision. Plus, the trades are still going on here, and you always have to consider how fragile am I up there. But I don't believe there's a way back in here for Griffon in the north. Oh, and Fortitude fans now pulling a move. Okay, I like that a lot. Yeah, just moving the Matcherino forward. Let's see how long it takes for Griffon to realize what's going on here, as he has to check that relatively soon to get reinforcements into Delta in time, as the Reservistenführer going in as well. CV tank being smoke microed in here in the north, but Command Oslania, no, they don't have AT. The KDA shouldn't have. They only have the terrible RPG-22 though, so not great, but can do eventually. DCA here pushing back a bit in the south, but I'm not sure Griffon realizes what's going on here. CV vehicle, CV Reservistenführer pushing forward. The Clers don't see it either. Before, I don't believe has the scouting capabilities to actually spot it. MXs having to fight Rapiras. That's not what you want to do. Rapira has annoyingly good staying power against your 105mm HE guns. They can two-shot you with the ATGMs like we just saw there. So yeah, the Group Anti-Char now needs to realize what's going on here. We not moving in. No reinforcements here from Griffon just yet. Griffon is fully tunnel visioned up north. Fully focused on trying to get this move going. His AMX here getting stunned. KDA Schützen, they have a lot of ammo. So especially on this low range, they eventually will get you. Getting another stun here with the RPG-2. Which has good pressing power. The MX is trying to get away into the next smoke cloud. Okay, missed there by the KDA Schützen in the end. MiG-27 goes down. MXs here get reduced in number. DCA is trying its best, but good rotation here by Fortitude fans. Oh, coming around with all the T-62s. We see a good investment here by Griffon, having at least 2 minutes of reinforcements saved up. Oh, a move now? Group Anti-Char should see that, but it's not moving. Oh, that would have been a big jump now. Just moving forward here, getting into AT range. No, the Group Anti-Char not moving is a big mistake by Griffon. Now he realizes it. Could still catch off the T-62s here. Is moving into another building. This is a better building for the situation right now. Apilas double-shotting. Only get the SPW. T-62 is immediately smoking off as the AMXs are coming in here. He's now moving into a better building here, but still smoke hasn't dissipated, so he doesn't see that. One of his AMXs gets damaged, and there are 6 T-62s here. The infantry moving over the open against the AMXs, that is not a problem, but the Angs absolutely are. This is outside of the book range right now, so a Cluster Bomber could be devastating here. The Jaguar might be the right choice right now. This is close enough to your own spawn that you could make it work. Then you could also potentially go for a counter-strike against the enemy himself here now, but you have to figure that out. One AMX-30 already going down. EBG here doesn't stand a chance. Trying to smoke off their last second. Yeah, P4 has to be careful. You need air here. This is the only way to deal with this blob. T62 is all that close, but no Jaguar inside just yet. Roland 3 has to disengage. More AMXs is the idea. P4 not able to getting in the side shot there. CV getting in, but we have a Reservist Führer already. Oh, SPW with some adventures planned. P4 will see that in a second here. SPW's own 7.6mm likely not good enough to finish off the 2 hit points here. Oh, firing on a different unit though. Gets below minimum range. And actually, P4 Milan goes down. Reservistenführer now trying to go deep here. Got spotted though, so the AMX-30 at least should be the final stop of this. This should not work out, but the +4 here, that is more than good enough. So there needs to be a solution for the southern issue here from Griffon, and he doesn't have one yet. The Eclair maybe should rotate up here to get a bit better line of sight, at least go to this building. Likely try to get a bit further up here. AMX auf 1 is getting reloaded. Obviously could be key for getting onto this point as well. Well, he's at least... Yeah, but there's too many Fagots here. But there's at least a bit of a threat towards the enemy rear zone. The real enemy rear zone that should be played for is Foxtrot though. But Fortitude fans now reinforcing the south here massively. +4 would be good enough to get him the W. The MX of 1 is aiming now. Is aiming on the Conquerors, but not on the Reservist Führer position. Good movement there by Fortitude fans, moving away from the smoke. Kind of baiting the enemy. The frontline movement here is all, but it could reveal that. Okay, now you know exactly where the enemy is at. MX of 1 is aiming somewhere else now. Okay, he's aiming for the Rapiras in the north. The MX-30s there retreating. That U-23 getting shut down. MX-10 RC reveals a bit now. T2 with the T62s in a gunfight. First salvo is slightly in favor of the T62s. Everything that goes on longer is in favor of the MX-30s. Currently getting rid of the Reservistenführer. But +2 will by now be more than enough for 42 defense as well. So Griffon needs to stop the take or get a take of his own. As I said, the south would be a way for that. But KDA and so on now moving in as well. Eclair might get an AT launcher just in range here. Still weird that it didn't move up one higher. Okay, Fagot gets got, but T62 gets the EBG. Point-wise, that's actually a fair trade for Griffon. Card efficiency-wise as well. Next ABG here, though, going down. But AMX-30 can use the reload time now. They're a bit too slow here. Will get onto the T62s now, though. Get the first one before it can fire. Second one under fire as well. One of them goes down here to the T62 M1 in the north, though. Artillery currently busy still in the center, as obviously the engagement in the north still going on as well, but I see little chance for Griffon getting back in there. There's just too much infantry in there. The real way here is really through the rear. Eclairs can get another launcher there and get both KDA shots and big. But now Fortitude fans also realizing that this might be the way for him to lose the game. So gets an SPG-9 in there, so that a sneaky CV alone can't do it. Still doesn't need much there to break through. KDA Schützen in numbers still coming up here. Obviously, this zone might be an option as well. Would at least stop the take. That has to come relatively soon, though. As 3-4 minutes here until Fortitude fans overtakes the lead here from Griffon. As frontline here is really, really fragile. Both sides now stretched relatively thin. Both sides still getting valuable kills every couple of seconds. Urals here being relatively empty, but one of them still full. The Conqueror is going down there. ATGM position getting a bit weaker. Ural goes down as well. Nice little kills here. Might be impactful if there's a counter push again in the north, but for that, two more ATGMs at least have to fall. More likely 3 or 4. Like getting the Rapira here, getting the Conquerors back here, getting one of the Fagots or so. So that still will take a bit longer. 2-3 more salvos from these artillery pieces, and that's time that Griffon currently might not have. Now going after the T62 MVs is setting up a good push here, but Fortitude fans using the decent defensive tools that you get with KDA now to set up the defensive line here with the Rapiras, with the T62s, but yeah, the Rapiras especially being all around here now. And the Rapiras against other tanks, like M1s or so, with 120mm guns, with better frontal armor, they are still solid, but they are not that amazing. In this matchup, they can just frontally check the AMX-30s, because the AMX-30s, especially before they get in range for using their autocannon, can't really kill the Rapira quickly enough. And once they get close enough, then your penetration from your main gun actually is significant enough as well that you still do good damage there. Rapira will go down here, but 2 T62s coming out of the side here now. Still might work out for Griffon here. Brennus doing a decent job. T62s get heavily stressed out. That drops their rate of fire down to 5. Aviations here currently not in the spots where they want to be, as we have more Sapeurs and Chasseurs moving around. You only 200 points difference now, as Griffon now gives up the north to make this move. Fortitude fans now pushing with infantry through the open. It tries to move down here, but there are still too many T62s here. And they also start to get into ATGM range, taking out VABs, AMX-30 going down. This EBG is too far forward, and there is not that much pushing power here now. Anti-Char moving through, but they should have maybe moved through this. More SPG-9s coming around. Chasseurs getting the Pioneer Flum. KDA Schützen here under fire. SPG-9 trying to make it here. AMX-10 not able to get the autocannon on it. And when the SPG-9s get in here, this will be devastating, because then they can start firing onto all of these units. If the Sapeur would have been a bit closer, then maybe it could deal with them quickly enough. But they make it in, and they start firing here now against the AMX-30. Autocannon of the AMX-30 trying its best to retaliate. Next AMX goes down. T62 in the middle goes down. The Alpha 1 from the north still doing its job. Less than 100 points difference now. Slightly more than a minute here until Griffon has to stop the take. T62 here still around. P4 PC has to be careful. Does not quite look like he can make it in time here. And then he would need a take of his own. He is trying to do that with a bit of a smoke play. Command Sapeur moving in here. AMX Alpha 1, MX-10 RC and MX-30 here, trying to get into range to assist all of this. P62 out of ATGMs here, getting pushed. He still has the P4 here, but the smoke is ready, but the line is still broken up here by a Rapira and the T62 that he can't quite deal with yet. EBG moving around, commandos moving up, and the seconds here ticking by. It's Command Sapeurs getting into a fight instead of just running. That's a mistake as well. They should just run. Yeah, now he realizes it. Smoke mortar goes down in the north. Units up north have to rotate as well. AMX-30 CV under ATGM fire does not go down. But another Fagot coming in. Okay, now finds the smoke button. But the smoke here dissipates. The smoke mortar got was too close up north. And yeah, it comes down maybe in the end to too many support weapons just being a bit too close to the front line. And this leaving him with too little of the support equipment now around to actually do it. Too many of them having to be rebought. The point lead now ahead of Fortitude fans. No easy CV sneak in the south. The Sapeurs will try to move it in here, but they will only reduce it to a +1. full capture of this zone here somewhat unlikely as well. So with both zones contested, it would still be a point lead here for Fortitude fans. Another clutch 40-minute game here, but likely currently another one that might go well for our player in red. There is now going to be a last desperation move in the north, but there are still enough ATGMs here with ammunition to likely just stop this push dead in its tracks. The KDA Schützen here, their RPG2 is terrible, but it is still enough to stop the French for a while. And every second here does count. CV does go down. T4PC in the south still not able to move in. Reinforcement infantry has arrived as well. It is looking really, really promising for our player in red, as Mirage F1C 200 moving around. We see 30mm grenade launchers moving around from the rear. MX-30B2 getting around here as well, as the B2 tries to get into the zone here. Smoke play from mortars maybe could have made this possible again, but the way it is, with 3 ATGMs in its way, one of them eventually will get the kill here. Second one is the charm, and AMX-30B2 won't make it into the rear. And without that making it, there is no way now to make this point difference work. Griffon will lose game number 3 in another 40-minute brawl, and once more Fortitude fans will prevail after getting his behind in points significantly in the early game. But I believe Griffon just realized a bit too late that he couldn't make it to 2,000 points. Just a bit too late, giving room in the north, losing a couple too many units doing so. And the T62 blob in the end just being significantly big enough to deal with the AMX-30s here roaming around. A couple too many AMX-30s lost at the siege of Echo here. Too many here, these two especially, left in the open field. Too many roll-on-throughs that had to be replaced because they were a bit too close to enemy ATGM fire here, being on the open field. And in the end, really clutch game, but Fortitude fans prevailing with great micro and great tenacity in 2 games that a lot of other people likely would have given up a good bit earlier upon. And great micro from both players, but Fortitude fans just pushing the right buttons here and making an aggressive move with KDA on the right spots, using the lack of enemy units, knowing that the direct push frontally with KDA usually doesn't work, but he used the lack of units here. He used the lack of units here to get the points that he needed for the victory. And yeah, the last couple of seconds ticking by here. Fortitude fans even might get ahead in points even further, as Griffon had to go all out here and now had all the units attritioned away in the south. Well-deserved victory here by Fortitude fans. In my eyes, another slight upset, though he was really good in group stage. I had Griffon as the slight favorite in my book here in this matchup, just because of how strong and reliable he looked lately, and of how strong he was in other tournaments lately as well. But Fortitude fans able to stem the tide in 2 clutch games here, and KDA once more on top. The return of the KDA meta, question mark, and another semi-finalist being decided here with a fantastic series between Fortitude fans and Griffon. And if we have a look now, that means Griffon being eliminated once more in the quarterfinals after showing once more a great show in the group stage. This time around, another Fortitude fans versus Stardeck game coming up, and that will be an interesting best of 5. 2 pretty aggressive players with really solid micro. Fortitude fans, as we saw, has pretty good game plans. Stardeck, in my eyes, still often a bit hit or miss with his ideas of both players often using wild ideas. Stardex wants more often to miss, but his micro usually being the better than the one of his opponents, which still might get him through. Like in the last game versus Scoof, we saw Stardeck, his early game not really working out with 6 Day, but he just kept on with good micro and tenacity there and made it work and got him into the semifinal here. And Fortitude fans now showing that he can be the king of tank engagements as well, with 2 pretty different but well-played games here on the ground. Like in both games, game number 2 and game number 3, his Air Force actually wasn't really doing it. Like in this game here, his Air Force, he once more tried it, and that's important that he threatens the Air Force still, but it didn't really do much for him. The Roland 2 micro there and the positioning of Griffon for checking the air was good. Then he mispositioned the Rolands after he killed the airplanes a bit. But in the end, Fortitude fans moving on here into the semifinal. We have Bent Over already waiting in the in the lower part of the bracket, where Procomi or Bloody Knight will come to meet him later today. We will cast this live, which will be, if I get it correctly, in 3.5 hours. No, 2.5 hours. Yeah, let me check. Yeah, let me check. 19 GMT plus 2. Plus 2 is. I'm always a bit confused. So yeah, that's in 2.5 hours. The next quarterfinals here. Let me check if we have other good quarterfinals that we can cover till then, because then we might just go on here. Then we might just go on. Oh yeah, we actually have some more quarterfinals. Okay, we will return to Division 3 here, and we will go on with Apple Cider versus Praying Wolf. So, quick break, guys. Then more Division 3 quarterfinals. And yeah, waiting for Procomi versus Bloody Knight to come around. Yeah, Fantasy League will be shaken up by this as well. This is for sure. Bent Over carrying me here as well. So, him and Mike might actually get me up into the top bracket of the Fantasy League too. Yes, yeah, we can have a look at that as well. Are the results in yet? I don't believe so. I type in this. Yes, I can. Okay. We have Griffon taking a map here. We have Stardeck taking 2 maps. Fortitude Fence taking 2 maps. We have Bend Over taking 2 maps. Wlastar taking 0 is interesting. And I'm the only one with Bend Over, so here's hope. Here's hope. And did I miss somebody? Yeah, no, that's 5 results. 5 players got some maps. 3 of them got 2. So that should be interesting. Lion Ryan with Griffon and Fortitude Fence and Wlastar. 3 Division 1 players here. Only one of them moving on now, though. But obviously, unfortunate that they played against each other. Got at least Griffon and Fortitude Fence gave him the maximum points possible here. But that gets him to the lead. He now obviously has to hope that Fortitude Fence carries him, because the other Division 1 players now won't get any more points for him. Super Shavi still might get him more points. Spaghetti as well. So, yeah. Heavily wading into Division 1. Now, and SBG still might do some as well. True. Not Division 1 this season. Yeah. We had Mike getting 2 points here. Wins yesterday. Yeah, I will leave the rest to later. But points here now switching around wildly. I believe there will be some points here as well, but Yeah, Wlastar and Bubblegum being eliminated. Vladik, this likely will be the end of Vladik's time on the top. Well, bent over, not picking bent over here. Not being a believer. Fortunate. And I actually might climb up at least into the top half. So, interesting. Maddie leaving me down though. So, that's a bit problematic. But yeah, quick break, guys. And then we're going to be back with some Division 3 action. So, here we return and we go into Division 3, where we have a series on the low part now with Apple Cider versus Growing Wolf. We already covered Mike Chips versus Cardinal Sin and Mio, aka Animalus Sicurius versus the Helen yesterday. Two good series there as well. And really, really close and unfortunate game 3 there for the Helen with the 24th US not knowing about the issues with the Strike Eagle on the current patch. Playing both. Yeah, unfortunate but great games nonetheless. And now we have Praying Wolf versus Apple Cider here coming around on the lower bracket. Winner will play against Ace Fluffy Unicorn or the Flying Ryan, two of the best names in the season. In general, Division 3 has to take the best names part this season for sure. Like, those are all top names here. Outside of Mike, maybe. Mike is just Mike. But the rest, all top names. In general, Division 3 full of good names. So props on that for Division 3. And yeah, let's have a look on the picks and bans, where we have Omen now coming up as map number 1. 9th US Infantry versus 27th Guards. 9th US being the counter pick there. Trying to make it a bit wide, a bit fast on Omen, which one of the bigger maps. Then we have Albion, and final map if we get there, Mount River. 8th US versus 1st Tankovi, and 20th Panzerna versus 9th. 20th Panzerna versus 9th is an OG Norfag matchup. We have seen it a lot of times when this matchup came around. It was always close. 20th having the better early game, 9th having the better late game with the napalm and so on. We saw already earlier 9th working great on Mount River. Let's see if it will work out this time around as well, as we are going in here now. Oops. With the next game here in of the day, Division 3 quarterfinals here coming around, as we have some good action going around here. And yeah, good to see some nice talking there about strategies in the YouTube chat. And yeah, maps and advantages are for sure key in the game. Like, having map knowledge is pretty important, but the more important part is good recon play, and that's obviously what will is something that is the hardest to learn in WARNO. Like, units don't immediately spot other units like they do usually in RTS games with a couple of invisible units around that, but normally in an RTS you see the enemy side. Recon here in WARNO is pretty important, so you have to play a lot around that. And yeah, defender's advantage is big, so having to somewhat learn where the middle of the map is and how far your division can go with forward deployment, recon deployment, and normal units compared to this exact same on the other side. That all is pretty important, but it's not the key thing. Like in the end, it still comes down to recon and good combat arms usually. Yeah, we have an interesting start here from Praying Wolf with a seed plane, trying to catch off guard the enemy radar AA, and there is a Tor to start with here. The seed opener, really interesting. Can defend itself decently well against enemy fighters if they would come around, so doing this here can make sense. Tor moving around. Not sure if it got micro there. Yes, it got. Good micro there from Apple Cider. Yeah, not letting the Tor just get shot at. So the seed plane won't get away with anything big here. We have the JOH 58Cs. So these are the light helicopters with the big 20mm on the side here. Taking out the co-pilot seat for some big 20mm rotary gun. Fleet lane still moving around. Tor doesn't move closer to the front line. That's a bit of a mismicro there by Apple Cider. Yeah, now has it on the move command. But there is still an AA gun here with the ZU-23, so the JOHs shouldn't get away with murder here. As both sides getting into the middle. The 9th US being the lighter and faster division. It has some tanks in form of M60s, but they don't keep up with the enemy T-80s. You don't have any IFVs. You are relying on light infantry vehicles. You get a bit of fire support from the EGL Humvees that you can get as transports for your light rifles, but the light rifles have to do most of the fighting on their own, so trying to play it a bit wider and trying to use the good spots for infantry on the map can be pretty key. For now, the focus is on getting quick reinforcements to overwhelm the enemy a bit with infantry action in the center though. Rotating around here. Recon Tow 2, Humvee setting up. Oh no, not Humvee, right, the little buggy here with the Tow 2 setting up a defense on the side. Whilst M60 moving in, no big tank on the other side yet. But there we go, first TADBV entering the battlefield. Blackhawk being pushed back by its ZU-23s. With the enemy having ZU-23s, you just want to sell these guys. And that's what is happening now. Getting back to base. Ito and more M60s coming in. Praying Wolf really wants to play it head on here in the center. JOH figuring out how far it can go in the north. Will run into ZU-23 there. And will get shut down. ZU-23 does hold the line. And will get the W. Good movement there with the recon, realizing that all of this space here now is empty. VCP will get a capture as well. Whilst the JOH 58 rotates south. Will figure out what's going on here as well and get shut down as well though. ZU-23 on every flank. Good investment there in my eyes by Apple Cider. Can hold out nicely against the enemy infantry. You won't get overrun by enemy IFVs with it, so the usual predator of it, like just a normal IFV running into it and it not being able to disengage at all. That's not going to happen here. M60s obviously can face check it, but they aren't as affordable and they can't be brought around as easily around the map here for Praying Wolf. And against infantry, the ZU-23 is really helpful too. We see the Motostrelki now holding the line in the middle, fighting against the light rifles. Light rifles with 3 MGs have good firepower. So the Motostrelki here with only 1 MG in a 1v1 fight would lose, but currently fighting 2v1. 113 from the side with 50 cal now assisting though. 30-minute grenade launchers here getting attacked as well. This is on the current patch as well, so damage here slightly reduced on them, but still against infantry they would be really helpful. Sprout is out. This is the massive AT gun of the Soviets. One of the latest AT guns developed. Even having its own motor usually to move around slowly on its own. That's not quite represented in WARNO, unfortunately. But it is the same gun as in the T-80. And using the same ammunition as the T-80Us, meaning that it has 23 penetration on 1925 meter range, with range stacking compared to the 21 pen on max range for T-80U. So yeah, both with 23 there. Accuracy not amazing, but the damage output is fantastic. HE damage is pretty good as well, considering its rate of fire. So it can be decent as a mid-range assistance against infantry too. And the M60s can't really check it, as if they get too close, they just get murdered. So artillery would be a good investment here in my eyes for Praying Wolf. You get good towed 155mm artillery, and using that here right now would play a significant role in winning these engagements, but currently it's both sides just investing into infantry and a bit of fire support. Sprout and T-80 getting involved into the fight here now, whilst Lamia and the BTR-80 getting shut down. T-80BV eats an Ito, goes pretty low as well. Spalling crit there, dealing a bit of extra damage. M60 on the other side gets hit as well. So gets side-shotted. Oh, kill against the T-80BV executed. Whilst the Rifle Dragon get got. Good kill there. Besnat's Rajvetka holding the line in the north here. Avenger trying to move forward. Was to fall back though. Else you have the Mi-24V rocket coming around here to engage against the MOR-13s. MOR-13 under fire. Gets killed as well. So the grenade launchers getting involved in the engagement too. Hitting the National Guard rifle law. Getting good hits as well. Will get the kill there in general, but the Sprout being cleared out, the whole forest here being cleared out, that is big for Praying Wolf. And the Taurus should not move here, yep. Applesider realizing that, but loses one! Or one of the good AA pieces being gunned down like that next to a T-80. There are a couple of kills here by Applesider against the enemy units as well, but he's losing some valuable units. Like an M60 kill here is nice, but this is a 150 point unit. T-80BV is a 260 point unit, so you need to kill more than 2 M60s to pay for the T-80BV that you just lost. So, in the end, points-wise, a really solid trade here for Praying Wolf. Starting to clear out the zone here a bit more. BMP-3 coming around. This is a good fire support from longer ranges. It has a good 1mm support gun with 10 rounds per minute. Has a fantastic ATGM that can bully something like an M60, and is also decent if it can get the line of sight against Humvee TOWs, because it flies faster than the TOW 2 on the other side. Whilst we have 120mm smoke mortar here now trying to make an opening. Both sides currently massively focused on the middle, but not just microing on the middle. I like that. Applesider realizing that the enemy is so heavily focused on the middle that they can rotate a bit around the south, taking ground. Ground is valuable, so taking some important tree lines from which you then later can either do some incursions into the mountain, or maybe even use that as a springboard to get towards Alpha. That would be pretty helpful. Mi-24V rocket here used nicely as well. But on the other side, we have a really specific unit. The mine clearing tool here, which in WARNO is not really clearing mines, because mine warfare is never really fun in RTSs, so we don't have mine warfare here. Currently, it could be a nice Humvee general mechanic, but not a great one for gameplay. Instead, mine clearing tools just use their big explosives that obviously can just blow up different things as well to blow up infantry here. And yeah, just blowing up 2 mortal strikes there with 1 salvo. Now reloading for another shot. They are pretty short range, but their HE impact is really significant. Killing most infantry squads with 1 shot, and the heavier hit point ones putting them really low. Acacia on the other side here now. Interesting to see the normal Acacia still being used, as the guided ammunition one that the deck just got made cheaper, with 230 points now, but the normal one here still being used. But on the other side, we have the Copperhead round guided ammunition 155mm howitzers, trying to deal with 30mm Lamias here. Second one coming around as well. Motostrelki going down. Both sides still fighting over the center here. Else we have the guided ammunition 155mm getting into the engagement. We have the BMP-3 here engaging with the National Guard rifle law. Motto Rajvetka being involved in the fight as well. And yeah, the BMP-3 just clearing house there, showing its HE firepower with the 100mm plus the 30mm engaging. And the 3 PKTs as well. Like, you usually don't look at them, but 3 of them in assistance with the other weapons actually are giving you an insane amount of firepower here on the quick. And BMP-3 now disengaging a bit. M60 does go down. Red side now starting to use its heavier, higher quality units quite well to just take engagements where they can face check the enemy can't face check their harder hitting weapons and taking trade after trade and then disengaging for repairs. So Apple Cider currently doing a good job here. The 30-minute grenade launchers might go down though. Yep, the launching unit here, the mine clearing tool, doing a good job. Modradvedka moving around. But the seed plane is flying around in the rear. CLGP engaging the MTLBU, getting some hits out there. Rifled Dragons engaging. TADBVK pushed back as well. Ooh, TADBV under fire too. We have an F-16 cluster going after the CV tank. Or trying its best. One of them getting hit by the seed plane though. Seed plane has another missile. Or got microed this time around. So seed plane won't be getting a shot against this one. But 2 TADBVs and a Tor down. Now Apple Cider once more is in trouble. He was just starting to trade really well here. But Praying Wolf with the air and the follow-up ground move here in the south as well. Whilst Apple Cider likely was still busy microing against the airplane. Getting 2 really important kills. There are at least good reinforcements here coming in. But the situation here still critical for Apple Cider. Has to keep contesting the zone somewhat to not let the enemy run away with the point leads. The point situation here absolutely manageable still. Praying Wolf hasn't gotten many points out of the trades lately, but BMP2 here going down again, Radvedka going down. He loses a couple of units of his own again, but kills more valuable units once more on the red side of things. Avenger here being assisted by some AGLs against Spet Radvedka. This should disengage, is not disengaging yet. Likely will still get away alive here, but takes good damage. Once we have a lot of Radvedka in the middle. Here M1s could deal with these lighter units here. Hambito nearly out of ammo. New 30mm grenade launcher coming around for Apple Cider as well. Modradvedka in a nice ambushing position, but light rifles actually, yeah, they must have been spotted because light rifles are on the hunt here. 130mm grenade launcher goes down to the Humvee, as we now have the Akatsia and the 220mm mortar here doing a decent job as well. Avenger will go down there. Second Avenger now getting under fire. Modradvedka pushing close enough to fire their RPGs here. And we see an M60 going down. Humvee would be a great kill as well. This is a pretty expensive and also not endlessly available HGM unit. But all the motor strikes go down in the end. Rocket launch not even necessary here. Lamia's push up from the rear, but all the motor strikes here dying like this. Once more, somewhat painful for Apple Cider. Can engage with the BRMs here now. The Humvee is empty, so all of these units can be killed. The Copperhead rounds not going to achieve much. F-16 cluster coming around right behind, with the seat right behind it. Seat plane with the wrong pathing here. Not getting the hit, and double Tor caps it out now. Could have flown to the south, being micro to the north, because it tried to get onto the Tor, but you can't just circle around. You should have circled around the long way. And this move was a micro mistake. It happens often, it happens on the top level as well. But that was a mistake here. Oh, that killed the seed plane, which is a nice kill here now for Apple Cider, meaning that Tors are a bit safer for the future. The RM1 here still trying to do its job. Mi-24 has to disengage, as there are 2 Stingers having its number right now, but the second one not quite having a line of sight with the forest in front of it. Modradvedka trying to work on it. BMP3 here doing a decent job as well. But we have counter battery against the 155mm. Slightly off target though, because it did move away. We have another F-16 seat coming around in the sky. The zone being heavily contested here. Light rifles with dragons and laws engaging a T-80 here again. Stunning it down, but not enough firepower to really kill it here. The Apple Cider should be able to disengage away from it. The artillery won't be on target either, because the T-80 will be able to break line of sight. Really impressive grind here from both players. Ooh, the snipers with the good Barrette getting good damage against the Motvatvatka, but now the M24 is not able to fire anymore because it's below minimum range. Really close fight here in the end. But it seems like the sniper will get out alive. Getting one more shot there. Oh, doesn't quite get the kill with it. But there we go. Just barely stays alive here. And finishes off the incursion of the Motvatvatka. BMP3 does go down as well. It's a relatively slow game here. But both sides still actively vying for it. We have another grenade launching system moving around. Infantry here doing a decent job. Pretty much grenade launcher being forced out and being killed again. Yeah, good usage of the mine clearing tool in these town fights. Once more ripping apart important enemy infantry units, and you can't play this attrition game here with 37th the whole game when your infantry gets deleted like this. ADBVs and your vehicles have to eventually get around this and start getting you better traits. Less focused on the infantry grind. Next Motvatvatka goes down. New reinforcements need to be brought up. Very much grenade launcher coming up. More TADBVs coming in as well. BTR-80 goes down. And the plane just barely makes it out alive. We have a BTR-80 here deep behind enemy lines. Trying to get around there. Vito got a shot off earlier, but didn't get a kill. Else the Acacia here will aim for the enemy rocket system. On its own, likely not going to be enough though. And the T-80 and the BRM-1 going down here against the light rifle law. The lack of infantry here really hurting right now. The Acacia does deal decent damage that will prolong the reload time and the aim time of the mine clearing tool here, but it won't change much about the situation. Brute trying to move forward. New infantry is needed. Petrovka coming up. But yeah, losing a TADBV like this, I feel like the TADBVs should more migrate towards this part of the map and then start to fire away from a bit further, bit longer ranges, bit less broken up, lower chances of random AT launchers just shooting at you. But for that, you also would need a recon unit or two in here. And that's currently not a given. We have a recon drone with the Aquila around here now as well. BTR-80 finally gets got, as the hunt for it did work out here for Praying Wolf. While BRM-1 and BTR-80 engaging in the south again. Up ahead. The piece is still alive. New Plamias coming around again, but Appelsider also should react to the issue that the enemy has created. Seaplane gets another Tor, but the Tors get the cluster bomber. Next cluster bomber coming around. And that issue being that, you know, when you stack them like this, they both die at once. So spreading out and putting them into two different buildings would be the right choice. Or could be finishing off. Yeah, cluster bomber goes down. Decent micro with the T-80s. Only the BRM-1K got. But rifle laws here still might be able to find a side shot, and then this T-80 could still die. As yeah, Appelsider realizes that this might not be the way of moving here. So this light rifle is still unknown. More smoke moving around. Stinger team under fire. ADBV revealing itself here now. Smoke still blocking the line of sight a bit. Actively driving into it now. Light rifle just not getting the smoke off. Smoke blocking a bit more than its actual visual is still quite annoying. Well, M60s come around the north, do a bit of an incursion. BTR-80 stay alive for now, but a recon unit down here would be big. More BMP2s with module stalkies inside coming to the front line. The BMP2AG with the grenade launcher on top, really solid anti-infantry as well. Against the Dragon 2, it is in a bit of trouble. Dragon 2, with its 18 penetration, immediately, or like exactly one-shots a BMP2AG. So you have to be careful there. But the Mi-24V rocket here, clearing up house from the north. The heavier combined arms, in the end, should still win the grind in the center. The question is if Praying Wolf can maybe make it a bit wider again. 60 goes down. 18 minutes to go. Apple Cider did a decent job of still most of the time keeping a CV in here. Actually might be close. Yeah, kills the CV on the other side. ADBVK can now move in and actually capture the whole zone. Yes, the fire is going on here. 3 Tor missiles pushing back the F-16s. And the BRM now spots the light rifles. 2 Igla teams go down here in the north to the shot of the launch system. Tor on the open field here. Gets shot at by the M60 and gets blown up. That's bad. EAA here gets another reinforcement of the next Tor at least though. And ooh, here we go. The special weapon of the 9th US Infantry, the Wunderwaffe. The little gun-launched, ground-launched Hellfire. The GLH on the back of a pickup truck. American high-tech on the back of a redneck truck. Trying to kill off the TADBVKs. Pushing them back, getting a good hit. Super fast flying missile. 24 penetration, 70% accuracy, 2,800 meter range. The scariest ground-launched ATGM in the game. Not even the Attacker is on the same level because it flies faster. It's slower, only has 1 more pen. So I still see the ground-launched Hellfire as the top of the food chain. But the tanks here by now are numerous enough, and they are decently close enough that they could still gun this down. Humvee around, still without ammo. And we have the +1 now for Apple Cider. 30 motor grenade launcher here moving around. And yeah, Praying Wolf maybe a bit too slow in trying to find different spots on the map. He is the lighter division. He usually is the one that has to make it wide. Instead, he tried to play the grind game. He did a good job at it. But in the end, the heavier division, the more high-tech division when it comes to the mechanized warfare, still does prevail in the direct grind. Infantry on the side of Praying Wolf can only get you this far as long as combined arms is with full force in the center here. Mi-24s, 80s, all the IFVs here doing a good job, and now the center here is starting to collapse for Praying Wolf. The AT is coming around, gets a Tor. Second Tor turns on though. Will get a tap. Likely not gonna get a second shot on target. Missile is going out. Doesn't actually hit. Tor doing its job. Seaplane gets the kill onto the Tor. F-16 AT coming around again, and this is the one with the paved claw. This one actually good at strafing. Coming around now. This might still be a victory condition with the amount of Tors going down now. The AA situation here on the red side might not be that amazing. MiG-29 though coming around now. Will get behind this F-16. Will find a hit here with its first long-range missile. Second one gets a hit as well. And with that, the FA-16 goes down after all. So, not the end of the world here for Apple Cider. MiG-15, F-15 against MiG-23 and MiG-29 gets overwhelmed by the combined firepower together with the Igla. MiG-29 now nearly out of ammo. Still has the short-range R-60s in it. Now forced to fall back. R-27Rs there doing a good job. Mi-24 goes down. The grind is back here. Point lead still on the side of Praying Wolf, but trying to play on in this grind game here. I don't believe that's the path. M60 goes down. And the launchers here doing a decent job killing off a Motostralky, but your infantry can't just fight the enemy here in the open field. Your CUCVs, maybe from the north here now, could have some nice angles. Yeah, the Humvee TOW trying to get there, but you still need to give some ground here. You can't try to grind on in the zone right now. ADBV moving forward. The ADBV pushing forward. Infantry moving on as well. Will kill the light rifles. Will get further forward. M35 get gone. And now the front line here for Praying Wolf completely dissipating. And yeah, 9th US here in the end. Just not making it wide enough. Like, he had the attrition on the 27th. That's what you want to get on 27th. He had the attrition in the early game. But instead of using that or overwhelming the 27th on the side, he tried to double down in the middle, and you can't just break 27 frontally in a specific spot. You can attrition them away and make them go thin, and then break them by a lot of punches on a lot of spots. But in the end, the 27th is one of the best brawling division when it comes to direct fighting power with combined arms. And that combined arms was still able to come online in the middle. It wasn't down here in the south. It wasn't up in the north. So if Praying Wolf would have moved earlier there, then I believe he could have still done a lot with this, stretching the enemy TADBVs really thin, whilst overwhelming the enemy with just a lot of light infantry moving around, and a couple of sneaky foes that catch the enemy whilst rotating from north to south. But instead, he went for the big grind here and did lose the engagement there. Motorstrike is moving forward, and the game will go on. As more light rifles here moving into the engagement. Blackhawks disengaging. And there we go. GG is called, as Apple Cider will win game number 1 here in the end. The KD pretty decisive as well, as Praying Wolf just being a bit too greedy there in the middle, trying a bit too hard with getting away with just winning the town fight. And it got quite far in some moments, as there were moments where there was just no infantry on the battlefield at all, and all the reinforcements had to go for 27th in the middle, but he was not able to win based on that. He couldn't really exploit the situation, and in the end, TDVVs and Mi-24s are just a bit too strong when you just let them concentrate all their fire on you in one spot instead of stretching them thin. So GGVP here to Apple Cider for staying tenaciously in there and keeping up the good fight. And yep, getting map 1 here. Praying Wolf now under pressure, has to make it on the next one if he wants to keep his tournament live going. 8th US coming up for Praying Wolf versus First Ankova on Albion Duel. Quite a different map. Here we're likely going to see a similar grind as well, though it's more usual on this map. So let's see how that one goes. Czechoslovak tank division versus the US all-rounder in the 8th US. Quick break, and then we're going to be back with game number 2. So here we return. Game number 2. Praying Wolf versus Apple Cider on the lovely map of Albion Airport base in the lovely southern French countryside. Just having your casual little nuclear launch silos on the battlefield here, being the map that we got with the 76 VDV and the French defensive forces protect these nuclear silos against that VDV attack. And the lovely 2 divisions that we got here, First Ankova and 8 US, both have similarly strong tanks, M1A1s and normal M1s on the left side, and then a good mix of T-72s on the right side here. Both have pretty solid infantry. Surprisingly many infantry here coming in normal transports instead of IFVs. Saving the IFV cost here for just getting as much infantry fighting power as possible into Delta, it seems here, from Apple Cider. But before we go a bit more into the analysis, once more, quick shout out to the Matcherino page, guys, where you can assist funding the tournament. And come on, guys, we have more than enough people here to still get all the 27 codes here. If you are watching these tournaments more regularly, this is the easiest way of supporting it. It only takes you 1 click, and you add 25 real cents to the prize pool completely for free. And obviously, one single one doesn't make a difference, but with the amount of codes that we have claimed by now, that actually is an impactful amount of dollaroos that come around in the end and will be paid out to real players. You also can contribute directly with just the contribution button up top and add money from your and donate them that directly to the prize pool if you want to, and you have the money available. And but the direct free way is the easiest way of giving back to the community here. And yeah, if you want to support the channel, leave a like, leave a follow, leave a subscription, and become a channel member even on YouTube if you feel like it and you want to support the channel a bit and myself a bit more. As then we now get back into the game here with some lovely action between the two players. M150 A1 moving around to the south. We have some pivots moving in here as well with a good amount of infantry. Mech Dragon infantry in M113 A3 little APCs. These are now in a decent spot now, currently 20 points. The M113s, they are not amazing. In the end, they're a metal box that can give you fire support. If the enemy doesn't bring IFVs around though, this might work around as well. And we will cover Division 2 over the next couple of days, Zizek. Today, I'm likely gonna do this series and then the last remaining Division 1 and then my voice likely gonna give out completely. So most likely no Division 2 today. But yeah, we're gonna cover more Division 2. We're gonna cover all the quarterfinals in the upcoming days as well. HPZs moving around here towards Bravo, Charlie, and Alpha. We have Wlastar moving around to the north here as well. And then we have Osas moving around here between Charlie and Bravo as well. So the focus of both sides is mainly in the south. Dragon Wolf bringing a bit more to the north. Bradley, 2 Emerald 50s. These are the small recon variants of the boxes. Hey, Railroad Spike, thanks for the subscription. Much appreciated. Welcome to the Twitch community. Now you can use your beautiful, beautiful emotes on the channel as well. Like, for example, this situation here right now. Or if we ever get Mnet not being banned, we could use this beautiful icon. A lot of good, nice ones there around. And great. As we have SHPZs moving around, Yester cars. Really, really light deployment of Apple Cider in the north. If the enemy figures this out, then they can push in here. If Dragon Wolf melts out how little there is in the north, to push towards Alpha and Bravo for sure could be significant. As we have SHPZs moving around here in the south and the center. Another one moving further to the south of the map as well. As we have pivots getting into the south as well. 7.6mm MGs will try to go pretty deep. They have to deviate from that, otherwise they're likely just gonna get completely eaten alive here. The pivots could be pretty helpful on the infantry support. That rotary 20mm autocannon is still really good against infantry. It's not as OP as it had been a couple of patches ago, but they still, the sparks can still be quite helpful. Yes, we have SHPZ moving in here now. The 7.6mm MGs did unload a bit earlier, realizing that there was already infantry close by. As we have the ITO moving around as well. Mech rifle here coming around, but there is more infantry on the other side. 7.6mm currently being on a 1v1 with the SHPZ. That still works out. Once the Sinister would arrive, that would change. So I would say this disengagement here is the right move. Dealing some decent damage here. And then moving away till reinforcements to arrive. Obviously, perfect scenario would be that you engage slightly above the 750 meter range of most of the enemy weapons. So that's not that easy down here. And yeah, pivots and M113 here ready to give fire support as well. I like the mixed in Fagot missiles down here. Those ATGMs can deal with these light transports relatively efficiently. Let's get M113s now using their 50 cults here as fire support for the mech rifles inside that came with them. Yeah, first Fagot kill here. Second one taking out an enemy M113 as well. So they have to be careful now. Mech rifles pushing forward. But we have more M60s moving around the battlefield. Mech dragons moving around. TV does hide behind the building here. M60A3 coming around as well towards center. But we see the 82mm mortar setting up more smoke around the battlefield as well. 7.6mm MG engaging here. But we have the mech rifle dragon being stuck in this fight as well. The cap is a great investment. That should be really helpful. One of the pivots going down to the Fagot. The Fagot here having a nice line of sight. Second pivot. Trying to get out of the line of sight now. CV doing a good job. So it seems like both sides will get into the big grind fight down here in this barracks area. As I said before, Praying Wolf would have a good chance of actually going quite deep in the north if they would realize how little the enemy has there. M410 immediately coming around. Oh, finding a Wlastar car. Likely finding a kill on it. Last shot coming in. Not landing on target. Okay, the Wlastar car actually surviving there. Applesider with a quick reaction, but also with a good bit of luck there. That he keeps his AA unit in the north alive. M113's pushing a bit too deep. But the CV with its good, strong siege gun here. Able to deal good damage, stressing out the enemy. And can forces back the SHPZ Special Forces Recon unit to retreat out of the combat. Mech Rifle Dragons likely should disengage now as well and wait for repairs. We have a supply truck already coming in. We have some US Rangers now coming in helicopters. What's yeah, both sides keep on escalating the fight down here. Aito with a potential side shot here, and that would be a kill. And that will be a kill here against the T-72. 6 front side armor means that the Aito exactly can side shot you. 14 penetration difference needed between heat weapon and armor to get an instant kill. So that's a good kill. M110 artillery piece here. Getting some good shots on target as well. Dealing significant amount of damage there. Let's give a BMP-1K moving towards the southern part of the map as well. Ranger Dragon moving around. Stinger moving around as well. M60s sitting in decent spots. Aito under fire, trying to disengage. R6, the SHPZ with the SVD might be able to still finish it. Pretty low now. Getting stressed out. No other fire support on it here. M113 gets killed. Can't help out. So, yeah, Aito getting shredded. Wlastar car will deal with the Black Hawk here as well. The Aito still just barely alive. There we go. SVD finally doing the job. Finally tapping it. TV getting into the south here. Fagot missile gets got by the M110 as well. Good artillery unit there. We have a great artillery unit on the other side as well with the Dana. Trying to counter battery, but Praying Wolf with the good micro here. Repositioning after firing. So that counter batterying is not that easy. Dana in general also not the best at counter battery fire because it has 17 kilometers range. So it's not the longest range, and the longer the range, the better the accuracy in WARNO. Like the max range is dispersion is the same for all guns, and then accuracy gets better and better the closer you are to your target. So with 24-kilometer base range, the M117 has M110 has way better accuracy at 17 kilometers range than the Dana, and so on. So Dana, you usually want to bring relatively close to the front line and then also shoot relatively short distances so that its accuracy is good. Meaning that it is fantastic because it has an autoloader and it is mobile as well at helping out on the front line because it is so mobile it can dodge enemy count of battery quite easily, and with its autoloader for the gun it also has a great rate of fire, but it is not good at long range firing against enemy artillery because it likely won't find enough shots on target to actually kill them even if it catches them. Ranger Dragon here, killing the RT SHBZ. Special Forces US Infantry here now playing its role. Whilst we have M113s trying to rotate in the south together with a pivot and an M60. M60 should lose the fight against the T-72. Has not enough pen to really significantly damage it. Gets the side shot here, but no other assistance around. So T-72 still should be able to deal with it. Oh, the damaged one smokes off though. Disengages. Both might get a shot out again here on the move. The M60 goes down to it. Was more stressed out, so at the same time was longer. M113 goes down as well. Whilst we have more and more smoke popping in here. M1A1 engaging against the Motostrelki, failing to do so. Rangers holding the front line here. Whilst we have good artillery fire coming in. T-72 ME3 moving forward as well. We have 2H60A coming in to resupply the M110 A2 here. M60A3 moving around. M1A1 gets the Igla, gets the Esther car. Fly drag under fire by the dragon, not able to do the damage there. M1A1 moving forward as well. M60A3 getting into the engagement. The pivots shooting up the enemy here as well. Whilst the Dana able to engage towards the north. Mech Rifle Dragon goes down. Next Dana aiming for the next Ito. So both sides artillery here starting to become really impactful in these engagements. As the CV stops the take in the south again. F-16 cluster will try to come around. There are OSAs in decent numbers here though. Only 2, but 2 is decent enough. Or if the F-16 tries to dive deep, for it to likely die and maybe even just be pushed back. The M110 not on target. Dana does hit decently well. Ito's moving away. The infantry here moving forward as well. You have to keep moving when you know that the enemy is shooting into your direction with the artillery. Cluster Bomber gets one of the PO2s, nearly gets the second one, but OSAS here failed to get the kill. Only one hit. As T-72 E3 rotates around the flank. Scouts under fire. More Motostrelkis coming around. T-72 E3 here rotating around the flank. Against M1A1s, this is not an amazing tank. Against M60s, it's really good. Against M1A1s, where the 20 pen gun will deal good damage against you, and your 19 pen will only deal medium or light damage to it. Your E3s likely will be eaten up. They are a good bit cheaper as well, so 2v1 it still might work out. Ooh, Ito finds a kill here though. O2 goes down, Ranger go down, so the trades here is still okay, but the M1A1 here, that might be what really makes the game tough now for Apple Cider. If that can rotate around the side here, there is no ATGM here around to stop it. There is only this one T-72 E3 and it really doesn't have the stopping power. M110 aiming for the enemy artillery here as well. The BMP, or the CV, aiming for the BMP-1 CV there in the center of it. Dana's trying to counterfire against the Ito, but good movement there from Praying Wolf, keeping it alive. The heavy numbers of infantry invested here by Apple Cider still keep the front line in an okay state, but BMP-1 already pretty low now. Gets routed, might get killed by the third shot. Has it already started moving? No, it still goes down. T-72 E3 does go down. We have a T-72S with the good severe missile here behind all of this. Dana once more will try to counter battery. Another T-72S comes around. With two of them, you can do the job. MR-10 currently not being microed. Are both Danas firing on it? No, only one on the counter battery. The other one still trying to get rid of the enemy CVs. Motostrelkis and Sinistes here pushing around the flank, trying to get into RPG range, but good micro here from Praying Wolf. Disengaging out of the combat scenario. Well, we have Rangers disengaging as well. Apple Cider here with a good push. In the meantime, good reaction now from Praying Wolf, finally realizing how much of an advantage he has in the north. Pushing up with a Bradley and an M150, going deep. SHPZ here under fire as well. CV and a lot of infantry going down in the south. Apple Cider's counter push here, abusing the weakness of the enemy infantry situation here in the south. But at the same time, the pressure in the north is big. Good couple of helicopters being sent out to try to hunt down the deep penetration of the enemy recon vehicles here. Well, it's the T-72S rotating around the side. They don't want to get into a gunfight here directly with an M1A1 either, but 2v1, they still might be able to do it. 18 frontal armor versus 18 frontal armor. They have the better numbers here, and they do get a good hit. M1A1 should smoke off. Second M1A1 coming around, getting into the engagement. And the T-72S is now pushing on. Do miss their next shot. M60 helps out as well. The T-72S is here, overstepping their welcome. They should disengage here, using their severe missiles. But M1A1 comes around to flank again. Two of them just engaging now against the T-72S. And the pivot holds the line against the infantry. M1A1 getting another hit here. T-72S engaging against the M1A1. Failing to get the hit, as it is down to 1 hit point, now smoking off in the end. An M60 versus a T-72S, not a good trade for Apple Cider. Infantry overstepping it a bit as well, as we have another CV tank coming around. There is supply here to repair and recuperate the forces here, but the Danas currently not hitting as well. This might be a good one. Going for the M1A1, RT, SHPZ seeing that, but Praying Wolf is moving away. Osa firing at the Blackhawks. The north has been cleared out by the Me-2 helicopters and the Me-24. But the push here into Alpha by the normal frontline is still going on. Stinger helps out keeping the helicopters away. Red will get the south, will get a +1 there. And both sides here still grinding away on it. The M1 numbers staying up with more M1A1s coming up though. That is good for Praying Wolf. Once you get enough M1A1s, you should be able to just push through here. The lack of Conqueror's missile teams on the ground makes it a good bit tougher to stop these M1A1s. And if you just stay outside of the RPG-7 range, then you should be able to deal with the T-72s eventually. At least in the normal engagements, and force them to fall back. The T-72S with the long-range missiles obviously still could zone you out behind that, but it at least should get you into the zone. T-72s exploiting the weakness here right now, using the numerical advantage. The M1A1 here in trouble. Smoking just in time. Dragon retaliates here against the T-72 MK. But this is not dealing the most damage. Fire teams here having to move forward as well. Getting the CV would be big. Oh, blue CV goes down on the other side. M1A1 is still alive, is disengaging away. Our team doesn't get a shot off here. Whilst Ranger Dragon push on to try to get some shots out here as well. Aiming up against the enemy tanks here. Tanks on a decent range now. M1A1 trying to find the line of sight here. Could push onto it with the stress on the T-72Ss here. 84 trying to get closer as well. Yeah, M1A1 now pushing in. The T-72s should not push in here. They should disengage. Realizing that now as well. They don't have any spotting in front of them. And the 84 infantry is getting closer. The Ranger Dragon staying alive, keeping that alive, keeping that resupplied would be big as well. Whilst we have SHBZs under attack in the north. Autostralkies with BMP2s assisting out there as well. RT SHBZ goes down in the south. M1A1 pushing in. We'll get another shot here up against another unit. Whilst M1A1 moves further to try to secure the flank. And now Praying Wolf has control over the southern zone. And is also pretty close on getting control over the northern zone. Is still ahead in points. And this cluster bomber plane might be big. Good split here by Apple Cider. Doesn't get killed at all. Osa here in the south out of ammo. That's unfortunate. Otherwise the cluster plane likely would have been hit. This way around it actually gets away scot-free. And will be back in 2 minutes times with more bombs. M2S need repairs as well. As the light security force infantry here pushing forward. T-72s need repairs. Supply trucks coming in finally again. Meet 24D and URP going down in the north. Praying Wolf setting up the pressure there now. Really grindy game here with the engagements in the south. But in the end, the M1A1 will likely prevail here. As the first tankova not having the numbers of T-72s that you wanted to get. A couple too many of the earlier T-72s being shut down to really get the firepower, the collective firepower that you want in these engagements now. And now the T-72Ss couldn't just push down by the M1A1. One more going down. And the situation here getting out of hand now. Apple Cider's infantry here getting overwhelmed. M1A1's keeping up the pressure. Ihawk getting the engagement here against them as well. But we have M1A1 and a Blackhawk pushing forward too. Getting the kill against the security unit up north. T-72S disengaging away. To fall back. HPZ under fire. TV does get in. Red tick has been stopped and will soon be a blue tick again. And the M1A1s just going unanswered here right now. No planes to deal with them. No tanks to deal with them. No ATGMs to deal with them. There is no solution to the M1A1. And there is enough support for the M1A1s to not get into bad situations right now anymore. F-16 there in the north. In a bit of trouble. Will get out just barely. As the MiG-23 gets itself into a bad spot as well here. And will just get out barely as well. But Osa going down in the south. The M1A1s here just now being able to pop in and out. They maybe should be even used better than this. And more cohesive together. So that you can get all the firepower whilst the enemy has to individually target them. Maximizing engagement. But yeah, M1A1's one of them even currently not something that the red team can answer. Currently just trying to smoke it off. Dana with direct hits here, dealing a bit of damage, but the supply truck should solve that issue in a second again. Yeah, we only have one T-72 CV and T-72S and a BMP-2 here currently as the units that actually can deal some damage there. More T-72S is moving in, but M1A1s with decent micro still should be able to deal with those. The M1A1 being the faster tank of the two. Smoke coming around, trying to enable the infantry to push forward, but the Rangers are well set up here. 3 Ranger squads. No special forces infantry here, really. The CV, the Recon is special forces, but it's not really having good firepower compared to the Rangers. So, Rangers should win that fight. M1A1 here smoking last second. Artillery will get the kill there, actually. Mismanagement there by Praying Wolf. Good focus fire there from Apple Cider, using his high explosive capabilities there to get rid of one M1A1 at least, but won't be able to achieve more than this. And at the same time, in the north, we have an M1 Abrams hunting down a relatively low hit point T-72. The support of the US here being way above that of the Soviets, or of the Czechoslovaks. And M1 Abrams aiming faster now. Does get hit still, but gets the kill first. T-72S going down. Cluster F-16C does get hit. MiG-23 does get killed though. And he had the amount of red units just falling here. The short distance until Praying Wolf gets a tick in the north. CV now on the way there. This should be it on paper. 15 minutes still to go, but the units on the battlefield lead, the AD difference just too big here for Praying Wolf, and the point lead already in the back as well. Recon BMP2 goes down. There are T-72Ss on the way, but they don't have any assistance, and there we go. GG is called. And with that, we have 1-1 here now between Praying Wolf and Apple Cider. Apple Cider getting back in game 1. This time around, Praying Wolf was the one with the heavier tanks that got away back into it, because Apple Cider couldn't quite find a way of using the earlier engagement advantages there. The T-72s overstepping, like 2-3 T-72 engagements that just weren't going his way, and the Ito there catching the lead T-72 and so on. The T-72 divisions in a matchup like this usually want to get critical mass of T-72 so that you get 4, 5, 6 of them, so that even M1A1s can't really engage that bigger number. And Praying Wolf was doing a good enough job at keeping that away, using the Rangers nicely as well. Both sides there with good engagements in the town, like pivots, CVs, and so on being used well on the one side, well mixed in ATGMs, and good usage of line of sights by Apple Cider as well. But in the end, Praying Wolf here prevailing and getting us to a game 3. And that means we will get to final map, which gonna be Mount River, where we're gonna see the T-72 on T-72 violence. East Germany versus the Polish. 20th Panzer versus 9th Panzer. Will the faster 20th Panzer prevail, or will 9th Panzer's keep calm and napalm to victory? We will figure that out after a short break. So yeah, back. Here we go. Game number 3. Praying Wolf versus Apple Cider. As we are going around with 20th Panzer versus 9th Panzer on Mount River. As said earlier, 2 T-72 divisions out of Norfolk with similar capabilities, but not quite the same. One of them, the 20th Panzer, has the more aggressive tools, has the T-72 Wilk, which is the best gun T-72, with long-range capabilities on the main gun and good armor, as the Polish Special Forces Recon in the strong Honkarus transport that can get good amount of territories early, but the Recon department of 9th might be its weakness. Ninth, on the other hand, has the T-72S with long-range missiles, has more high-quality tanks with the T-72 MEVs than the other side, and has the Napalm rocket launcher that on this map, for example, when firing on this part or firing here, can take out whole squads of enemy forces at once and make whole important areas of the map, which is already pretty narrow, impassable for a while, allowing for pushes and taking ground in the later stages. So on paper, 20th Panzer is supposed to be on the aggression, 9th Panzer is supposed to hold for the early part and then push back later. We'll see if that's how it plays out. They are still close enough that either side can win the early or the late game. It's not as black and white as I made it out to be with that early description. Both still have T-72s, both still have decent air defense, similar infantry, mechanized infantry in BMP-1s and BMP-2s. So there are a lot of similarities here, and it will be interesting to see how the minute details can make the difference here and who can navigate the matchup here a slight bit better. Conquerors here, yeah, will go into the south, won't go all the way to Paul. They could potentially get there, but the question is if that would be worth it, because you would need a good follow-up for it, and doesn't seem like that's currently in the plans here for Praying Wolf in the south. Meanwhile, Apple Cider is bringing a lot of forces here to the south, including the T-72s. Well, and then also moves up a good couple of forces into the center, but won't take sign, realizing that the Honkaroos will be there faster. Honkaroos here not having a move command yet. Honkaroos in the north, they actually might be aggressive. That's interesting. We might see an aggression towards Olga, at least trying to cut off the enemy from Sign in the north. Taking this silo here would be really powerful. Map in general, the right side has the advantages with the silos, but the left side has the advantage with the way into the middle here. This forest is not mirrored on the other side, so that you can move behind, and this building complex is a bit stronger than this building complex because it has some layers that you can move through, whilst you don't have that here. So there is a decent balance on the map in my eyes, but it is asymmetrical. Usually you want to be the aggressive division on the left side and the defensive division on the right side, so that works out decently well here as well. But giving up the center here maybe in the early game. Unless you really want to break the enemy here in the early game with an aggressive division on the right side and actually take all of this, but it's an interesting little bit of the map. This map is Mount River. It's one of the most played divisions this season, as it is pretty balanced and relatively playable with most divisions. Most playstyles are viable some way or the other on it. Outside of air spam, whenever we see air spam on this map, it fails. Whoever uses too many aircraft usually goes down the drain. You can use aircraft in strikes early on, and you can do some suicide charges or precision strikes later as well, but it's too easy to shut down the airspace because it is so narrow, and you only need 2-3 AA units to shut it down completely. Plus, the air spawns are close enough that fighters can come in quickly to shoot down strike aircraft as well, just as a reactive force. So using too many aircraft on this map doesn't work. We still see it attempted from time to time, and it has a really, really high failure rate. So whenever I see it, I'm shaking my head. The average viewer of the channel will know that by now. I hope both of these players keep the airplanes in their tab and only come around when they see a really good opportunity. And yeah, we have a decent amount of T-55As here coming around for Praying Wolf, using the high veterancy, coming at 1 vet with them actually, bringing them up to 2 vet with the BMP-1, not quite max vetting them, which is how we often see them. On the other side, 2 T-72 MEVs. This is not a good matchup for the T-55s. The T-55 16 penetration against the 16 frontal armor of the MEV leaves you with a lot to be desired. So the T-55, really good fire support unit, can be nice against lighter vehicles, and can be nice in matchups against lighter tanks. And this matchup against the T-72, if you have enough of them, you can still maybe outflank it or so, but you don't want to get into a direct fight with these tanks on the other side. But as Spraying Wolf is pushing most of the units towards Sign right now, that's likely not going to be the case here at the beginning of the game anyway. Because Malyutka P, AA units here, and some recon units moving around. Honker Rus trying to go deep. Aufklevers taking the silo. The Honker Rus in the north using its speed advantage to go pretty deep, but BMP1 should be able to deal with it eventually here. So yeah, Honker Rus disengaging there. Right choice. Lucky that the main gunshot of the BMP2 missed twice, but pretty low accuracy. Only 35% accuracy on that gun, as it is a relatively low quality gun, firing a relatively low moving objective, not having the best optics. And it gets close enough though. Still works out. Rospasiani with an RPG-7VL should be able to deal with the MP1 though. So Applesider still has to be careful in the north here to not get overwhelmed by this push. The T-55's pushing with it as well. And Applesider still bringing in reinforcements into the south. 30mm grenade launcher opening up against the Honker Rus. As it started firing before the Honker Rus could get around. It likely will find the kill here. Yes, there we go. MP1 in the north goes down though. Mod of Terror disengaging. The SPW-40 still will try to get in there. Mi-24P being brought around. That's a good investment. There is a Strata M though, so you have to be careful, but then you use the Mi-24 defensively. It still should be fine. Aha, it's going a bit too far. I would say keep it here, because it can still be anything that tries to move over the open field. But yeah, moving it this far likely will end up in it getting minced by the Strela. TV for the south here is needed as well. Currently a +1 for Praying Wolf, who's now trying to rotate the BMP1 into the middle. Has to be careful with the Fagot around there. Tube being brought up. BMP1's more T-55As coming up. No real solution against the T-72s on the battlefield yet at all for Praying Wolf. Lack of Conqueror's Missile, another weakness of his division. Only the BMP2s bringing those around for you with the Polish. So the MEVs here now moving forward. Polish army never invested into mass adoption of those ATGMs. BMP1 trading missiles here, but the MEVs soon to clear up house. Trella 10M in the north did get killed. The Mi-24 barely surviving here, making it out, getting a Honker Rus killed as well. The Cocon fast flying missile there actually winning out. And the push in the south for Applesider coming around at the same time. So Praying Wolf under heavy pressure here. Infantry being caught out in the open as well. More reinforcements coming in. T-55 trying to get close, but the Mi-24P now in a decent distance. The 815 coming around for repair. Keeping the Mi-24P alive here. Pretty important. BMP2 trying to help out holding the line there, whilst Modschützen and 30mm grenade launchers moving forward. BMP1 rotating towards the middle. As I said, has to be careful with Fagot. We'll have a decent time with line of sight there on target. BMP1's moving around again, but there are a lot of T-72s and BMPs here now able to fire on all of this. So I believe Praying Wolf needs to fall back to this village. Give up this space. That's still fine. With the middle, you still won't get ticked against. And you still have some room. The Strela 10M not moving away in time. Only now starting movement. Malyutka and T-55A dealing with a BMP2 here. T-55s and BMP1s now getting into the engagement here as well. But you want to get some RPGs if you want to have any chance of this actually working out. Onto the enemy tanks, stressing them out, and also maybe getting a side shot that actually deals some damage. Side shot works out against the MEV, but the T-55 already down. BMP-2 does go down here as well. The other tanks trying to help out from the north. The Matcherino going down, 30mm under fire, BRM-1 in the engagement 2. All the BMP-1s here going down. The one in the center didn't make it. I got ATGM, did get it in the end. But it did make it to the zone. Did get killed in the zone though. +3 going on for the blue side now. That's a nice little take for Praying Wolf, but has to be careful to not completely fall apart here. The T-72 still being alive. MiG-21 bomber, that's a decent target, but the double coup has something against planes. Exactly what I was talking about on the map. Air defense, pretty simple on it. Malyutka here has to be careful as well, and yeah, Praying Wolf needs to play a bit more defensive. T-72M coming up. This is outclassed by the MEVs on the other side. One frontal armor difference here. And this one also doesn't bring around the smoke. So it can't disengage when the engagement goes against it. The MEV on the other side can do so. BMP-1 under fire. Gets a kill against the enemy BMP-1 still. T-72 trying to find a kill. Pichota mech with side shots here. Find one. Good reaction from Apple Cider, trying to get away, but more RPGs could still get on target here. T-55A gets shot. Next RPG coming out. Does miss its shot. The other unit doesn't go into the right building. 30mm grenade launchers now trying to stun down the Pichota. And it hits the front armor now, so even with more hits, it will only deal 1 damage. And won't be able to find the kill there. BMP-1 not able to do it either. Mi-24P keeping the T-72 forced back. So Praying Wolf has to be fine with keeping the center, keeping the +3, having some pressure on the north. MEV there involved as well. T-55 realizing that this is not the engagement, disengaging away from it. MEV will find the Rospasnalny most likely though. So no take there for Praying Wolf, but the +3 currently getting a decent amount of points. SPW is driving in here. Be careful to not be too fast. Likely will get the capture here locked down. Yes, it will. And the SPW will get into the next zone here as well. Getting that captured too. So that will stop the take. 300-point lead now for Praying Wolf. That's not a lot, but it is a lead nonetheless. For sure need to play for good KD now though on both sides to start trying to find weaknesses in the enemy front line. Specialny figuring the situation out in the center here. I got firing its last missile, so the T-55s can easily engage here. Units disengaging. The T-55AS coming around with the mine clearing tool rockets. Really helpful to deal with units entrenched in buildings. We have the Dana artillery coming around as well. Good artillery. B-24s flying into the middle. We have a coup here that can one-shot kill them. And they are getting pretty close. Coup aiming. Finds the first one. Second B-24. Oh, coup out of ammo. 55 AS gets its shot out, gets good kills. And we have a MiG-21 coming in to deal with the second B-24. Coup's likely gonna find it here. No, they don't. Important kill there. As the T-72S here now pushing forward. Will deal with the T-55A if it doesn't disengage here. Could disengage behind the buildings relatively quickly, but it's now being macroed, but too late. Coup needs to disengage there as well. T-55AS can get Apple Side of the center here now. There's not enough here for Praying Wolf right now. The T-72M from the north maybe might want to move around there. It's RPG 7VL. That's a decent RPG. But the T-72 currently not getting close enough. Yacht under fire. Okay, the focus of Praying Wolf is still in the north. Has a decent amount of T-72s in the south here now as well. 3 of them versus 2 of the MEVs here. That's an engagement that you can win as well. Dana trying to get hits on the targets in the north. T72M engaging against the Matcherino. It's the T55 AS trying to get around with a side shot. Misses though. Is able to break line of sight just in time. But BMP2s and Matcherino there pushing forward as well. Coop trying to get away. As the Malyutka keeps the enemy occupied. Coop likely will be able to get away. But this whole line here in trouble. T72Ms now rotating to the center. Have to be careful of the storm here. And that is fast firing, but likely not fast enough to actually get the missile on target here. Unless they actually stop right in the line of sight there. Hitting a frontal hit. Are getting closer to deal with that T70, that storm. And get in range, get the kill. Okay. PSR here from the north spotting that. The AA and the artillery staying alive, but the rest of the center here in shambles. T55 AS going down. And if a CV can get in there now for Apple Cider, that will be a lucrative pick for our player in red. That would be a +4. Easily catching up in points here. Would only take 2 minutes for Apple Cider to get ahead. So Praying Wolf can't give this up. Has to fight for it somehow. Ghana moving around. Getting good targeting there. Finds the stress on the T72. T72 nearly goes down there. Malyutka not in the spot to fire there. But BMP2 and T72 here in bad shape. DM getting repaired. More BMP2s moving up north. The T72 M lob over here. Rotating around. No recon here in the middle. And one infantry unit now rotating around here. Weird situation. For sure advantage Apple Cider right now. Yacht engaging the Shilka here. Shilka not figuring out what is actually firing on it there. It doesn't have the best ground optics. And that ZT-23 there is dealing decent damage. Against its 23mm brethren. Not able to get the kill though. Matcherino up there getting killed. Oh, Pichota smack here in the rear line. Getting around with the RPG-7 VM. Shilka will get killed as well, and all of those low hit point units, they are easy picking for it if it pushes on a bit closer. T-72s here, getting into the engagement as well. MEV and S coming around from the flank. The lack of smoke really means that these guys don't want to be caught out in the open fields. They're fighting around these building blocks here is okay. They don't want to be caught out over here. Me-24 getting into the engagement. CV finally makes it in here for Apple Cider into the middle. Will turn on the +4 tick. Whilst we see the storm going down again. To the T-72s. Into S and MEV. Not risking it here. M1K. Trying to move around, but doesn't want to fight 1v3 here, especially not with the Me-24D also firing on it. So yeah, disengages here. MiG-21, one gets shut down. Second one gets too close as well. So 2 planes here shut down. Perfect Mount River aircraft experience there. MP2 getting too close from the north. Gets shut down as well. The ZMAC though captures a Ural. Gets the T-72 MEV here that was supposed to help out repairing all of this. Gets the BMP2 as well. And doesn't quite get the BMP1, but still 2 important kills here with the capture of the Ural next to it as well. Nice blowout on the northern force of Apple Cider, and that might enable this position here now to push forward. Though Modiflare plus MEV is a good reinforcement here from Apple Cider. T-72S here for the center as well, and the +4 right now, that is brutal. Even the northern capture wouldn't switch that around, it would only reduce it to a +2, so in the end, Praying Wolf here still needs to get some better engagements. Dana and needs to get somehow back into the middle or crash the south or crash the north and get back into the south. All sound easy on paper, not easy to do at all right now. Gets the one BMP1 in the north, BMP2 should disengage, but action is going all across the board. T-72M here, getting rid of an enemy BMP2, but there is still a T-72S that will finish it off. The M tanks in the middle here, being somewhat outgunned as well. The Persi Sturmovi holding the line, trying desperately to hold up the Aufklärers. MEV2s on the fire here. By another ATGM hit. Will go down. Scott 2A. An assist here too. Good engagements up north. They're clearing out most vehicles, but the MEV is still a problem. No real solution for that. Dana here, trying to get involved in the middle. Not really finding the hits either. We have a Vilk, we have another Dana. The other side, a lot of E-Glass. Okay. BMP1's outgunned here. Better ATGMs plus tanks on the other side. And the T-72Ms are still all around, but yeah, they don't really want to fight up here. They want to fight down here. They currently cannot do that. Mod Kudachi pushing forward, trying to get closer to the southern zone again. Once we have a Will going in for the center, that together with the M's could work. It at least gives you a smoke. It also will be the units that the enemy tanks will focus on, so it can tank the fire for the M's so that the M's can just focus on firing. Meanwhile, Praying Wolf overextended in the north. The reinforcements there for Apple Cider did crush all the forces outside of a couple of recon units staying alive, as recon, infantry, and T-72s pushing in again. MP1s for the south, 7.6mm MG for the south as well. The Danas aiming on enemy tanks, opening up now. Apple Cider not reacting just yet. Is now trying to move away. Might get stunned down there. Yes, both tanks get stunned. But just likely just gonna be barely making it out alive. Nope, one goes down. Other one pretty low. That might enable the M's now to really put up the pressure in the north. Eagla team is going down. 72S getting killed in the center. That's nice. The southern push here not really working out, but keeps two T-72s occupied. This would be the moment for the Vilks and the T-72Ms here to set up the pressure through the center, getting back for the center zone. Kudachi here pushing forward. M2M, MP1 pushing forward. Vilk moving in as well. Danas should re-aim for new targets. One of the M's actually getting into the engagement in the south. I'm not a big fan of this. There's still 3 T-72s down here. The singular T-72M doesn't stand a shot against 3 better T-72s, and it can't disengage without the smoke. MiG-21 HE being used in the north. This is a good area for it to be used. The coops are all down far in the south, so here it still can get away with a bit. As we have the M going down in the south, yeah. Mismovement there. All the tanks should right now focus on the center. Form Praying Wolf. The artillery did its job. The rest currently is not doing that. And the Danas here firing on a nearly dead unit. So that's not the perfect engagement there either. Vilk is getting on target. Danas should switch their fire. The T-72S here might not want to be here. The MP1s can use its guns to at least stress it out. And the T-72S does Malyutkas, might work out. Vilk now coming in for the push. Danas off target. Mi-24D does go down in the south as well, so Praying Wolf has to be careful to not get completely overrun in the south. Is playing it way too aggressive for my liking here, down on the south. Malyutka does get a hit, but likely will get eventually got as well. Got a smack. Not able to get RPGs into range. 72M. Don't believe sees the T72M on the other tree line here. No, is engaging different units. Is pushing forward and does get hit by an enemy. ATGM does get forced back. Can't smoke off. Does see the tank now. Doesn't get the kill. SU-22 gets killed in the middle. The coup staying alive was really an important one there. Wilks and T-72Ms here now pushing onto the CV position here in the middle. The point lead by now significantly in favor of Apple Cider, but Praying Wolf at least is starting to stop the tick again here with some good pushes in the middle. Obviously afterwards will need to crush either the south or the north to get more of a tick here. 18 minutes still remaining. By now 900 points difference, so even a +2 would still be enough, but wouldn't quite finish the game here for Praying Wolf anymore. T-72M gets a kill here against the T-72S. Important little kill. We don't have the Napalm rocket launcher on the battlefield yet. Danas aiming for the M1K. Important artillery play here. The lack of the Napalm launcher on the side of the 9th Panzer might really cost them with the Danas getting important kills like this. And no enemy artillery unit doing similar things here. MP1 being stunned down by the Shilka. Can it get a shot on target? No. Gets stunned down again. The 23mm actually might get the kill there. Oh, Wilk under fire. M engaging against BMP1s. Does a decent job as well. Gets shot down by the Malyutka. BMP1 does go around. As the Wilk is under fire here by more ATGMs. Not sure if it's stuck there. Might actually be a weird bug where it gets stuck there, I'm not sure. Because it also has a weird line of sight there through that building. It's behaving like it's inside the building, I believe. This is obviously not supposed to be the case. Boop. Engaging the MiG-23. Well, it's a garage, so at least it would kind of make sense. But obviously not with it being able to have line of sight out of it. It driving in there, at least, wouldn't be too the issue, but it shooting from inside is, but it can move. Okay, Wilk is disengaging. Danas aiming for the big tank blob here. The lack of a tick here, though, is a big problem for Praying Wolf. Needs to find a way. The T-72 is all rotated to the middle. So Praying Wolf might have some room in the south now. Obviously, after already playing 2 games, which both went decently long, both of these players likely are decently fatigued at this point. So miss micro and so on might happen. Units might not move as much as you need them to really move. Danas here now, aiming for the coops. That's a good target as well. The T-72M using the lack of T-72s here in the south now to move in. Wilk coming up as well. Same time though, good smoke usage here from Appleside in the center. Together with the infantry getting back into it and getting back to the +4 right now. No CV on the way for the south, only now appearing on the map here. The MP1s to rotate south. So even with some victories here, Praying Wolf can't take control of this. Another one of the tanks here now desperately trying to move away. MP1 likely will go down here. Wilk engaging only the Iglas here. MP1's moving around. Wilk getting the better aim here. Doesn't miss its shot though. Good smoke afterwards. T-72Ms moving around, trying to get the flanking shot. Both sides moving. If you move it like this in the north with the M1s, which do have better frontal armor than the T-72 MEVs, so weaker frontal armor than the T-72Ss, if you do that, then the Wilk would have, and the M from the south here should have engaged at the same time. Bit of a mistiming there. Wilk getting into another engagement here. At least able to fire at the storms. Storm able to get its missiles towards it without being shot. First storm now goes down though. Wilk in the center gets overrun by the Matcherino. And only 2 minutes now until victory here for Apple Cider. So Praying Wolf needs to get CVs into zones. Has a lot of BMP1s with Matcherino coming in. Has a BMP1 for the south. Has a BMP1 for the center. But only 2 minutes now to make that work. Danas doing their fire. Getting decent damage against the Matcherino. But the T-72 Wilk and the M both go down in the south. One T-72S on the other side as well, but at least only one T-72 here, so chances of the BMP-1 here making it not that high. The one in the center at least could still stop the take, but only 13 minutes remaining, which means that afterwards, our player in blue here would have to completely destroy the enemy to get enough points still on the battlefield. So that will be tough. Matcherino here, sitting around. BMP-1s engaging against the Matcherino. BMP-1 will move into the center. Dana engaging against the MUV. Only 1 minute now. BMP-1 moving around. The SPW is behind all of this. Wilk and more units here trying to go for the center. No! No, Praying Wolf! No! Taking a boating detour is something that you just can't afford right now. The pathfinding getting messed up by the amphibious. And yeah, that just takes too long here, most likely. BMP-1 will maybe barely make it in there. Has to train 2HE. Oh, after nearly getting it there as well, making it even slower. That gives him 30 more seconds to find the SPW in this zone. And then never get it ticked again. And he's not moving into the smoke. Okay, he's moving into the smoke now. BMP-1 trying to find it. 14 seconds. Got the smack. Oh, might just miss it here. Oh, might just miss it. I believe he just missed it. Yeah, 1 second. GG. The detour. The detour. Robbing Praying Wolf of any chance there. The detour over the lake. Costing him there 15 seconds or so. It likely wouldn't have worked out either way because he was just so far behind in points. Apple Cider also had the KD here in the end. But good games nonetheless. Or 3 really close games actually, like with good back and forth micro here. And yeah, good show. Good improvement from both players over the season as well. And in the end, with Apple Cider prevailing here, meaning that Apple Cider. Nope, that's the game that we have coming up next. Here we go. Apple Cider moving on with wins. Yeah, that's not quite how it went, but there is. And that means we only have to see what Ace, Stuff Unicorn, and the Flying Ryan do in Division 3. With that said, we're gonna do a bit of a longer break here now because both my voice needs a rest and I also need to eat something. But we will now take a 30-minute break, so you have some time to eat something as well. I will leave the stream up because then we will have Procomi versus Bloody Knight. So we're gonna catch that live as well. Looking forward to see it. Bloody Knight and Procomi. Procomi, obviously, most decorated WARNO League player of all time. Only 2-time champion so far. Bloody Knight has constantly improved over the last 2 years though. Coming up from starting in Division 3 and constantly getting better by now being a staple in Division 1. Good group stage from both players, with Procomi coming out on top of his group this season around again. had a couple of tougher runs in the past, but this season around was relatively dominant, only drawing against Stardeck, who is a semifinalist now as well, and then winning the other three. Relatively decisive. I believe one draw against Koch or so. Not sure why he has 15 points. Oh no. We just gave him too many points against Koch. I'm sorry, Koch. Yeah. Somehow rated 5-0. But yeah, just clear wins then. And that the winner here will play against Bendover, who we'll have to see. We will have to see in best of 5 how many US divisions he can actually make work. The longer it goes, the worse for Bendover, because the weaker the pool of US division will get. And yeah, Bloody Knight and Procomi here gonna be really, really hot as well. Bloody Knight here with a bit of a tougher time in the group stage for sure. 3 draws here, but all good players here in the groups as well. And drawing against Scoof, only getting 1 win here against Dark Neutron, with that also eliminating Dark Neutron here. Oh no, 1 win against Tortic. Right, actually drawing against Dark Neutron, but Tortic with 1 point against Scoof, securing himself to stay safely in Division 1. Yeah, really gonna be interesting. Best of 3 coming up. So, as I said, half-hour break, then we're gonna be back with the live program. Okay, the game between Bloody Knight and Procomi should go into the pick and ban soon. As getting ready to get our next semifinal list here. So far, really, really fun playoff games. Some clutch matches, like in the 2 series up here. Some interesting upsets from Bendover. Let's see if Bloody Knight and Procomi can make it as close as this as well. In general, a lot of series that go to the whole way to best of 3 over the different divisions in total. Really good show in Division 3 here by the players as well. Looking forward to see what we're gonna get in Division 4 and 2 over the upcoming days too. Are getting ready. And yeah, what we're gonna get from divisions next. The first quarterfinal in Division 4 has been played already as well. 2 is well on the way too. So there are good games to be casted there over the upcoming days. Yeah, a lot of WARNO action going to come your ways. I will be traveling next weekend, so we'll try to put as much into the week as possible. We'll see how that all works out. Goal is doing 3 times. Maybe we're only gonna be able to do 2 times, but we'll see how that all works out. And yeah, Procomi versus Bloody Knight coming our way here. Next couple of minutes. Supposed to get around now. Look, game, maybe see them there. We will join the pick and ban live as well, so that we can follow the process there as well. I'm interested to see what they're gonna ban and what kind of divisions Procomi is going to go into. He has a couple of favorites. 9th Panzer come to mind, 2nd UK come to mind. But obviously he's good with everything. Bloody Knight, on the other hand, really focused on the heavier mech part of things. Usually playing tank divisions, 1st UK, 79th, and so on. Like, that's the division that we see Bloody Knight usually resort to. And the latest dispatch, or the second latest dispatch actually, latest Division 1 WARNO dispatch was going over that, so again, have a look in that here. Fortitude fans. Here we go. That's ready. So, Knight versus Procomi. Bloody Knight so far playing 9th Panzer, 79th, 5th Panzer, 27th, 2nd Guards. Played 56 here, but 4th Division, 2nd Guards. You see, everything has a heavy tank outside of 56, which is a map that he lost against Cheech. So, like, all the wins came with heavy divisions. That's usually what we see out of Bloody Knight. Procomi on the other side, yeah, with his classic 9th Panzer, but also with a diff mob victory against Doozy. 9th Panzer coming around, 6 US. Like, those are the kind of divisions that he enjoys. 56 being a division that also comes around quite a lot. 2nd UK infantry. He did lose it with it. No, he did win it with it, actually. The only loss was 27th, the division that he plays a lot as well. Like, there are a roster of like 10 divisions or so that Procomi usually goes around with. They are not always the ones that you see at the top of the meta. Like, he played 27th at a time when most people were not seeing it as a top tier division. 9th Panzer at the moment maybe might not be top tier either, but high tier. Like, obviously he's not picking anything that is seen as bad usually. Like, but he still does his own playstyle, which allows him to maybe make something work that is not quite meta. And yeah, not using 2nd Panzer Grenadier or 79th here, but that's mostly because they get banned. If they would be open, he likely would pick them as well. And this should be quite interesting. And yeah, Bloody Knight got quite high up lately, has good win rates as well. So not as high as some of the top level players like Mix or so. His mechanized focus gameplay is a bit easier to get through in the league, where he can ban the maps that are not favorable for it though, compared to ranked play. Like, because he is so focused on that one play style, the ranked without bans and without knowing the enemy division makes that actually harder than tournament play. Like, he's a better tournament player than he is a ranked player, and he's already a really good ranked player. So, gonna be interesting to see what Bloody Knight can bring to the table here, and how well he has his mechanized playstyle perfected by now. Because it needs to be on perfect shape if he wants to move on here. He has been in the quarterfinals before, I believe. If I'm not... Division 1 group stage record 2-1-1 here. Yeah, last... no, he was not quite making it. But yeah, good record last season. So he did play a good group stage this season around, first time in the playoffs. Let's see if he can advance further. Last season, yeah, it was close, but he was in a group with Babblegun and Mix, and he had this, right, he had a tiebreaker game against Mix, I believe, and did lose that. But yeah, really good show outside of that. Already last season. But obviously, if he wants to push Uber, he has to be able to beat something like someone like Procomi, and he hasn't quite done that yet. Like, that would be a first. He did fail to beat Babblegun last season. He did fail to beat Mix 90 last season. And this season around, he got second in his group by playing once more really well, but also by not beating the best in his group in Babblegun once more, getting a draw this time around. Won against Mix 90 last season as well, so he can get maps out of them. But this would be solidifying his status as a top level tournament player if he now could also take off whole series of them. So would be the logical progression with his performance so far. But obviously Procomi, usually not somebody to budge easy, and usually a candidate for the semifinals or the grand finals, and maybe the best of 5 player that we have in WARNO. So if he makes it on here, then Procomi will be hard to stop. Like, he has the resilience to go throughout the best of 5, and he has the depth in the division pool that he plays to have 5 good picks for maps as well. Yeah, gonna be interesting. Gonna be real interesting to see what they can do here. Yeah, the other divisions looking good as well. And yeah, popular archetypes, tanks beating infantry, beating airborne. But airborne divisions, we don't have that many anyways, and yeah, it's currently not that strong. It will be interesting to see how that will work out now with the new structure. Like, how it spreads out between mechanized infantry, territorial, armored, and so on. Obviously, armored are the most divisions, I believe. Motorized being all, for example, NATO, and mechanized being quite well, mechanized being the most actually. So yeah, well, really interesting to see how that split works out. Naval, air mobile, cavalry. Guess you maybe could put all in one category together, because percentage-wise, yeah, that's not that many. Guess air mobile and airborne at least can put together to air mobile, and then a couple of airborne divisions. Then adding naval there as well, and cavalry, I guess, to armored. But having territorial, motorized, mechanized, and airborne and armored split, like a bit wider split between the divisions, would be interesting to see how that then works out. Like, how popular are territorial divisions at the moment? Oh, there's a wild mix in between here as well. Like, HDR London and CLK have some high quality stuff. Meanwhile, the Rhine, Diffmob, obviously being the low end, their Comsuit having a nice mix. And yeah, on the act side of things, it's more universal, though it's all it's all these German divisions. I'm surprised that 303. I mean, it says Tankovi, but come on, this is like a territorial formation, right? I mean, no, it actually has multi Streltsies in there and normal Streltsies. But yeah, the solid needs chain, so I don't know. This feels like something I would put in there together with 152nd. Like, I would rank those as territorial as well. But I guess that's counted as a mechanized division here. 157th? Yeah, because it says Motostralki. But, I mean, we already gave them an extra emblem here. So, I'm not sure. Has some high-tech units here as well, but like this should get into the territorial slot as well. Okay. Okay, start is 15 minutes. Okay. So we will have to wait a bit longer. Yeah, guys, with that said, okay, then I will set you back on the timer and see you all when these two guys are around. There's not really much we can do here right now. So, yeah, sorry for the delay. We'll cut it out of the VODs eventually. And, yeah, get back to you once we have a pick and ban coming up. Ban is 15 minutes. Okay, we already have study night now in the pick and ban tool. Waiting for arrive with action. Really full day. WARNO. Or full weekend in general. Good amount of series yesterday. Then the beautiful Star Wars tournament. And see on the VOD yesterday. Ruined all my decks. That's why my deck list is looking like this. Don't play the Star Wars mod when you until that gets fixed. You want play normal WARNO as well. Otherwise, it will shred all your decks like this as well. Because it somehow now shares the decks with base game WARNO, but it modifies them, and it only uses one general NATO one, which it uses 30 US for, one British one, which is used first UK for, and then one general pact one, which is used 79 for. It shreds all those decks and leaves you with this. So, yeah. Bit of a big oof when I realized that. That's gonna get fixed eventually. Apparently that's pretty brutal. But the Star Wars mod in general is great. And yeah, didn't do that before. Hopefully they can solve this as well. Normal NATO units in there, just yeah, for normal WARNO units, just yeah. Anyways, that's always some funny trolls that want to do that, and obviously the mod developers always want to please them. Hey, thanks for the 2-month subscription now, Ground. Yeah, but in the end, not really many people are gonna use it, and it's just an kind of unnecessary gimmick that makes deck building in that mod more annoying anyways, because you have all those weird random NATO units in there too. Like, it that don't have to do anything with Star Wars. Like, nobody is playing the Star Wars mod to play with normal WARNO units in the end. Um, so, yeah. Hopefully they just remove that again. Don't listen to the sad criers. Obviously, people always want more functions and more features and feature creep, but feature creep eventually will ruin functionality. In this case especially, it does hurt a lot. All my decks dying to it. At least I have a deck list on YouTube that has them all. Let's have a look on the pick and ban. No Procomi just yet. Hopefully gonna come around a couple of minutes here. And get this series on the way. Possibly. But at least we're gonna have it, one of us then. Only best of 3. In the live games, Procomi usually works pretty okay speed-wise with it. But yeah, we might have 3 40-minute games in coming. Both of these players usually take quite long. No, but if you want me to go for a 24-hour stream, bring us up to $800 guys. Then I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream. So yeah, if you want to have that fun experience with me once more, I have done one before. Was paid, but I would be up for doing it again if you guys get us here to $800 on the WARNO League prize pool. We are still a bit off. We have a bit of time though. And every claim code button here helps, guys. Every claim code button does help. Reno link in the chat right now. The video description on YouTube as well. Getting ready here for more tournament. Not many have been used today, guys. Only 1 or 2. Not sure if Wintermina was already yesterday. Larry being today. Oh, come on, guys. Yeah, still no Procomi inside. Good night is here. Ready? Okay. Waiting for Procomi. We already talked about the stats here. It should be relatively mechanized combat. What are the maps that the players like? Pretty sure we're gonna see Mount River. Likely chance we're gonna see Vertigo. Since both have played those maps the most. Then I guess it's gonna be Black Forest or Airport. Most likely for map 3. Okay. And we're gonna go in now. Okay. Procomi has arrived. Okay, what are your predictions for the bands, guys? I would expect 79 for second. And yeah, a second band's gonna be 79. Then maybe a second UK ban against Procomi. Maybe a 9th US 9th Panzer ban against Procomi. So Bloody Knight is okay with 9th Panzer as well, so he might as well maybe ban some lighter divisions. Like 6 US, I don't think it's worthwhile banning. Procomi is good with it. But yeah, map bans here first. As I said, I expect Vertigo. Okay, Albion Duel, Airport, and Omen being banned. Okay. And then on the other side, we're gonna see likely Thaler, Stoneware, and then Eiche or Black Forest banned. Stoneware, Eiche, Thaler. So we have Black Forest, we have Vertigo, and we have Mount River, which were the expected maps. So 3 out of the 4 expected maps, with Airport being the ban here from Bloody Knight. Map that Procomi doesn't like, but Bloody Knight hasn't really played on this season. So now gonna get the division bans. 2 bans started by Bloody Knight, then 3 bans by Procomi, and then 1 more division ban by Bloody Knight. 6 US Light and Div Mob, okay. Banning the 2 light divisions that Procomi has shown this season. Okay. Leaving all the tank divisions open. Procomi could ban first UK here, I believe. And then you're gonna see 79 for sure. And unless he wants to pick it first. Like first UK, 79th, second Panzer Grenadier or so is something I would expect here in this matchup. As the bans out of Procomi. 79th Guards, 3 heavy divisions. Like against Bloody Knight, it only makes sense to ban heavier divisions in my eyes. So let's see what the bans are going to be. This heavier matchup. And let me know down below what you guys think they're gonna ban here. Final ban, yeah. Second UK or 9th Panzer, I would guess. Okay, there we go. First ban. Okay, Procomi. Procomi is searching. What is it going to be? Commute? You readied? Okay, Brunette found it last second. 30 more seconds for the next ban. Interesting. Bloody Knight, I guess, is pretty good with those divisions as well. So he usually tries to go a bit heavier than layer 1. Oh. Oh. The system only allows for a 30-second timer. A bit unfortunate there. But I'm not sure if Procomi's internet was struggling there. I hope not. I hope it was a human error in this case. In which case, yeah, he is to blame here for clicking ready. Like, you have infinite time between the different steps, but you only have 30 minutes timer. That's the limitation of the website. This actually is a good ban. It is randomized, but it is a good ban nonetheless. The randomized ban on the right, for sure, not something that Bloody Knight would have picked here, but the fourth division is a division that Bloody Knight has played quite a bit. Um, yeah. I mean, you have long time to search your division, then click ready, and then pick them. Like, yeah, Knife Panzer, yeah, makes sense. Like, by now the people know the limitations of the system, so they should be able to do it. And pick here now. Hopefully, Procomi clicked ready. So hopefully he can choose the right map. Yeah, Mount River. And hopefully now can pick a division correctly. Please don't leave this for random. Otherwise, we might have to rebuild it. Okay, Procomi. This is scaring. Okay, he's going for 7. Playing with my heart. Yeah, I expect the 27th here. Especially because Bloody Knight likes to play 27th as well. I would expect the 27th guards out of Bloody Knight here, maybe. But yeah, you have time to look on the table. Where's the division I want to pick? Then click ready. And then, yeah, make it quick like Bloody Knight just did. 5th Panzer. Classic Bloody Knight pick. Interesting matchup against 7th. Two of the OG German Panzer divisions. Or the two OG German Panzer divisions against each other. One being a lot faster than the other. One also being a lot heavier than the other. Like, we have seen a couple of hot matchups between these two over the years. With 5th Panzer sometimes on the brink of defeat and then a couple of Leo 2s just rolling the whole board. But if 7th gets the momentum going and with combined light air power and a lot of good mechanized portable forces, can do a lot of work as well. Vertigo map number 2 makes perfect sense. That's the two favorite maps of these two players. Vision wise, we're gonna see what we're gonna get here. Second guards, Motorstralki Division. Okay. So Bloody Knight's really sticking with his classics. Procomi this time around. Bring around both 79th and 2nd Panzer Grenadier are open. Like, just purely based on power level, I would have, and also the matchup, I would have picked 2nd Panzer Grenadier here. The 5th Panzer. The Leo 2s you still get to bully the enemy 72s in decent enough numbers, and you have the Fallschirmjägers to actually also do well in the opener. But Bloody Knight is a massive 5th Panzer fan. We have seen. This is a major division that we have seen him the most on, next to 1st 2K Armored. So, it's the division that he's most comfortable with. So, absolute comfort pick there. That's Bloody Knight. Procomi going for one of his all-time favorites as well. Second independent Motorstralki division. The Soviet Berlin Strike Force coming around here as the next pick. So this is an interesting matchup. both divisions 50-64s and interesting little advantages, but both with a decent mechanized or with relatively similar speeds and timings between these two. So far, all looking like really interesting skill matchups. And as I said, like a decent chance that we just this time around it doesn't matter if Procomi actually picked something. It's only Black Forest can be picked here. But the more important part is that both sides now pick something here in the blind pick. He somehow didn't choose anything here, so they got randomized. He lets the timer run down scaringly low. I hope it's not an issue with his VPN or so, but should not be. Timer should immediately start for you when you are on a VPN here. Oh no. Okay, okay. This is not a randomized pick. This is a last second UK infantry. And the 79th on the other side. So if it goes to Black Forest, we're gonna have a hell of a time as well, because second UK bloody Procomi is really, really hard to beat. 79th is one of the divisions that absolutely can do it though. And yeah, that will lead to some funky business here if we go there. 79th versus 2nd Infantry on Black Forest. There's a lot of scary stuff that SAS can do to you on that map. And if there is one player that can make 2nd UK work in the current meta, then it is Procomi. I'm not quite sure how the divisions is outside of the hands of Procomi. I haven't seen it in a while. We have seen it still banned a couple of times. It for sure is not bad. Question is, how good is it? 79 for sure, still really good. Got nerfed in some regards lately, but also not really, because its T80s got a bit better again with the latest patch, with the Cobra missile getting more accuracy and the PVK getting cheaper. But the S25 of it got more expensive, and it lost all, which this matchup could be important, all transport trucks from its Motostrelkis, which against 2nd UK means that against the Foxes, you don't want to use your Sentinels or parries, so you might have to wait for your mechanized forces to arrive on the front line. And that might give the SAS a lot more space than usual. Like usually you take a card of your Motostrelkis, which are your only mainline infantry with AT, in a truck, but you don't get that now. So that actually might have a significant impact in this matchup specifically. We're gonna see how that all goes, but first of all, we have to make it there into Game 3. And for that, Bloody Knight has to play some really good games here to stand a chance against Procomi. He has shown that he can take maps from top-level players. Let's see if he can take a full series from a top-level player, or if it will be another season with a Procomi making the deep run. Most acclaimed player in WARNO League history here against a Bloody Knight, who is one of the up-and-comers. Some of the up-and-comers have been stopped today. Griffon and Wlastar in their first and second WARNO League season, respectively, being stopped in the quarterfinals by some of the league's veterans. And over not only his third season, but no, might have been his fourth season. But yeah, he has been around for a bit now as well. First semi-final run for him. And Fortitude fans and Stardeck have been long around in the Fusion game, and the WARNO game was in total back here into some semi-final for both of them. None of them has been a champion yet out of the 3 we have so far. So Procomi, the only remaining previous WARNO League champion in the tournament here. Let's see if he can be keeping that run up, or if we will have a new champion this season. Yeah, there's a lot of ways of finding your divisions before clicking ready. Yeah, it's, as I said, the only explanation for it that would be like a bit unfortunate would be it has to do with his internet somehow. But even then, as I said, it should still register if you click it on your end and then just send it later out there. So you get it ready before it should work. Hey, nearly crashing the 2000 here again. Yes. Have WARNO Steam charts looking good. Hey, we went over the 2000 mark again. First time for nearly a year that we went over the 2000 mark. First time since May 2025. So really good to see WARNO doing so well. Much better than even that's better than with Southec, which is interesting. Yeah, WARNO doing hot. Beautiful. Beautiful to see. Flying Ryan playing his quarterfinal here as well. MJ Player playing some games. Tommy Salty playing some games. So, league action everywhere. Good to see that WARNO fans in league and outside of league are having fun. It's a pretty enjoyable game at the moment. Like, the map pool is something that everybody can talk about and rant about, but it's better than stuff we had in the past in my eyes as well. And the variety of available divisions and viable divisions is quite nice. If you don't have a deck list that looks like this, but want more built like this. The base game divisions are viable, so you don't need to go all in and buy all the DLCs, which is great as well. Doing a good job there. Yeah, Bloody Knight is in session. Waiting for him and Procomi here in session as well to get the game going, and then we're gonna go in. That we can get some predictions up here. Who will win game number 1? As we have the lovely map of Mount River with Procomi on 7th Panzer and Bloody Knight on 5th Panzer coming around respectively. That should be a lot of fun. Feel free to gamble your channel points away, guys. And obviously gonna start a prediction here on YouTube as well. So yeah, let me know, guys, who will make it. Bloody Knight or Procomi. 5th Panzer and 7th Panzer. We can have a quick look here into the decks. 5th Panzer having some of the heaviest tanks in the game with the Leopard 2A4C. Really fast tank with a good gun. And 18 frontal armor. Pretty powerful with that as well. Good HE output on the main gun. Only 6 side armor, meaning that it still gets one-shotted from the side. Has good mechanized infantry in the martyrs as well. And a decent access to 10 hit point units here with Pioneer Carl Gustav, with the Sicherungs, and the normal Jägers here with 9 hit points as well to get a good line of infantry in general. Its air is a bit of a weakness. It has decent strike aircraft with the Tornadoes and the F4s. Its air-to-air thing with the F4F AA is not great. AM9Ls has 30% ACM, but the AM9Ls are a bit on the weaker side of things. So that's a bit of a weakness. Then we have the BO105 R1 and the BO105 R1A1 has little stopgap helicopters. Good AA tab with Rolands, Gepards. Siegerfaust not that amazing, but Zwillinge pretty good as well, so that's quite nice. Fernspeer as decent recon infantry, and Luxus and Jäger Aufklärers and Aufklärers as solid recon here too. So pretty solid all-rounder tank deck. A bit on the slower side. It has Leo 1A5s and 1A1s. In this matchup though, you want to get to the Leo 2s eventually, because on the other side, 7th Panzer, you have T-55 that you have to deal with. There the Leo 1s can help out. But then against the T72M and the T72M1, you will want to get some Layer 2s out. The T72M actually in a pretty bad matchup against the Leo 2s. Doesn't do that much damage and actually receives quite a bit from them. Plus, accuracy here is still not that great on either of them, but in an okay spot. With the 17 frontal armor and 19 pen against the Leo 2A3, the T72M is in an okay spot, but still has to be careful. You have some forward deployment, you have a lot of cost-efficient infantry. You have Modschützen in SPW-70s and Modschützen in decent MP1s. You have decent artillery, and you have a pretty affordable helicopter and air tab with good strike aircraft in the air tab with the Su-22s and the MiG-21 strike aircraft. So this really gives you good cost-efficient push power early on that you want to use. And with that said, let's have a look who is going to make it here. As we have Bloody Knight and Procomi dueling it out here in the live match. Procomi coming around on the right side in red in the German Panzer duel. GDR versus BRD in this first little match. And we're just in time here. Build up the wait timer. And people are actually Bloody Knight believers here. Hot damn. 10,000 points on Bloody Knight. If you are believing in the highest performing player in WARNO league history, then might want to put some points here in there that can give you some nice returns in channel points on Procomi. There's currently pretty good odds there. Pretty good channel point returns. Good to see so many Bloody Knight believers. So it'll be interesting. And let's get into the action.
Hell, it's about time.
Okay, then you are a really big Bloody Knight believer. And here we go. Bloody Knight and Procomi starting the deployment. But YouTube chat is also on your side, Hex. There it's currently 75% Bloody Knight versus 25% Procomi, so you're not alone, Hex. You are not alone. There is some Bloody Knight love to go around, and I mean, he is an up-and-comer. Having gotten a draw against Procomi's duo 3-2 partner in Scuff, he has shown that he can play against the best mechanized play from the Russians here. Yeah, Bloody Knight here on the left side, Wilfjäger Aufklärers with Panzer Grenadiers coming in for solidifying Oscar. This is a good, solid investment that makes it hard for the enemy to just run you over. It makes sense to not go all the way here to some degree. Obviously, giving this up is painful, but it also could get rushed with the forward deploy self-terror and some helicopters, and then you don't have any forward deploy AA. You usually want to play around Rolands, which are a bit slower here. So, getting just overrun by a Mi-24 and some self-terrors, and then being slow to reinforce into Oscar would be pretty painful. So playing it a bit safer here on Bloody Knight's side makes sense. These two have played quite a couple of times against each other as well, so this is making sense as well. We have Roland 3s here going around. We have a Leo 2A4C out from the get-go. This is going to be a key unit. If Bloody Knight can keep this alive successfully in the middle, especially as we... Oh, we don't have any tanks. We have V24D, we have some cubes, we have some conquerors, okay. MP1s for the north, more light forces for the south, V20, V2, and some self-clear and mod of clearer for the center here. All of these units going around into decent positions. That's a fan of Speer. Fan Speer will go into a defensive spot as well. Expecting something like the Mi-24D opener. Like, this makes sense. Just got a bit cheaper, I believe. No, I believe the other version of it. No, this one, I guess. Yeah, this one went to 130. The other one was already 134 before. So, yeah, small little buff here to the 9th fleet of the East Germans. Instead of Clearers moving in the center. What of Clearer get into a good spot here as well. Or trying to get around there in the northern part of the map. And yeah, we see Roland's getting ready here with a couple of martyrs, with the one Leo 2A4 there in the rear. Some 7.6 millimeter MGs, quite a lot of them. They have been nerfed, like all the fire teams have been brought back into a decent position again compared to normal infantry. But they are really cheap, they are affordable, and they can hold bases for a while against enemy infantry. And just being that affordable, but giving you a bit of vision, giving you a bit of staying power is pretty key in mechanized decks. So that's why you see so many 30mm grenade launcher and so many light MGs teams in those decks currently. The nerf to these was 2 or 3 patches ago, when their suppression got reduced, before they were a bit too good at stunning down enemy infantry, making it so that the enemy infantry too quickly lost all its fighting power, but this has been changed. Yeah, on the other side, hey, Mektab, thanks for the follow. That's a lot of smaller and lower cases there. So sorry for butchering it, but welcome to the channel. Thanks for following. Yeah, let's get into the action here now between these two players. Should be a fun one. Love Clever moving around. MP1 moving around as well. E2 will move into the center. Martyrs moving around as well. We have a layer 2A4. The going into the center. No tanks here on Procomi. Oh no, there we go. 72M for Procomi as well. Okay. So we have a bit of a heavy tank matchup in the middle. The workhorse versus Europe's finest in form of the Leo, Western Europe's finest in form of the Leo 2A4C. Going up against each other. Should be pretty fun. You go, Clever moving into the south. And Speer engaging the V24D. Pushing it back. Good micro there by Bloody Knight, not losing it. As we have the Roland 3s moving forward. Okay, so yeah. So it seems like they used the wrong pick and ban tool without the new divisions. But didn't text me about it. Guess neither of them planned to pick them anyways, otherwise could have brought them up and then we could have done something about that. Yeah, Iltis going down. I'm not quite sure where they found the old one. I have updated them in the two main channels. Ah, no, but I have forgotten it here. Okay. Yep. Found it. Okay. In Division 1 channel. Still found the old one. Council Grenadiers here, moving forward. Who gets destroyed in the north. And interesting smoke play here. Getting the Martyrs closer, getting the Panzer Grenadiers closer. At the same time, the Mi-24 did finally go south. We have an F4 trying to get it, but it only has the Vulcan. Does deal good damage with it, but doesn't quite get the kill. Mi-24 can potentially break line of sight here. Just needs to go to the side a bit as well. It now landed on the spot. So Tourney still can get it. S22 seed comes around. Good smoke on the Rolands. Using the smoke there against the seed. Getting a hit against it. Both attack planes being pushed out. F4F rocket with the Zunis still around. Got the kill. Gepard gets the next one. Good start here for Bloody Knight. And Spezialaufklärer is getting around. Getting another hit here. MP1 moving around. Vector, you already missed the VLA star stream. That was a long time ago. You have to go back into VOD. It was the first stream of the day, cast of the day. We have been live for quite a while by now. 6 hours 55. Be precise, obviously. Bit of a longer pause before this series here. But yeah, a lot of streams today. Loet moving forward. Motschützen will get the engagement here. And will get the kill. What's them? Jägeraufklärer pushing forward. You can also stay with us live here and then watch them later in the VOD once we are through with the live game. MiG-21 Bis coming around for Bloody Knight. Getting a hit. Rolands finding the kill though. Don't use attack aircraft on this map. I've said it many times. And 3 attack aircraft already. And Bloody Knight currently in the better position because he doesn't use that many. Has 1 Zuni, which makes sense. So, yeah, Procomi here. Ambushing position. See the M57 going around. TV slowly moving in. Whilst Leopard 2A4C slowly disengaging. Modaufklärer in trouble. Martyr 1A2s moving up a bit. MP1 does go down. Martyrs go down as well. So the Leo 2A4 is currently doing it, and that's an issue for 7th Panzer. So 7th Panzer needs the momentum, especially in a matchup like this against the heavy divisions. The division that lives and falls usually with its momentum. There is still chances for building that momentum now, but the next 2-3 engagements Procomi finally needs some results. And he loses a Shilka here. Coop under fire by the Martyrs. At least gets the Martyr in return, but Shilka is a good bit more expensive. T72M gets a good engagement here against the Leo 2A4. Forces the Leo 2A4 to smoke off, but he's in a bit of a dangerous position here nonetheless. The 155mm howitzer. Oh no! That's 4 infantry units in one building! Oh, Procomi! He's not moving. That's 2 of them down. That's all of them down. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was the perfect Peltau beats the 155 salvo there. That might have been one of the best 155 salvos I've seen in a long time. And this already might be kind of it here. Like, now the momentum towards X-Ray is completely gone.
Wow.
And the T-72s here need to flank around now. Giga of Flares in the north, being a bit stuck against, holding out against the Matcherino. Matcherino there being stuck with their push. And yeah, these T-72s have to kind of do wonders now. 72M.
Wow.
Getting involved. Coop. Pushing back the enemy. And the T-72M's forced to fall back. Giga of Flares can be hit, but those artillery hits absolutely devastating. No momentum here right now for Procomi in the south either. Has to reload the Coop. SPW 60 PB, and the T-72s need to achieve some victories. Procomi can have great comebacks, we have seen it in the past, but this is not a division that lines itself that well to it, and this was a massive misplay as well. No support with recon at all for that T-72 moving around. The tornado cluster eliminates another T-72 here. We already have 2 Leo 2A4Cs out, and this might be the third of the T-72s here going down. These are the ones without smoke. So Leo 2A4 can just kind of run it down. That's what it's doing here right now. Gets the kill there as well. Yeah, Procomi is kind of out of this. This is one of the most devastating opener in games that we have seen against Procomi. Like, he's usually not one to lose so hard in the early game. Like, he's sometimes getting pushed, but he's not losing 5-6 units in a row without making a single kill in return, and that's exactly what happened here. Lost all the infantry and lost all his tanks here within a couple of minutes, getting 2 martyrs for it. Like, this is looking really bad. The seed plane coming around. Bad angle here as well. Not even able to fire its seed missile onto the Rolands, so the micro there not on par either. The F4F gets the kill against the seed plane. Getting from bad to worse here right now for our player in red. Like, if he can come back from this, then Bloody Knight has a real issue, because if he can't make this one a win, then I don't see how he can make any game a win against Procomi. Like, this is a lead that Bloody Knight should be able to bring home. F4F flying around in the north now. No supply for the Coop. Like, this is not looking good at all. EMP1 in the south goes down 2. And this is 7th Panzer. Like, 7th Panzer is a flimsy beast. If you lose the momentum, then it can go badly for you quite quickly. We have seen Team and Place have openers like this with 7th Panzer and just get stomped. But that's Team and Place. He is not known for always nailing the opener. Procomi is usually known for having safe openers. And that's just not the case this time around. BRM1 here getting good hits, and it's not like Bloody Knight did anything spectacular. Bloody Knight is just playing a really, really solid game. And that's usually where Procomi can just answer with a really solid game, but that's not the case here. So, yep, if absolutely clean game so far of Bloody Knight. Like, the Martyrs did what they needed to do here. got a Shilka, got some stress into the enemy's side. And outside of that, he kinda hasn't lost a unit yet. Like, the Leo 2s microed just as you need Leo 2s to be microed. His air forces did their job so far as well. The Zuni rockets doing good damage. He cleaned out the helicopters in the south. Consequently is here now moving into a good spot. Probably reacting. He'll get his own Matcherino around, but the Martyr is in a good situation here as well. The Aufklärer will assist with all of this too. Consequently actually getting the kill there, so Matcherino not gonna make it. Martyr with the perfect spacing. So this fight is going against Procomi as well. His Recon BMP1 in the north gets taken out, and yeah, he has to do something desperate like this. Like, this is the kind of move that he has to pull now. If he can make it somehow in here, then there still might be hope that he can bring it back, but he needs some big gamble moves now. Otherwise, 5th Panzer just gonna stomp you in the late game. So, this is the right move. Chances of it actually working out are relatively small. There is a good defensive setup here by Bloody Knight. He has a Leo 185 close by. He has a Milan 2 already firing now. There is smoke on these German BMP1s. But even with that situation here, has good chances of still derailing in the north as well. Lead plane moving around. Yeah, tornadoes could be dangerous there. Tornado cluster trying to come around. The Coop did go down. No, it's moved up north, but it didn't get reloaded. Oh no. So, what the hell? MiG-23 coming around. F4F overstepping their welcome. But MiG-23 being mismicroed. Why did it not turn into the F4F? There is no plane down here. Okay, gets a Martyr with the Matcherino this time around. Got Grenadiers being on minimum range, but still gonna prevail. Yeah, gets the F4F. That's a nice little victory, but it's only a little one. Bench Bear here most likely gonna get got. And the Coop finally is reloaded. And finally will do Coop things again. Hitting an F4F here. Pushing it back. Bench Bear in the middle goes down. That's a nice little positional win here with the Mod Aufklärers. As the northern push here with a lot of T-55s, some BMP-1s, and the BRM coming around. But Leo 284 is already now rotating up. So there is a Conquerors here. The Pike is not quite in the right spot. Otherwise, the Conquerors could do something about this. Sidewalk just needs to move into the right position. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah. Tornado cluster doing it as well. The lack of AA getting punished. Oop, too far back because it waited for the reload. So it can't react there. Another good amount of forces going down. And it seems like both YouTube and Hex on Twitch in the Twitch chat gonna be rewarded for their beliefs in Bloody Knight here. Because he is so far ahead now. Like, this is a really weird game. This is really Procomi not quite being fully there. Like, we have seen a couple of uncharacteristic mishaps today in the previous series as well. Like, a couple of just blunders with tanks, and that's what happened here a couple of times again as well. Yeah, 7th here just completely falling apart. As set up at this point, like the move up north and so on, that is all fine. That's the gambles that you have to do. But the early game just completely fell apart. And yep, Bloody Knight just hitting all the boxes. Like, Bloody Knight plays top level WARNO here right now. This is the clean plays that you have to make. He has a +2, so he doesn't have to push anything. Would like to see him contesting the north a bit more, but he is in a decent spot there nonetheless. SU-22 here is now charking around, but that needs to find a hit on SU-20 on Leo 2s, and with the amount of Rolands here on the battlefield, where's the second Roland? Did he lose a Roland? Might have lost a Roland. There's a Gepard coming in. There's only one Roland here right now, so one of them went down. The F4F are going too deep. Not a fan of that. Coop moving around. Cluster Bomber coming around for the Coop, I believe. Gets hit though by the MiG-23s, so that's a good trade for Procomi. Have to be careful to not get too cocky in the air fights here now. And throwing it away like that. A bit more AA on the ground would be nice now too. As Procomi is still doing a bit of pressure in the north, but there are so many tanks here on the battlefield. Chilka pushing forward, Motschützen and Sicherung moving in as well. Whilst the 155mm tries to get around here towards the north. Panzermörser not around. The 155mm howitzer, this is usually Procomi's move. Usually we see an early artillery piece like this from Procomi, this close to the front line. Like, he is the guy that made this popular. This front line 155. Before Procomi, everybody had the air artillery back here. Like, not everybody, but a lot of people had it back here. Or they brought it on later. Like, Procomi was the player that really made the... Like, Leifels, for example, played a lot with artillery from behind at the beginning, putting up some smoke and then using it from the rear. We had a lot of players pushing up artillery later in the game, but the minute 2, minute 3, 155mm howitzer right at the front line, this is Procomi's move, and it's currently completely devastating him. SU-22 getting mucked here, and yeah, his seaplane now coming around, gets the kill. It's a second seaplane. He's trying to air spam on the map right now, and what did I say about air spam on this map many times before? Whoever tries to do the air spam usually loses. Gets the Roland 3 this time around though, and not respecting the air is the only way I feel like Bloody Knight could still fumble this right now, but he is already bringing up 2 more Rolands. He can bring around more Gepards. MiG-21 gets a Milan 2. Rolands get the shots out though, and they get the kills. So MiG-21 not gonna stay around either. Milan 2's getting hit. Gepard will push this Su-22 back. Won't find the kill there, but long time repair on this. Well, yeah, a couple of Milan 2s being defeated, but there are not enough T-72s around. Too many of them went down before, so this won't get the moves going. Like, he has this, which is a nice flank, but he doesn't have the mechanized component behind that anymore. His Mi-24P here doing pretty well. Like, the last couple of minutes Procomi has been back, but Bloody Knight hasn't given him openings really to get back into the game. Like, he is out of it currently. He is trying every single move that he can to try to get back into it. And he is currently making the moves, but he needs Bloody Knight to mess up right now. This is Bloody Knight's game to lose. And so far, Bloody Knight hasn't messed up. 155mm. Mistargeting a bit here. Like, the hit points of the units in this building are in the northern of the 2 houses. There is always a specific point of center of mass. You can see that on where the icon is above the units. Like, in this block, artillery needs to hit here to deal the maximum amount of damage. And here it's this building where the Milan 2 is that you need to hit with artillery. Here it's this building on the right side to actually do good damage. Like, if you fire into the middle of it, you might still deal damage, but best is to aim directly on this part and this building here. And here it's the church tower itself that you have to aim for with artillery to actually deal the maximum amount of damage. It's at least indicated where that center of mass is. It's a bit of a weird system, but yeah, when you know the system, it is fine. And when you attack order onto a unit, the artillery also aims directly on that spot, so the functionality is okay. It's still a bit of a weird game mechanic that you have to get used to. Yeah, the line of sight tool also snaps onto that spot exactly, like from where this all goes on as well. So you can use this. Yeah, so here, for example, it snaps on this building there, Yeah, a couple of units dying. Roll on 3 and Gephardt, so AA is getting shot down, but there is not enough in the air tab of Procomi most likely to still do something here. He at least nearly got the tick to stop. He's at least got into the building up here. So he is doing work, but Leo 2A3 going down. I mean, this is as much as you can do here as Procomi right now. I'm still highly skeptical of it being enough, but killing us some ammunition trucks, killing some fan spares and transport. Like, he is trying to jump through the hoops. Question is, are they too narrow already? Consequently, going down, Me-24 going down, so Bloody Knight still fighting back here. Yeah, this is a bit weird. Not sure why he is aiming so badly with this F-105 right now against the mod aufklärer. Won't hit it again. But has a Leo 2A4 here that can just take out stuff. The Me-24P is annoying. That's the Marder 1A2. Moves around. Bonkers moving around as well. Mr. 32 AT trying to get around. But there are Gephardts. There are still some roll-ons. New roll-on 3s arriving on the battlefield. Watschützen trying to push around. Like, he is looking for weak points and getting a good shot out here. Good micro there with the SU-22, not flying too deeply into it. Like, this is the angles that you want to take. Just skimming along the front line that can get away and turn away out of the enemy AA as fast as possible. Good air micro there from Procomi. Good micro on the ground in general lately as well. And Bloody Knight has to be careful to not lose it here with smoke on the Gephardt. Might have been, was too late. The SU-22 still fired its missile, but was stressed out enough that it did miss. And yeah, mortar is still going around. New Iltis coming around. BMP-1 intercepts the Fuchs, which otherwise would have just stolen the MTLBs. Okay, Bloody Knight still gets the MTLBs. He can take the Ural here as well. Watschützen getting out of there. You see a Conquerors die up in the north. MiG-23 pushing back the Tornado. Cannot find a kill on it though, as the Rolands find a kill on it. Gephardt rotating north. We have Fuchses, we have Iltis, we have more MGs, as Procomi is getting a CV back into the middle. Yeah, Bloody Knight has to be a bit careful here. Finds the Watschützen for in PMP1 for the Martyr that he lost. So value is still generated. Watschützen here though. Okay, getting annihilated by the 7.6mm. Good reaction there from Bloody Knight. Conquerors engaging here. Gephardt helping out. Leo 2 can eat a shot there. Needs to be a bit careful now. Doesn't have any infantry here around right now. We have a Conquerors unit. No recon here around either. Good elimination of all the recon by by Procomi. Gephardt maybe should smoke off. Conquerors missiles coming around from everywhere. Leo 2A3 nearly going down. Lack of recon here is an issue. Fuchs Razid will come around in a second here. TV moving in as well. Leo's rotating around. PW 50 being spotted here now by the 7.6mm MG. So still gets got. Well, Gephardt goes down. Losing AA like this is pretty painful. 2A3 moving in. Conquers not able to find it here. Building finally gets flattened. That's the Leo 2A3 leader here, getting too close to the Watschützen. They have the good RPG 7VL, so Leo 2 doesn't want to fight like that. MG's being involved. F4F gets the Me-24P and will get out as the coup situation here has deteriorated for Procomi, and his front line is still a bit too fragile here, most likely. Yeah, Procomi showing now that he is back in. Like, the last couple of minutes, he likely was the one with the better engagements and the better micro, but just too far behind here. The numbers for the blue sides are still too good. Leo 283 here now, going around. Really, just being caught off completely in the opener. SU22 getting the kill. Like, those are the kind of engagements that you want to see here. As Procomi, good micro there as well. Has two more SU22 AT planes. Has a seed plane coming after the Roland. And gets Leo 283, gets the Gepard. Fuchs loses a BMP1. As S22's moving around again. This is out of missiles. Roland's able to shoot, push it out now. He has no push power. He has no mechanized core. Like, if he would have just traded 200, 300 points better right now, like 300 points realistically, and would have two T-72s around here somehow, then I would say there might be hope, but there is just none. And yeah, with that we see Bloody Knight taking map number 1, Procomi down 0-1, and that's kind of the result I was hoping for. As on the next map on Vertigo, I see Procomi as one of the hardest guys to beat next to Stardeck. He is an absolute beast on Vertigo. Bloody Knight is not bad on it either, but I believe Procomi is the king of Vertigo. So, a bit scared for our player in blue here there. But as I want to see a map number 3, that's exactly what I was hoping for matchup-wise. And we will have 6 Moto Strelki versus second guards there on that map. So this should be quite interesting. And yeah, Bloody Knight showing that he has teeth. Really just checking all the boxes. Like, yes, Procomi for pro level did a couple of mishaps there, but that's because also Bloody Knight set it up so that Procomi ran into them and used them every single time in the early game. And then in the later stages, he maybe got a bit sloppy himself, realizing that he was a bit ahead, and then maybe not quite doing the right seed micro, not quite doing the right protection of his Leos against the SC22s, but he didn't really need to do any this anymore anyways. He was so far ahead, and he still made sure that he stayed ahead by killing off important units. Like, every critical ground unit on the battlefield was dead on the end for Procomi. So yeah, Bloody Knight doing a good job there. And Vertigo will have to be Procomi's redemption arc here if he wants to stay in the season. And we can already start the prediction there, as we will have Bloody Knight coming around with second guards versus Procomi coming around with 6 Moto Pegada. Yeah, we have seen like the last couple of minutes, it looked like Procomi was fully back in there. So I'm pretty sure Procomi won't have a mishap like this in the opener again here on Vertigo. But we'll see. Maybe Bloody Knight can find a great opener here again. Second guards, though, usually not the map division to really make fancy opener. So it likely is going to go longer. Has the heavier tanks, but has to, like, 6 Moto Strelk division is the division that Procomi won his latest championship with, beating 8th US of Team and Place on Airport in Season 4 with some fantastic MiG-21 strike cluster bombers. So those could come around here again. I believe they have been nerfed. I have to check that in a second. I'm not quite sure if it was dispatch, but I believe they have been nerfed in that they have now 120 minutes reload time instead of 60 seconds reload. 120 seconds instead of 60-second reload time. With their bombs being moved into one slot. Yeah. So 120-second reload time. Maybe it could come down to 230 points now. All of the bombs now being one weapon. And it's the one on the other side still has the 60 seconds. And it has the bigger cluster bomber. So this thing here now being the better actually out of the two. Lots of that they're pretty identical. And the Polish, I believe, have a MiG-21 like that as well. Although the Czechs have it, which is the same here. Poles have it as well. Yes, they do now. No, that's okay. No, they don't. That's the NHE, right? They got an NHE bomber as well, but they don't get a cluster one. So the Czechoslovak one in 303 and the one in second. He's now the better one compared to the East German one in 6. Yeah. Obviously, here they had doubled this weapon twice, so that's easy to combine. You can't combine this, and with the current reloads not being additive, which it should be, like weapons should be reloaded next to each other, like after another, instead of currently it reloads this weapon at the same time as it reloads this one, and at the same time as it reloads this time. So if you use both, it's still 60 seconds. If you don't use them and use the gun, it's maximum 25 seconds. But if you use all 3 weapon slots, it should be adding up together, at least to some degree. Maybe not quite full, but yeah. In general, also, the heavier bombs not costing extra. Obviously, a weird issue as well. Yeah. But there has to be some issues with the game, otherwise Reddit would be boring. So we have to keep some issues up, and yeah, that said, let's get into game number 2. Vertigo's up. Bloody Knight up 1-0. And coming around now with the second guards. Versus Procomi's Texmoto. Independent Moto on the other side. For Procomi, who has to make it work. Bloody Knight here. Left side in blue. Procomi will come in on the right side. And damn! People are Bloody Knight believers now to the fullest on YouTube. 100% Bloody Knight. How is it? Okay, Bloody Knight believers on Twitch as well. Okay, okay. The Procomi fanboys have gone down in numbers. Or at least in investment power. Once more, 6 people putting a couple of channel points here in Procomi. But X is around again to take all their lunch money. To be able to use it on beautiful things like beautiful own Wilson Wows.
Wow.
Or GG's. I wish I could add sound alerts to.
GG!
Wish we could add these kind of sound alerts to YouTube as well. Or YouTube chat. YouTube functionality in that regard is still a good bit more limited, unfortunately. 8 MTs, MT urns, and a book coming around here. We also have Pets Grouper So double as Meteor and Escorty here. Quite the helicopter opener here. We have Osas on the other side, so you have to be careful with your helicopters. The long range AA is in favor of the 6. They have the book. But the anti-helicopter with the Osas here, fantastic on the left side of things. You get some goose gas as well, so you have good anti-helicopter with 6 as well. And yeah, we're gonna see some BRDMs here showing up again. They just got buffed again. They are pretty close to their peak performances back in the days. 35 points now and 6 base availability. I believe back in the day it was 7 base availability, but going up from 5 and going down from 40 points. So, for a very good optics unit, 35 points. That's quite nice. They can overrun light recon units like Spectre Dredka, for example, quite efficiently. And obviously still getting checked by a BMP-1. Yeah, back in the day, we just saw big groups of BRDMs roaming around since, especially around the time when their DMGs started to deal damage to light armor. We don't see that as much now, as I believe there were a couple of other stats, like the anti-helicopter range got nerfed a bit since then and so on. So don't think it's yet quite as powerful again as it has been in the day, but as the BRDM is one of the most common units in the game, buff on it is pretty impactful. Like, if you have a look here, I know it doesn't show that up here, but in the armory, if you look at the unit, it feels like 90% of the Soviet divisions, realistically more like 75% or so of the Soviet divisions, and a good couple of other packed divisions have them as well, so buff that impacts a lot of divisions and gets them a nice recon vehicle again that is pretty cost efficient to do its job. And on the other side, Spets Trooper R and Mod of Claris here in BMP1s trying to move around. We have the BMP1 PG with Polomachiki showing up. The AGS that got nerfed here has the selling point of this BMP, but still good firepower here against infantry. Issue of the BMP1 PG, unlike the BMP2 PG, it trades its AGS for smoke. So this thing is smokeless, and that means that you have to play a bit more careful with it around infantry and around enemy vehicles. And you usually want to have it in like bigger groups that can roam around. Other side, we have more BTR-80 Special Redka and Moderate Redka and BMP-1s coming around as well. A T-64B, that's a tank that both sides get here. Going up from the get-go. On the other side, no tank just yet. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see if Bloody Knight just can maybe get an upset 2-0 here. Like, this is looking like quite the solid matchup. And second guards hasn't worked out that well lately. Actually, if we have a look on the WARNO dispatch, not sure. Where is that? Where? I believe it doesn't have the best of win records. SU-15s swing around. Double SU-15 here. Relatively cheap, 155 points, has 2 long-range missiles. Can't do amazing jobs against helicopters though. Has 10 hit points, which I'm a bit surprised by. As this kind of feels like an 8 hit point plane. Only, oh no, has 2 engines. Sorry, thought it only had 1 engine. Has 2 engines, so, and it's relatively large, so kind of makes sense. to give it 10 hit points then. Compared to a MiG-21 or Harrier or the F-5s that currently are, or 8 hit point fighter aircraft. MiG-21 there, for example, coming around. But interesting to see that Procomi is actually sending one of them after these SUs. Because SUs have 6 hit point damage missiles, right? Not quite 8, but it's still quite a bit. And he's not really baiting them. He's just sending him after without having his Book in position to actually assist. Like if the Book would have been closer, kind of would have gotten it. Book still gets a hit here. Well, Mi-8 gets shut down in the center. Without much success. MP1 getting around. Su-15 not good at trying to kill off helicopters. That was a bit of a weird choice. We have a BRDM here trying to flank around the side. I got missile trying to catch up to it. Fails to do so. B2 Urn can move up. Try to do so. Procomi gets into the zone. Both sides get their captures in the south. T-64 here. The heavy investment of Bloody Knight. So far, not achieving much. And, yeah. Still believing in Bloody Knight. MTLBU. Failing to get the hit. The remote grenade launcher disengaging. ADM of Bloody Knight gets got in the north. Me too, you're in there. Getting it to a decent spot. Conquers. Good smoke there with the BTR-80. Pulling the mod Aufklärers. T2s. Engaging nicely here as well. Good hits around. Osa moving up. T64 moving up as well. We get the BTR killed here too. The RDM2 conquers. Gets a hit there. Gets the BTR-80. Conquers coming out again. Finds another hit. Finds another kill here. Stops all the BTRs. And ammunition. And keep this fire up for a while. The T-64 is forced to fall back here. In the center. MP1 moving around in the north. Spatchward Redka coming up. Trying to give some assistance. No artillery out here yet for Bloody Knight. But Itzy moving forward. Resolute infantry here. With a lot of DayZ gear here. Helmets with face mask and without. Getting checked and getting killed off by the helicopter there. B2 Urn in the south. Rotating around as well. The Su-15, as I said earlier, not great at dealing with this. Usually one have the Osa. Osa is a bit stranded here. The other one maybe could find a shot here. Not before the Motortretka go down though. And Meteorns from Procomi going deep now. This is looking way better for Procomi here right now, this game, compared to the first one. And in general also looking better than for Bloody Knight right now, as Bloody Knight is a bit stranded in the south here. As Procomi got rid of the RDMs, and Procomi now is sieging down the southern forces. Artillery coming out early. She isn't engaging against the T-64, and oh my goodness, it's actually gonna get the kill there. Engine destroyed on the T-64. Oh no, it can't disengage. So it will die there. Yeah, T-64B is down. MPs coming around. Oh no. Meteor might find an Acacia. Acacia only has a PKT. Doesn't have an It doesn't have a 50 cal MG to maybe potentially shoot down the Meteor. So even with only 3 hit points, the Me-Too should win against that artillery piece. MP2 spots this. That is the other artillery piece as well. SU-15 does get the first one. Akacia now aiming. The other one did land. Okay, T-64 does find it now though. Oh, turns around in time. But the Meteor actually with rear shots of its autocannon against the 4 rear armor on this range did some annoying amount of damage. And finally gets the kill. Conquerors going down on the front line in the same time. The MP2s pushing back Conquerors. Akacia getting another Conquerors killed. But the counter Hyacinth artillery fire here is pretty significant as well. Both sides they're attritioning away. BRDM finds a BMP-1 PG. Has more BRDMs coming around. They can't do the job here. The BRDM move not working out. Procomi playing a pretty solid flank game here. And the BMP-1 will kill both of these likely. Like, they can deal a bit of damage frontally, but not really. With 3 frontal armor on the other side. Like, they mostly can deal a bit of stress damage here. But B-24V needed, so interested to see that they actually try to stand and fight. As the Procomi's BMP-1 here also is just desperately failing to hit them with its low accuracy. So, on paper still 36%, now only 28%. And it will go down, but yeah, the width of the front line here has been heavily pushed in. Bloody Knights, BMP2 trying to defend this whole scenario. Spatchford in a decent spot there now. Next we have Godetzi and Spatchford trying to hold out. Akacia engaging into the rear here with its artillery. BMP2 getting involved as well, having to disengage now. Plus we have a Me-24V, Rocket 2 rotating south. T-64B pushing up. Akacia is doing their job to try to get to the front line. Bloody Knight slowly crawling back up. Slowly getting at least a building line here under protection. MP2's trying its best here to stay alive. Smoking in the wrong direction, but still staying alive. Not quite sure what happened there with the move order. Osa under fire. Got disengaged a bit away from there as well. Does go down. And Procomi is now pushing. Yeah, Procomi with a much cleaner game so far. And a kill on the T-64. The maneuver kill and then the finishing with the artillery here. Really making this quite uncomfortable for Bloody Knight. The BRDMs here being thrown away in these numbers. Bit weird. The MP2's going down now in the center as well. The V unit here in trouble as well against the Pulamachiki. P1 does go down. MiG-21 does get shut down, but double book here. Getting the kill against the SU as well. Akacia assisting with some kills here against some infantry. The next Pulamachiki move coming around. T-24 trying to assist from the side here, dealing a decent amount of damage as the Pulamachiki now gets attacked by the T-64 as well. Potok somehow staying alive here is quite impressive. But another T-64... Oh no, that's a red T-64B actually going down. Okay. That's a good kill. T-24V does go down. MiG-21 cluster likely gonna go down there before it gets anywhere. Yes, Spook with the shot. Trying to use T6 MiG-21s against Spooks is pretty madness. They one-shot kill them, they outrange them, and the accuracy is pretty good because of the terrible ECM of the MiG-21. So yeah, that was not a good idea. Akacia trying to move around. We have a MiG-29 with high ECM. Yeah, just getting the better out of the MiG-21 easily. Maybe should have turned the other way around. We'll get more missiles out here. Fails to hit though, so the MiG-21 actually does escape. Books able to push back the enemy. Akacia going up against more Conquerors here, trying its best to deal some damage. T2 hitting the Motostralki. Hitler moving up. BRM moving up as well. We have only one T64 versus two T64s on Bloody Knight's side right now for Procomi. Bloody Knight still has some staying power, but the +2 here right now for Procomi is big. The lockdown on the air with the Books and the Tunguska is really strong as well. So the play has to go through the ground here right now for Bloody Knight. Is making good usage of his artillery right now, but his forces have been depleted quite a lot, so push capability not really given right now. MiG-21 and MiG-21 cluster coming around. MiG-21 cluster going after the T-64. There are no OSAs left, so the MiG-21 just gets through with it. SU-15 will try to get on top of it, but with two Books in between it and its target, that's likely not going to work. Yeah, there we go. SU-15 shaped fireball there, crashing into the mountain without the kill on the other side. So another unit lost together with the T-64. The momentum is just going 100% against Bloody Knight here right now. Like this time around, the opener was well executed by Procomi, and not the cleanest game here either. Like a couple of the losses he took were still a bit uncharacteristic, but Bloody Knight just trying to play too wide for his division, and now with the AA being defeated, the L39HGs can come around. One of the most humiliating air units to lose against, but once your air defense are defeated, these are just fantastic. The MiG-29 at least gets two of them shut down, but chances are still quite high that we are going to go into the decider map here, which is the matchup that I'm most excited about. Seeing Procomi back on second and seeing how he will do the second UK and seeing how he will do against 79th on Black Forest, but Bloody Knight here just not quite able to keep it up right now. Still, obviously, has a bit of a chance here, but it's quite slim. I wish we would have a statistic for killed units points here that we could look at in the replay files. That really would be helpful, as obviously the kills and losses are tracked somehow, so should be able to put that as a live tracker that you then also maybe can hide and show. Would be really helpful to know who is ahead right now, how far, and so on. But yeah, we knew that Procomi was ahead quite a bit, and now we get the number 1.8 KD. This is a really decisive victory for Procomi, and a necessary one, getting him to game number 3, where we will have a really epic matchup. Black Forest, 79, the OG Soviet division, second UK, the OG UK division, and in the hands of the best second UK player of all time as well. But 79th, currently close to its all-time peak. Like, this division is an absolute powerhouse at the moment, so this should be an interesting one. It got nerfed a bit. 79th has some slight weaknesses lately. But it's... Okay, can have a look here. The change that it got is that it can't take Motostralky in trucks anymore. On Black Forest, that's gonna be impactful. Machiki can't come in it either. So you can not get anything with AT launchers to the front line quickly, which can... Like, you have the Mod Redvedka, but you can't take them in truck either. So only the Redvedka and Special Redvedka. So the Foxes can potentially play around that. Nothing with a decent RPG that can get there. So this is going to be interesting to see how the opener will be played. Maybe some helicopters, but that's not really an option either against the SAS on the other side. So usually on paper, Procomi should get a lot of ground, but then on paper, the TADBVs also should be having a decent time pushing that. You only get one card of challengers on the side of second UK, so your amount of infantry is rather limited. Your amount of tanks, only one card of challengers CVs and one normal card of challengers. Knowing Procomi, we might even see them on 0 vet. Going to be interesting to see. But yeah, 2 cards of Foxes. We have good air mobile infantry and so on. We have the helicopters, and we have 2 cards of SAS, which bring the 84 and a Stinger with forward deployment. So they can stop a lot of forces. Have decent firepower there with 2 light weapons and the submachine guns, especially on 500-meter range. They actually will shred through all the infantry on the other side. So SAS here, gonna be powerful. Gonna be the key unit here for the opening part of the map. Because yeah, you have some decent other infantry as well. You get 2 cards of armored rifles with warriors to get around and get you some mechanized firepower as well. But 79th has a lot of BMP2s. Has a good bit more tanks than you. Artillery-wise, the M107 is okay, but it's not that amazing. Pretty much on par with the Acacia. Your AAA situation, not great, especially considering that you have to go up against the stronger cluster SU-24. But the Phantoms are okay on the defense together with all of that, so there is still some room to play here. Decent torpedo bombers as well. And yeah, gonna be exciting to see who makes it here in the decider game. Procomi winning the last one. They are now in game, so we're gonna jump in there. Bloody Knight versus Procomi, game number 3. As we have 79th Darts Tank Corps versus 2nd UK Infantry for Procomi. Procomi this time around being the division in blue here. But Bloody Knight still bring around the 79th. Getting the sections up again. And yeah, the matchup here. That one. Seconds until we start to see deployment. And yeah, the 2nd UK, it can go deep here. It likely might be even able to reach alpha. for sure can go into the buildings here and the buildings here if it's forward deployment. Or at least contest the units there. There is some forward deployment infantry that can come from the other side as well, but you should be able to push that back. So the deployment is super important here for Procomi. Procomi needs to nail this. If Procomi... This is Black Forest. Yeah, this is the final map here, Black Forest. Have a look at the picks and bans. You can do that with the link here as well. Procomi coming around with second UK. Good couple of SAS here from the get-go. We have snipers, we have SAS. 4 of them coming in. We have some Gazelle rockets. This is the kind of opener that you need as second UK to make this matchup work. Especially now with the limitations of Bloody Knight only having slower or weak or recon units and slower or weak infantry. Like Superior RPO is not terrible, but it doesn't have AT. So something like a Fox would ruin them as well. I would like to see a Fox here in these openers. Okay, it's Warriors instead. Yeah, decently fast, but it'll be interesting. But I would have liked to see Fox. Question is, how far will all of this go? Like, do you just still go for these buildings, or do you try to move in here? Gut feeling is you move in there. Gut feeling is you take Charlie and Alpha, and then try to hold on to this as long as possible. You try to get your points early and force the enemy into weird positions where you maybe can get them with helicopters, maybe can get them with attack aircraft, or something like that. Tuskas on the other side, and Coop, the only things that Bloody Knight already locked in onto. Deployment here might take a bit longer, as it is going to be the most important phase of this game. Like, this game is coming down to the deployment by a lot. The Airmobile will go aggressive, that makes sense as well. They are great infantry as well. 9 hit points, have the fantastic lore 80, have 2 MGs, and 7 assault rifles, so they are pretty solid pushing as well. And the Lynx rocket is quite a good rocket helicopter because the Snap is one of the fastest firing rockets. So it deals its damage really quickly and stuns down enemies real quick. Yeah, the Snap on all the British helicopters, quite impactful. Lynx having 3 times the payload of a Gazelle and being a faster helicopter with more hit points, so that's why it's also costing 70 points compared to the Gazelle's 20s here. And yeah, Rover CV coming in from the get-go as well. As on the other side, we see BMP-1 PGs getting around with Motospelky RPG 22s. That's not GAU. Yeah, Bloody Knight should not have any issues securing Foxtrot, but every other zone on the map will be tough. Alpha, gonna be tough to get into. Bravo, not gonna be that easy to hold either, or get into either. And goal is to remove all the challengers and then keep enough good AA up so that your T80s and MP2s can just go to town. But all of that has to happen before you lose too many points to the enemy, and SAS on this map can also potentially do some real annoying shenanigans behind your lines. And they are also really reducing your capabilities of using air early on. Like aircraft can just get hit by their AA. And yeah, they're coming with 3 vet here. as per usual. So the Stinger also comes with 71% accuracy, so you really don't want to fly planes above them. Like, we've had SAS have insane accuracy on the AT and Stinger. Never rely on not getting hit by this. Like, always play against SAS as if you're getting hit by their AT and AA weapons, because chance is pretty high that you're actually getting hit. Even with decent ACM planes, the chances are still pretty decent. So, yeah, if you see a single SAS, you can still maybe fly around with your plane and afford getting hit once. But if you see two of them, stay away with your planes, because chances are both of them gonna hit you, and then you're rid of one of them. But we have more gazelles here running around. Warrior Milan actually be reduced to 1. Back orders now being given, so still a pretty widespread. Couple of these units now going towards Alpha. One going here pretty aggressively. Spetsnaz GIU going defensively. We have the BMP-1 PGs. The USS Tunguska's. Spetsnaz GIU. Okay, that's one still tries to go deep. Not wanting to give up Alpha. Matvachvetka, good spot around Foxtrot. But yeah, this is the point that Procomi can't really fight over. He needs these 4 basically, and then be fine with the take that he gets from there. For now, obviously, if he gets some crazy kills, he still could take Foxtrot later. But usually, these are the 3 points that you're fighting over on the blue side of things. So setups here make decent sense, as Bloody Knight respecting the speed of the enemy quite correctly in my eyes as well. Setting up so that he can push into Alpha with fire support from his IFVs, and that he maybe doesn't give up his zone completely for free, but realizing that Alpha is the point that he has to fight for, and yeah, setting up decent the aggressive forces towards Foxtrot, leaving Charlie be. Against the second UK, you usually don't have a chance of getting enough stuff in there, so second UK here from Procomi, real powerhouse. His signature division here, signature pick for the final match, with Bloody Knight coming around with one of his signature divisions here as well. He's going all around. Over Milan. Around. More rifles. Will get pretty aggressively in there as well, but they should be able to get there. Terrier Scout. Interesting unit here. Does it mean everything else goes north now? Yeah, okay. So before, some of these units, I believe some of the snipers actually went in this area as well. Tommy went down on the investment. Goes with a 20-point scout unit instead. Still has very good optics. Doesn't have any stopping capabilities against vehicles, and basically none against infantry either, but it's just there for the optics. Doesn't want to get involved with anything. That's just fine enough here as a stopgap unit. One stopgap unit. Can spot what's going on there. I'll get a BMP-1 PGs here. One going on the defense in the north. That makes sense. One going on the defense basically in Alpha as well. Makes sense too. And the SAS moving in with their great weapon loadout in their sections. The massive helicopter push coming in from the British here as well. Gazelle rockets ready to get involved here in the northern part of the map. Lynx Alarm moving into the center here. As all the gazelles are getting around. That's JU. Disengaging. Iglas gets the gazelle. Nice kill. Can move on. MTLBU will move into the rear zone here as well. Gazelle is pushing up. Tunguska has to be careful. Sniper and an SAS engaging here. Oh no, Spetsnaz GAU not able to unload. A couple of gazelles going down. Tunguska getting involved. MP1 PG under fire there. Tunguska is not able to hit. Pitching against the Lynx. Gets the kill there. The rocket next unit. Starting to clear house a bit. Next Gazelle rocket. Shot down. Motorized airmobile with the Carl Gustav with 9 hit points pushing up. Periapio. Need to unload here. As the SAS reveal themselves. Procomi reacting. Disengaged there. Valky pushing forward. +1 is here. Over Milan. And Terrier Scouts doing their job here, whilst we have rovers and some SAS and snipers in the center. MP2 does go down immediately to the rover. TLBU gets to capture. BTR 60 actually going deep. Lynx could be reloaded, but mostly just an annoying unit for the opener. The MP1 PG with the AGS going after the sniper, failing to get the hit. We have an Ikla against the Hellarm units in the south. This being the Lynx Hellarm transport with the original tow missile. Only 16 penetration, but still the decent range. Dropping out the Milan 2 here. Periapio pushing back the enemy. Autostralky RPG under fire. Will get contested. Armored rifles and airmobile pushing forward. The Periapio trying to get into the town. Should unload here now. And yeah, fight with the other units there. Motostralky RPG being a bit caught out behind enemy lines there, behind the SAS and co. Now might just run into the warrior. As BMP's holding the line. But yeah, the 79 needs to fight in a way that it doesn't lose too many units, whilst at least containing and contesting this zone. Keeping the enemy under +1 is okay. +2 would be annoying. Over CP moving up. Decent amount of transport units going out. MTLBU goes down, trying to contest it. Periapio moving in. Yeah, just like that was the weakness that we were aiming for. Just like that might have been the idea. Rover Milan getting shot by the BMP. Periapio under fire. And we just see a GG here being called as Bloody Knight just taps out. Oh no, disconnect. Okay. I mean, it was a pretty tough situation. Disconnect still really unfortunate here. Okay. Yeah, I believe he has a power outage in Ukraine right now. I mean, Procomi was in a really good spot here.
Oh, this is a
So
tragedy.
on the other side, 79
this is
obviously
a tragedy
also
of the maximum scale.
wants to come back later. We only were 5 minutes in. Like, this is not the part where the 79 is supposed to win. The Bloody Knight did get behind here. Yeah, big voltage. Okay. These are always the moments. Where I wish we would have the Star Trek, StarCraft. But 7-hour stream, 8-hour stream. Yeah. They're working on a rematch right now. So obviously, that's also a bit unfortunate for. Like this should be a rematch. So it's a bit unfortunate that we were. Yeah. Procomi and Bloody Knight will do a rematch here. Like this feels a bit unfair for Procomi. We don't have a 100% fair solution here. We'll do a replay here with them being in deployment already again. Good. Yeah. Or is that the old game? Oh, that's the old game, right? Yeah. The other player can offer you a rematch. Landless. And with the power outage and so on, obviously, yeah. He's unfortunate. And yeah, Procomi is a nice guy. In this case. He has been in the past as well. And like it's only 1 minute in, or 5 minutes in, and 79 is supposed to be down like that. So, yeah. If it would have been 10 minutes in, Procomi would have been up 1,000 something points and would have been up like at that point with a 2-2-1 KD, then the situation would have called it, and that's unfortunate. But with only 5 minutes in, and the matchup dynamic being what it is, like the rematch here makes somewhat sense. It's not like there is an easy solution for this opener. Like Procomi likely gonna do a similar opener here. Yeah. Wait, what? Oh, his. Right, we have another power outage here. Yeah. Okay. Procomi will get the win here. Yeah. Bloody Knight. We won't get the game rematch. Yeah. Power is down in Ukraine. He was ahead. Yeah. It is unfortunate. And yeah. One of the unfortunate consequences of the current global situation involving a global community. Our Iranian fans currently unable to play as well. Hopefully all of them are safe. And hopefully their suffering will end and this whole bloodshed at least will have some good outcome. but that's currently still unclear. Uh, well, Bloody Knight gave the win here for game 3 to Procomi. And, I mean, yeah. Now as well. So, like, he conceded. Like, so, the game will go to Procomi here. Like, if we would have gotten the replay right now, then he would have gotten in there, but without it, he said, okay, he will give it to Procomi here. So, being a fair sport as well from Bloody Knight, hopefully he stays safe as well. And hopefully we will get into a future eventually where fewer bombs are flying around, disconnecting internets with this whole debacle still going on after 4 years. And yeah, I'm also gonna head out now. Having to record a strategic command World War II session against Oddball. I still have to upload to YouTube the whole series. And leave you all be. My voice is completely dying here right now. And yeah, we gonna check out if anybody else is streaming WARNO right now. I don't think so. Nobody relevant at least. So we gonna see how terrible War Thunder Esports is, guys. Let's have a look on the current state of War Thunder Esports. And see you all around next time. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.